All right, guys. Hello. Good morning. Oh, it's so early. All right, I haven't had my coffee yet. It's on the way. Just got my brekkie, my oats, ready to go. It's too early for streaming. Oh my god. It's 9:59. 9:59. My Starbucks is on the way. Oh. Whoops. Did I just? Hold on. I have a window unit. What did I just do with my mouse? What was this button? Just turn a button on. I don't know what it does, but now it won't turn off. Yeah, I'm in Texas. Well, I mean, it is early for me. It's 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Yeah, it's Presley. Presley. Hi. Come here. Come on. Come up. Hello. Hello, baby. Been very annoying this morning. I love you, but oh my goodness. Lucky, you're so cute. Okay. All right. I think the game should start soon-ish. I hope my coffee gets here before then. Oh. Presley's a mutt. Presley's just a mixture of everything. She's my little super mutt. Isn't that right? A little super mutt. Yes, you are. Oh, I got the same. Got the apple. The apple almond milk shaken espresso. That's got to be just an American thing. I can guarantee you ordering coffee is not just an American thing. I can guarantee you order coffee in another country. It's too early to just be throwing out roasts like that. Okay, all right. I've literally have ordered coffee while in the UK, but to each their own. I am ready for this cold front. Yes. Yes, I am. Cold front. Cold front. Listen, it's too early to explain about Uber Eats exists in other countries. That's all I'm saying. My Texas Longhorn fan? No, but I did watch the game. I did watch the Longhorns Alabama game, Texas Alabama game. It's a good game. You're good, Brianna. You're good. It's just too early for me. You're good. Cold front? I know. Let's see. Let's see if it's changing. She found a ball. Get your ball. You get your ball, Presley. Is that your ball? Get your ball. Get it, Presley. Get it. Oh, it's because ALGS starts any time now. I don't know who I want to win. You know, I just want to see some good games. I want to see some like I want to see a lot of teams in match point. You know? Saturday, high of 89. Whoa. Crazy. Crazy. What do I think of the Digi and Crafter? I wouldn't be opposed to the Digi always being in Crafter. I wouldn't be opposed to that, to be honest. These oats have like baked apples. So they're nice and soft. This one has chia seeds, the baked apples with cinnamon, pecans. I think it has some honey, oat milk. This one's really good because of the apples. I love them. Do I play on a 60% keyboard? I do. High ground keyboard. Oh, I gotta sit up. Yeah, it does kind of taste like a healthy apple pie. Yeah. Ugh. I love overnight oats. Love, love, love them. All right, let's see. Coffee. Where's my coffee? 2 minutes away. All right. Pecan. Some pecans. My innies are Sures. They're Sures. I really like them. I think teams are getting to their computers now. Black coffee? No. Fall flavors are out at Starbucks. Gotta get the fall flavors. Let me open this. Yeah, I don't know what the button does. Ooh, there's a lot of hair in. Ooh. Like hair like inside. I need to like vacuum my mouse. All right. Apex Legends. Okay, I got the apple almond milk shaken espresso. I need my coffee to wake up. Oh my goodness gracious. High ground keyboard, the plot thickens. I mean, it's really like high ground keyboards. I have 8 of them, you know? They're the best. All right. I'll go ahead and switch over to this screen. It's too early for y'all to be looking at me full screen. Oh.
With the loudest fans in the arena, Element 6.
Ugh. If I missed the arrow keys on the 60%, you still have arrow keys. The arrow keys are right here. You'll have F keys or numbers. Like the side numbers.
About to get wet. It's Moist Esports. Go going to the top. It's a sin.
Who would I want to win?
The North American champions.
I'm not rooting for anyone like in particular. I just want to see some good games, you know?
They don't call him aimbot for nothing. Enter Force 36.
Are they allowed to touch the trophy? Tap it for good luck. That's awesome, Pippin. Congrats. Good shit.
The first South American Championship finalist.
It'd be awesome to see Timmy win. It would be awesome to see the dojo win. I'll put them in my top.
Bringing the fun to the championship. Realize.
Coffee's here.
Mexico! ALGS Champs! With fire in their gut, Dream Fire!
Press just open the door. I'll be right back.
Fight machine, Optic Gaming! There's no fear, there's no mercy in the dojo! The #1 overall performing team heading into the championship, Black Hand! They're the BR Demons, Oxygen Esports! Ladies and gentlemen, that is all our teams, 60 of the greatest players in the world. Make some noise!
Resorts World Arena in Birmingham.
My coffee is here.
And we have these fans ready to see history be
Coffee
made.
acquired.
It is our ALGS Year 3 Match Point Final Championship Sunday. God, that feels good to say. We have finally made it. It started in October. The dreams were created there. And whether they have a fire in their gut like Dreamfire or whether they're going to defend a championship,
A non-NA team?
Dark Zero, but
That'd be cool as well.
CSM, their back-to-back potentialities of the
I love the NA boys, but it would be cool to see other regions win.
Their claim and be a part of ALGS history. We are so excited to welcome you here.
Iced coffee? Yeah.
This is our 5th kicking it off. My name is Rain Day, and I am joined by some of the best and most talented individuals on the analyst desk all day long. Glitter Explosion, of course, Dia Cass, we've got Tiff, and we've got Bullet. Glitter, I wanna start with you.
The
energy of
apple
today.
almond milkshake and espresso.
Right now, we've got the chants already starting. You heard how loud the individual
Something
team
like
support
that.
was. We did those walkouts. I mean, people are ready to see who takes home that first place spot, the trophy, the title. This is going to be epic.
There's so many stories here, multiple titles, multiple opportunities, or new faces, Dia, that could shock the world, and certainly a lot of fans that hope so.
And that's what makes me so emotional, is seeing so many teams that have had really difficult routes here, that had a lot of doubters. I'm thinking,
Want to see some
right. I'm even thinking
good games.
Fire from last land over in playoffs. It's got me feeling all sorts of ways as we head into the final day of competition.
As it should, Tiff.
I'd like to see Dojo win.
Easily get to, and even if you get here,
And I'd like to see other regions win
that takes something
at the
special.
same time,
One team is
but
going to have it today.
not hard rooting for anybody. I just want some good action.
after this long week, one team will be hoisting that trophy in the center of the stage. And all I know is watching throughout the bracket stages, throughout the group
Wanna see
stages,
some good games.
watching hearts break, but knowing that someone's dream is about to come true just completely warms my heart.
Something that you learn as you compete, and these players have learned as well, sometimes in harsh ways, as we've seen many players go home. 20 of them will not be here watching from the stands, is that your loss sometimes is somebody else's win. It's their moment, and we clearly cleared the stage for
A full M&K team.
I know this hurts you because you're from APAC South. We will have a new champion today.
That's correct. Look, I'm so excited to see everyone carry the momentum through from the previous brackets into these games today. We're about to see some electric games.
Well, Bullet, obviously former pro here. All of us have watched him play. Now he's
Like,
on the deck,
if the
so that's
dojo
why
wins, like,
as well to give you that
Timmy would have just, like, he's done it all.
Insight, excuse me, into what happened. But speaking of hindsight, we had a day yesterday. We sent those teams, the 20 I mentioned, finally home, and this bracket was decided. So Glitter, walk us through how it started, because our winners final kicked off our day.
Yeah, that was a fantastic way to kick off the day, honestly. I know we had a couple wins sprinkled throughout, but
The Cinderella
the top of
story.
the day really was the story of Blackhand. They came out with some solid elims right out of the gate, and they were followed very, very closely by Dreamfire. We hear them in the audience, how many fans they've got supporting this, and as the wins were spread out, we saw lots of consistency out of teams that ended up at the top of our leaderboard. Like I said, it was Blackhand, but they were followed by your pick in LG Chios.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool to
It'll
see
probably
how
start
Chios managed to make it in, but the winners bracket was
15 minutes maybe, I'm not sure.
Start a fight that managed to pick up a win during the first half. Then, however,
I don't
it got a
know.
little more difficult tip.
This is where things started to get a little mixy as they started towards that elimination round 2. That is where the risk of not making it to match point final started. But it was all NRG. And can Sweet make this
So
before
early.
Sweet?
We had some of the most intense games there at the end.
Hey, let's not, yeah, I mean, let them wear what they want to wear. Like,
We had NRG absolutely dominating.
The
and
coaches
we had
don't need to
DC
dress
getting
up
kicked
either.
out
They-
along with Hexa and Fnatic.
And it really turned into
Let 'em
a story of
chill in
emotion.
peace.
We saw Pulverex have one
Guys.
of the best stories yet again. This time, though, it worked out in their favor.
That was the scariest thing. Watching this, running it back, able to just play your placement, focus on the task at hand, and lock it in. At the end of that, as a solo,
I can't watch main
they
chat.
have been skating through the entire tournament by sheer luck, but will it be sheer will that lets them get that trophy?
And you have to say, the way that they performed last year at championships, notably this famous
Like,
photo
this
of Mike
mainstream
really flexing his biceps.
chat makes me
You know, we're not gonna
lose
talk
my
about
mind.
size. You know, they might not be the biggest in the world, but they're certainly defined. And I think that's kind of defined Pulverex's style. Two teams like that, two players on one team
Like,
that have
oh my
basically done
God.
their best to get here. And
Those
they
people have
finally
no,
gone
like,
over
the smoothest
precipice
brains.
and found themselves in the finals. What a
Smooth
sort of
brains.
journey that would be if that final game set up
Oh,
for
they're
the
disgustingly judgy. Like, they are
so
so,
what are
like,
they playing for? Because that's really
like
at
such
the end
better
of the day
people. It's,
what we're talking
ugh.
about here, because there's that trophy down there, but there's also the prizing in the back of their minds. $600,000 for our first place winner. $2 million being given away today, Glitter. That's life-changing money, and to add the trophy and the title of champion of the world in the ALGS, that is an unbeatable combination.
Absolutely. I feel like we're in for a long one here today, because I don't think any of these teams are going to go down quietly. At least everyone that has made it through these 4 days of competition does get a payout now, because that top 20 will go home with a little bit of something in their pocket after one of the toughest competitions.
Yeah, I wouldn't subject yourself to main chat.
To get here is that this is where the money is, this is where the journey ends, and obviously we will be having someone in that journey on top. But who will it be? Of course, we've got to get into our teams that are going to be participating this.
I mean, they're only 17 minutes behind schedule. That's really, it's really not bad.
But when you look at this page of participants, Dia, what story stands out as maybe some of the bigger narratives that people should be keeping their eyes on?
I mean, I already mentioned it, but coming out of last playoffs, Oxygen Esports was a massive dark horse.
I am up early.
To the top. The dojo has captured so many fans. And I'm going to throw in teams like MDY White that have had a fantastic showing so far. You've mentioned Pulverex. Blackhand were underrated even in their own region and have made it to the top of winners.
Incredible article.
I hope this is going to be a good final.
Talking about just learning to accept how good they are, kind of giving themselves almost like, we won't win. No, actually now realizing they can win. They're at the top of the bracket here. They're starting with extra points, and they will be able to potentially reach match point first. But let's break it down.
Clone, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Tree, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Tom, thank you for the 28 months. Wes, thanks for the 7. Spade, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Kinla, thank you for the 13 months. Tony, thank you for the 20. Sleepy, thank you for the 22. Mopstan, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Sleepy Scent Boy, thank you for the 33 months. The mess up one, thank you for the 25.
Don't have to worry about DZ, and this would be the final feather in the cap for TSM. This is the last title they need, one of the actual ALGS Championship. And for them, what's really impressive is their conversion rate throughout this event so far. When it comes to top 5, almost 60% of the time they will win that game. When it comes to top 3, 4 out of 5 times, 80%, they have won. So we see that when they make it to late game, they are a team that is not to be trifled with, which is huge when it comes to those match point finals, getting that last win on the board.
And in the last 4 events that we've had at LANs, it's either been TSM or Dark Zero holding those trophies. So it's clear that that may be a favorite for many in the stands and watching at home. But Dia, who do you have your eye on?
I hope we get a good amount of games.
My eye on is a team that a whole region of the world is watching. It's Start a Fight, hailing from South America. They've made it all the way here, going further than any other South American team. Beating out even Singularity, who made it to the playoffs finals. They've now taken a championship position, and they have not done it by accident.
Got some crumbs on my mouse pad. I can feel them underneath my mouse.
Split 2 playoffs to make it here, and Start a Fight actually are statistically backed as being one of our most decisive teams in the competition right now, having one of the highest conversion rates from downs to full kills and thus points in the entire competition.
Where's the prediction? Start a prediction.
What didn't work for them, but also maybe getting, I wouldn't say luck, but a fortunate turn of Seer out of the meta, allowing them to team fight more aggressively, which has paid off. And has put South America into championship finals day.
Who will win game number
though, there's somebody else that you've got your eye on, because I think I know who you're going to be talking about.
Look, here's the deal. Everyone's been talking about it. I'm going to talk about it. But all I have to say is heavy is the hand, and will Blackhand take this LAN? Coming in, you said it, Rain, with the 10 advanced starting points. You can see right here, Player K, Strafing Flame, Easy Flash, hailing from APAC South. We were talking about the confidence, but even after Split 2 playoffs, the complete difference that we've been witnessing from this team has been absolutely astounding. And he even quoted in a
I can only do 10, I think.
Scared of failing anymore, and maybe that release that
do I have a delay? No.
has allowed them to boast 2 wins thus far in the series, 117 eliminations, and it is exciting. Will Easy Flash get to be that true fragger and have the most fun of their life today at the helm by that legendary IGL?
Many people consider them a dark horse, even like I mentioned in this article, they consider themselves, you know, maybe a top 2, top 5, but I think now they know, and many of us watching know, they can win. Strafing Flame, will he guide his squad to victory? We'll have to find out in just a few moments. Bullet, I'm going to end with you, though. Who is your one to watch for today's championship?
I absolutely need to talk about Dreamfire. You know, holding it down for APAC South, the triple MNK powerhouse, one of the crowd favorites today. You know, they're an extremely aggressive team. They find an opening, they will run at you. They snowball their loot, they gain momentum, and they just run through teams.
Maybe I can do 9.
When you have a team like this that has been so consistent,
I can do 10.
Across multiple regional events, but then also doing it on the biggest stage right next to Blackhand in terms of dominating even traditional North American teams, EMEA teams, other APAC North or South squads. You have to say that this is a long time coming for Dreamfire to not just be a team participating, to almost be a favorite, Dia, and I think that's something they're expecting now, especially with their fans so loud in front, to see them hold that trophy.
You have to imagine that they will be, but match point finals are going to be a difficult task even for squads the like of Dreamfire, as they are, as it is rumored, finally going to be going back to a long-time rivalry with the Kansas City Pioneers on Stormpoint.
But I think it is
interesting. I mean, that doesn't always work out, Lauren. We've seen a lot of these events happen. Yes, you may
have energy,
hold your ground, but sometimes just giving up the space that you're going to land, and having clear games is a better thing to do, which is what Blackhand has done as well. I know, Tiff, you were about to mention that.
That is the tough part, right? They were landing landslide, but then when it came to
No, I can only do one prediction at a time.
They going to challenge, and I heard they were actually facing off against MDY White, like via TDM style, and now have elected to go Jurassic just mere hours prior to starting this tournament.
All these fast changes, all these fast swaps, they have been in group stages, they've been elimination stages over these 4 days. They have had to change, battle, and grit their way towards the top. But they have finally found their spot here. Here are our talent predictions. This is who we think
they have a
might hoist
typo.
the trophy. Lauren, I want to talk to you. Obviously, you focused on
They
another
do,
team,
but
but you think Dreamfire might take it.
All right, there you go, chat. There's a prediction.
Might be Dreamfire's time to take home the entire tournament. Those quick rotations, getting into an early zone position.
I'll feed your gambling addictions. You got 5 minutes
I want
to
talk about
predict.
this story. It has been an untalked about story, and maybe for a reason. Sweet and NRG have laid low. We haven't seen as much of them as sometimes we do, even in content pieces, and they have found almost the groove that many expected them to with the amount of skill on that team, including Nathan and Guild. So you picked NRG. Tell me why and why you think they might be someone to take the trophy.
Look, I absolutely need to talk about Sweet. You know, he's one of the best IGLs in the world. As we all know, they've been playing fantastic. As we saw yesterday, they got so many points. I think their confidence has skyrocketed, and they're about to pop off in this final lobby.
Well, one of the things that would be exciting is to see maybe that Hal, that Sweet, that Zero conversation shift into all of them having trophies. I know that would be a lot of North
Are they doing
America,
2-2-2 again?
Everyone here in the building is done with that. They want a new winner. We'll see what ends up happening because we are just here to talk about it. They're there to play. And you, hopefully you're here to enjoy watching. And if you are watching, we have something for you as a gift. For 60 minutes, you can get the ALGS sticker, the championship sticker, and gun charm and hollow spray. You will actually get 3 chances to claim individual versions of these. And if you watch for 3 hours, it's simple. You get all of them. So if you want to do 60, that's fine, but 3 hours will
Instead of doing like
entire package. And man, you know, I gotta say,
4 games on one map and 4 on the other, they do 2 on one map, 2 on the other. They switch every 2 games.
But I hope you have a great time doing it. You hear the crowd.
So they'll do like 2 on Stormpoint, 2 on World's Edge, 2 on Stormpoint,
It's time for the players
2 on World's Edge.
What will it be? That's the best part about match point finals, baby, because you know the saying, if we don't win, we go again. You gotta claim it and stake your claim. So let's kick it off with 2 of the best in the business, Onset and Gaskin, to kick off our championship.
Thank you so much, Rain Day, and oh my word, the noise that is in this room right now is what you expect for a World Championship final. A year ago, we started this story, Dan, and now here in Birmingham, we get to conclude it.
We have the best teams in the world with their chance to lift that trophy on the main stage. This is what it's all been about.
Games should start
year long. And the
pretty much any minute.
From every single region here in this grand final means this is anyone's for the taking.
It certainly is, indeed. I mean, we've had almost a week of action here in Birmingham to decide who our 20 teams are going to be. We get down to our final lobby, and at the end of today, we will
See, mostly y'all picked TSM.
But before we get there, we need to talk
Second
about
highest
the format.
dojo.
We need to talk about how this works, Dan. Take us through it.
It's going to be match point. It's ALGS's most famous points system. You have to get to 50
Right.
threshold. Once you reach that points total, you then have to win 1 match of Apex Legends, and you will then be able to.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta do so much tech stuff.
In the world.
They gotta make sure everyone, their setups are ready to go. Probably checking, double checking, checking production. The casters have to keep talking and keep filling until they get they hear like, all right, games are starting in 10 seconds. So they tell them to just like keep talking.
And it's Old Faithful. World's Edge will be your map number 1. We will alternate between World's Edge and Stormpoint every 2 maps here, so you're gonna get a
Have I ever commentated for ALGS?
Pretty much loving the fact that
Yeah, in the beginning of Apex.
And we do have teams that specialize on both maps. I always bang on about it. People are bored of me banging on about it, I'm sure. But we're starting things off on World's Edge. I mean, this is Apex. World's Edge is
If I had to really pick one, I would say Dojo. but I really want to see just good games from everybody.
Oxygen, NRG, who have all found 3 victories on this map so far in this tournament.
You can go across the booze, you can look at the team.
Getting PTSD from when you commentated. Watching mainstream chat irks me with it, yeah.
Where they grab that trophy and lift it above their heads.
The point rules again.
The final shots are
Like match point. So a team has to get to match point and then win a game. You can't get to match point and win a game. So like if you start game, hypothetically, you start game 9 and you get match point in that game and you win game 9, you still don't win. You have to win game 10. You have to win a game that you went into with match point, like over the threshold. Then it's a dub. And there can be 6 teams in match point, but unless one of them wins, the games keep going.
shot in that next game of becoming the ALGS Championship champions.
Yeah, you have to go into a game with 50 points and then secure a dub.
The dropship is loaded. It's a Sunday in Birmingham, and you know what that means. It's the grand finals of the ALGS.
I love overnight oats, but they get stuck in my teeth so much.
Is unmatched. Welcome everyone to Birmingham. Welcome to the ALGS Championships, and I cannot wait for today's action to kick off, and we will finally have a champion of this year. Who's going to take it though? That's the real question. We've got contests that are going to be going down.
A Sunday in Birmingham?
There are teams that will be competing. There are teams that
Sounds like a depressing album name.
No. Alliance, remember, they were going to give up Thermal Station, what I heard, but Pioneers already in an engagement.
Oh, a couple of trades going down early on, and this is a Harvester. Exchange and Zane! The triple take good enough, but the action not over. Already we're into another contest.
I had heard that Alliance were giving this
who's
up,
Dojo fighting?
No, this is our temple. This is our playground. But the Dojo are showing what they're made of with their fists.
Timmy with the PK. Flesh damage already. This is an electric start to our first game here in the ALGS Championships. And once again, it looks like the Dojo are in control of Thermal Station.
The finisher as well, just to rub salt in the wounds here as the Dojo do get that initial kill. Now,
same threshold.
I say it's Alliance's home temple, but remember,
Alliance
used to own Thermal back on G2.
is contesting them.
Around here. Now Alliance is a 2, gotta try and hold on.
Timmy with that PK could be the difference maker. Still 2 members of Alliance to deal with, of course. But the high ground is going to be controlled. The final 2 remaining members of Alliance.
Timmy is on the Dojo.
In that bottom structure, and maybe you can see the signal wins now to try and push in and take control.
No, Alliance is also cracked.
Chasing shadows at the moment, our Dojo, and they do have to play this one careful because they respect and they know how good Alliance are. And you need to know that Alliance, even as a 2, especially with Effect still alive and the damage output that he has with any weapon, but I tell you what, it's up and down. It's switching elevators at the moment. As Alliance now hold the high ground here.
Well, they're going to send it. They're going to send it here. Up onto that high ground. Alliance still on that height, but they don't really have the armors to compete.
Oh, no.
Timmy and Designful taking some damage. Timmy and Designful now left on their own. It's 1v2 here to claim what this POI will be, maybe for the rest
Cue him up.
of our World's Edge games.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one for Dojo, and in a 2 versus 1, they shouldn't lose with these shields. But Effects just being a nuisance from the high ground, but now the grab lift being back up. It should be a matter of just cleaning up the pieces. Effect goes down. Alliance
Timmy's so good, man.
It took far too long. It's a matter of precedent here for the Dojo, as Thermal once again is their home.
Well, I mean, if you needed a better start, a more action-filled start to our grand finals day.
Absolutely nuts.
Circle. You're in the wrong place.
We get to talk about the zone.
We get to talk about zone. We are going to overlook everybody. And for Moist Esports, always a good
Is this
zone.
the one that ends?
Who has a ring console down and who is going to be able to get that
right?
You can see on screen.
Well, you can see TSM are already over
here
towards
or right
here.
Siphon,
so they're moving very fast indeed to ensure they can take one of the priority positions. FaZe also from Climatizer have actually overtaken the likes of Moist, MDY White, and find themselves in Overlook as well. And TSM are just going to hold the north side of this vault here over towards No Name and Respawn Village. And it is a position where you can sometimes
Oh, this is game one.
Finishing.
Well, TSM, the story of yesterday. I mean, making their way through at the last
Reps on
seconds
Fuse.
to this grand finals. They were almost looking like they were out of it, but a final game win sent them not just into the grand finals, Dan, but into the grand finals with a huge amount of points to start with as well.
I think one of the biggest things for me about TSM is looking average points per game. They're not quite up there with the likes of Blackhand, the likes of Dreamfire, but TSM still have the joint most wins in this tournament, and it is match point format. So if they can get to that threshold, then it is going to be very important about closing those games out. Now, LG Chivas, another consistent team, under some duress.
This is Iron Blood Gaming who are they going up against at the moment. This is an isolated fight. Shots in and around stacks, and I tell you what, LG might be regretting this decision because the first knock comes in here, the second one might be following pretty soon as well. There it is. And he's just doing
Nasty
some work.
shots.
And LG Chivas were one of the most consistent teams at getting into top 10s.
TSM already in final ring.
Here in the
TSM
ALGS,
rotates
but it
really,
looks
really,
like that
really early.
statistic might
Or like,
just
not
be
early, just like
lowering
really
so
quickly.
slightly. One last player remaining. Bloodhound Scan is going to do enough to at least spot him out. Do they get the extra KP? Nah, protection. That's so important for Iron Blood Gaming. Make sure you don't give away that extra KP and an instant way to reset. So now Iron Blood can move comfortably over towards the next zone. We've only got 5 teams who haven't moved into this first circle. This looks like my ranked games.
I was about to say, make what you will of it, but MDY White, they're down on the low ground at the moment, just underneath Overlook. This is where the zone will be pulling, and you can kind of see their game plan for yourself, right? If someone who sneaks past, they're going to get ambushed. Blackhand, the team who come into this with the biggest points total, and that 10-point head start towards match point, already adding a few more here now.
And insane on the receiving end of it as well. Blackhand, so much action that's going on outside of the building, but they are able to just keep their composure, lock things down. Remember, they're one of our Watson teams, even though
Yeah, it's match point system.
as the likes of Catalyst, the likes of Bangalore, it has been very important on those teams who have been able to find success what Watson can achieve.
TSM trying to hold down the Vault Tunnel at the moment. A little bit of pressure coming through, and it's going to be Optic Gaming, the Green Wall, who are stepping towards them. Speaking of walls, there's a cat wall for you. Dropped thinking about peeking. But for now, the 2 cat walls are going to divide the 2 teams for long enough to both to reset. When you're looking across the armor checks and you're looking across the weaponry, we know that TSM left Siphon pretty early. They didn't have the best of armors, and a gold R9 and a gold armor, well, Drop should be in charge here.
And I think World's Edge is going to be a real test for Optic Gaming. They've had a
Gold
lot of
R9.
success over on Storm Point, but they just need to be picking up a good average points total. We're just checking in again on MDY White, seeing if anyone's going to be walking into this ambush. As Sweet's just gone down in the kill feed as well. NRG having a scrap.
Well, it looks like TSM are going to retreat from
Did NRG just get ratted?
But like you mentioned, TSM have been controlling this position within Overlook for quite some time. Burhol's going to have to be careful here. He takes a huge amount of damage. Excuse me, it's on that high ground, trying to take it away from FaZe, and Phony will put him on his back. Reps tries to follow up. He's going to fall as well. It's all down to Burholst to keep TSM in this first game.
Oh my god!
Burholst will get frags, but that's not the end of this fight.
Oh, the grenade ends TSM's first matchup here, but does not end this engagement. Optic Gaming suddenly getting involved. It's Moist who are holding the high ground as well.
Moist actually falling off the back of it, I think, and FaZe might be in this area as well. MT trying to move in, clean up the scraps, couple of thermites, but no skin being singed right now.
Look at the intensity as well from MT in the call-outs, as he knows those incense could have done a lot of damage, but they're also well aware there's maybe too many players, too many teams over towards those silos, and retreating to the donut building is intelligent play right now. So it looks like FaZe get the chance to reset, Optic will back off, everyone says job is done, TSM eliminated, we can start to think about now getting into a more comfortable position for this end game.
Moist have been controlling Overlook for the majority of this game. It's FaZe who control the backside of those silos, and as we see this zone start to pull, FaZe are going to be in a fantastic position with those silos on their side and the height that they can control to maybe think about at least a top 5 finish. Elsewhere, just outside of Overlook, or just to the north of where we
Did I take Mark Andrews out of my lineup?
By esports, and what a story this is, Dan. The first team from the region to make the grand finals. And they did it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I think At Split 2 playoffs, we're kind of asking that question of what does this region have to offer after not seeing them get into grand finals? What's the future of this region look like? Are we going to get genuine competitors? And we do start a fight demonstrating that they can hang with the biggest and the best teams in the world.
How Mark Andrews' quad injury will affect his fantasy production.
Of course,
well, I guess I should have read that yesterday.
Every single matchup they played so far. In that elimination game that we saw them yesterday, they were so confident in every engagement that came across them.
The young man on your screen right now,
I see Zero. Wow. Yeah.
Previous 2 lands, heartbreak for him. Didn't even make it out of groups, and now he's in the grand finals.
Is it too late? Can I drop him?
Win it all. And speaking of stories, my word, the 3 guys on your screen right now, Oxygen Esports. A meteoric rise through the ranks in the Apex Legends Global Series. The only thing that's missing, Dan, maybe a trophy.
They've reached the top 10, 76% of the time have Oxygen on World's Edge.
Edit lineup.
One of the better performing World's Edge teams we
Mark
have
Andrews
in this lobby.
is my tight
Their
end.
conversion rate is very successful.
I can put in
see, the Pioneers back up to a full 3.
Freyrmuth.
Like they were out, but
I don't know how to say his last name.
I tell you that for free.
Pat Freyrmuth is my backup tight end.
Force enemy to just retreat for a second. It looks like the Dojo might be trying to bait out some of the abilities and
if he has a 0 for projection, that means he's like not playing today, right?
This fight going down now. This
is my first year doing this.
Moments ago, Starter Fight Esports eliminated. Element 6 will win this battle of North Overlook, but can they get the reset?
Reset should be able to come
so if he's out for today, I should just put in my backup tight end.
Arriving just to try and get any sort of extra damage to allow any teams to push up, but E6, they will hold strong and they're gonna be okay. No one is gonna be pressing up on them. Now, zone-wise, E6 are still going to have to move to the southern
I'll put
side.
Pat in.
This is going back down towards the Vault Tunnel, where TSM were earlier, where Optic Gaming currently
Pat plays for the Steelers.
As for FaZe, they should be okay there where they are. Moist are going to have to move as well. Pulverex, NDY White also going to have to move eventually. But this is great news for all those teams arriving from the southern side, like Oxygen, like Ironblood Gaming. If you can fight your way in, you're going to be in one of the better spots.
Tough thing, though, for those teams on the west side. It's an uphill battle, right? You're going to have the likes of Optic, FaZe, Moist, MDY White, whoever is on the Overlook side of the map will be able to easily fire down and usually try and work.
So you have until their game starts.
Little cover, but NRG down to a 1. Nathan on his own, but let's take ourselves back to yesterday. Nathan was a solo, and NRG managed to get back into the game late.
And NRG, it's constantly been that question of, are they still a team that can compete for a championship?
Nice, thank you.
I
definitely wouldn't have even
Hal versus Sweet, what can he do as an RG? And I think yesterday we really saw NRG coming to their own. They look like the NRG of old. If they can match that same kind of pace that we saw in the elimination bracket, there's no reason why NRG can't be up there on match point and competing for this championship.
Well, here's Dreamfire. What a performance it's been from these 3 young men. Huge support in the crowd as well. The Sandwich gets a couple of shots down with that Hemlock. Now we're starting to see the teams be forced together by that zone. Still a lot of teams on the outside of where that zone is going to be closing pretty soon. So now it looks like Dreamfire trying to kind of pick their targets, trying to work their way in. They will be safe for the next zone. But
yeah, I slept weird. I slept curled up in a ball.
Averaging about
my neck hurts.
7.8 points per game on World's Edge, which is one of the top 3 in the lobby. But they haven't been able to convert it into victories, but that's okay. You can have maps where you're better at scoring points, and then have the maps where you're better at getting wins, because we're going to be changing maps every single 2.
I woke up at 8, or my alarm went off at 8. I got out of bed at like 8:30.
Just tuning in, 50 points is where these
I like seeing the Watsons
before they have the opportunity to win this tournament. And they'll need a victory. Now, Ascent suddenly getting forced into an engagement here with Black Hat.
Black Hat have a Prowler, and trust me, they've got 3 extremely strong players as well. Ironblood Gaming will be our 15th team to be eliminated, or 5th team I should say. That Prowler's doing damage, but not enough. They're trapped at the moment underneath this building, but the knockdown shield, the knockdown shield is too much for Ascent to deal with.
Well, Team 1 has been taken out, but surely Team 2 is not going to be able to do it. Into the zone you go, a quick syringe to try and survive.
Has he timed it?
Times it correctly.
Just about manages to stay alive, but Black Hand, unfortunately, this time around, the syringe just takes too long to distribute those meds. They will fall here. As we see the zone force these fights. Enter Force 36 now, 43 seconds till they have to leave No Name and move to the east.
What did I just see on my screen, by the way? I feel a little bit sick.
Oh my gosh.
The Force 36, now they're in the
30-30s are
graveyard
just
of death boxes over towards No Name.
crazy.
And a few teams have fallen early here because this is a rough circle to try and rotate into now. You were talking about it fighting uphill for a lot of these squads. Oxygen are going to be one of these teams who holds the height over the teams that are arriving late. Now, Oxygen, we've mentioned it already in this tournament, the rise from the arena players to now one of the best teams in the world. And they have been one of the best World Edge teams as well. They match the likes of TSM and NRG in victories on this map. And their top 10
Dojo's still in, they're still all alive.
76% they find themselves in the top 10, and they're very close to achieving that again here in match number 1.
Well, a lot of congestion starting to happen, as you would imagine at this stage.
Is fighting right here. I'm staying in queue from the Gibby. I'm sitting right here. Stay with me. I'm on that. I need heals. I need heals. I need heals. I just heal.
Oh. They are just in the middle.
There's a team on me, they're gonna swing that team. If you can stall out.
Let's go, Timmy! No!
I gotta skip these.
You got good kills.
Optic now seeing all this from a distance. Remember, they were on the southern side. Oxygen eliminated. Optic still holding strong, still making sure that they dominate and own this area, because if they can continue to hold this southern side on set, they position themselves so well for the final circle.
And Optic have been here almost since day dot on this map. Really have controlled the space so well. They saw an opportunity there to clean out that side of the match, but didn't quite see. There was multiple teams, and certainly Dreamfire, who was still alive as a full 3. And let me tell you, Nathan has the ability for NRG to make this a game to remember.
And
Little rat in the corner there.
Very cozy, very safe at one point. Now it looks like an absolute death pit. Because when this circle closes, FaZe, Pulverix, E6 all have to move into Moist Esports who are waiting. And by the way, Optic are not far away on that southern side. Optic can definitely get involved. But Moist are down to just a 2. Waltzy and Fussy hiding away, ratting away together, playing sardines right now.
But FaZe is still alive. FaZe still control this side
Hey,
area.
it went exactly where I said it was gonna go.
But now they're gonna be forced to make a play. Ponyhead on the horizon does have the ability to jump back up onto the top of the silos in front of him, but maybe he's thinking it's time for some KP. The grab lift will take them up to that height, and FaZe on this next silo will be safe as well.
Yeah, this silo is perfect for them, and they've got eyes on below. It looked like it was a comfortable position to hold, but Saku gets taken down. And now FaZe can just
You have the
down
script?
hell from above here.
Oh yeah.
Pulverix eliminated in the meantime. The black hole might be absolutely golden here from Phonyhead if that Arcstar can connect, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. But Snipe Down still on top of that height, and also at a Prowler as now Dreamfire make their move.
Optic versus Dreamfire, a huge fight between two of our giants in this lobby. Dreamfire still a full and healthy 3. No! 1 gets taken down, Roy has fallen, and 3MC, the last remaining player.
Can you do it, sandwich for the team? It's Skittle Cakes versus 3MZ. Dreamfire will fall. NRG also fall as well, but force their way into great
So much happening
as a solo. Speaking of which, Fussy now finds himself on his own as FaZe still command the height.
FaZe only had 25% into the top 5 on World's Edge coming into these finals. FaZe still have that opportunity to really put destiny in their own hands, get a victory early on in this tournament to give them that belief.
They should be in the best
You know what, they've
spot.
done very well from this silo, they've not got carried away. When they've had players below them, Black Hole goes down, grenades go down, you could drop knowing you can win that fight. But that is a risk, because then it invites other teams' pressure.
One good thing for them as well is that E6 aren't playing the horizon. So they don't have to worry about a team grab lifting up on them. They can just keep their eyes on them. Make sure that when they move, we're going to be still in position to put some shots down. Phonyhead on the horizon when he drops as well will be so vital to getting that initial damage.
3v3, V3, V2.
And being able to be guns up to do the initial damage for FaZe.
So as a 2, Moist can really influence this final circle. And now here comes the call for FaZe.
Here's the play from FaZe. They want to take down E6, and I mentioned that Snipe Down has a Prowler! Huge damage coming out of Eric Rona. He will clean our element 6. Moist Esports also dispatched with as Optic and FaZe start to move towards each other.
FaZe didn't get healed up in time.
This is FaZe Clan. This is Esports Orgs royalty going up against each other right now. But FaZe, they have to try and reset. Optic are far healthier in the moment, but both Dark Veils are down. 1, 3, 4!
Knocked with the damage, knocked with 2. Optic Gaming surely in this position must be able to win our first game of the grand finals. The form team coming into this week in Birmingham just have to deal with one more player. Drop goes in, Drop with the spray, Drop with the win. And the green wall stands tallest in our first game of the grand finals.
Such an excellently played final circle from Optic Gaming. From controlling the southern area just by the vault
Choose
tunnel,
outcome.
to then pushing in when they needed to, eliminating
Optic.
Moist when they needed to. As soon as they saw the fight happen between FaZe and E6, they knew that was their opportunity to then take a fight of their own. They would be isolated, they could win, and then they could move on. They didn't take as much damage against Moist as FaZe did against E6, because of course it was a 3 versus 2 on their side. But then in that
Damn, some of y'all just made bank with that prediction. Alright, let me do another one.
Those Dark Veils are down, peeking through, having the confidence to take those fights, and the damage output that we saw from Optic Gaming was glorious.
And look at the crowd.
Who will win game number 2? I'll give y'all 5 minutes.
I mentioned coming
There you
into
go.
this tournament, the 3 guys you can see on your screens right now in championship
You can now
points, by the way.
vote for who will go win game number
Looks like they
2.
finally found the formula that made them such a scary team.
Go to Albania real quick. I'll be right back.
This is your final zone. This is how Optic took game 1.
And Optic Gaming coming into the finals, they'd only won World's Edge once so far this tournament. It was Storm Point where they've been finding the majority of their victories, and this does bode well going into match point to make sure you can confidently play both maps. And we know what a good fighting team Optic are. I mean, Skittlecake, I will always give him his credit for what an impressive and incredible 1vX player he can be. But when you're alongside Knocked and Dropped, who also can do exactly the same thing, you have 3 players who are more than happy to take a fight against multiple people.
And I think Knocked is the player to focus on in these final moments. We always talk about on the catalyst, especially in a 3v3 with cat walls down, the responsibility you have on your shoulders to poke through that dark veil. That's exactly what he does, and one clips to give them that player advantage. From then, it's a 1v2, and even with the knockdown shield to play around, you just felt like it was never going to fall through the fingers of Optic.
Yeah, and even though in a 2 versus 1 like this, there's always that maybe a little bit of extra pressure on your shoulders of what happens if we throw this one away. But it was great positioning from the green wall to ensure they surrounded that final player and took the right angles. And with that victory, Optic Gaming put themselves already halfway to match point.
25 points on the board. A good start to what could be a very good day for Optic fans around the world. Here are your match 1 results. That 25-point total, absolutely huge. FaZe, though, what a game it was from them. And we're going to talk just for a moment about FaZe and Snipe Down. He has the opportunity here in Birmingham to be one of such a select class of players, of controller players who have won world championships in not just 1 game, but maybe 2.
I mean, if Snipe Down were to win the ALGS Championships, he certainly would be up there with the greatest ever controller players across multiple titles. That is without a doubt. But it is a long old journey, but at least FaZe have started that journey here today. If it was a disappointing match number 1, you're kind of left thinking, okay, what do we see from FaZe? Now, for some of our consistent teams throughout the tournament, they had a slightly quieter game. Of course, Blackhand have been incredible at scoring points, our highest points per game across the tournament out of any teams in this lobby. They still picked up 7 despite the placement points that they found. TSM, they got knocked out early when they tried to make their move towards Overlook because they had 3 teams looking at them, for goodness sake.
Alliance probably feeling pretty concerned. Interesting to see how they approach the next game on World's Edge, because that contest against the Dojo, I can't really remember 1 game where it felt like it went well for them. Optic fans feeling pretty good about things, though. There's some stats coming in from the green wall. 13 kills, Dan. 13 kills in the first game of a grand final.
And remember, Optic Gaming started with 7 points coming into this as well. So plus the 25, they're on 32. They are well on their way to that match point threshold. They are so far ahead of the rest of the pack right now. If they have a similar game, even a worse game, but still just somewhat similar, they might find themselves on match point after 2.
We have seen though, being there early doesn't mean you're going to be able to close out. Usually we have 6, 7, anything up to what feels like 15 teams ending up on match point, and then it's just about who has the iciest of plays in those final moments. Black Hands, second place still just behind them, but that gap's starting to open up even after one game. Here is your ALGS MVP vote powered by Monster Energy. If you want to vote now, use those hashtags you can see on your screen to support your favorite player.
Yeah, make sure you get those votes in so that we can crown the right champion in terms of an MVP winner. You can join, maybe they can join the greats, because we have had some of the best players in the world, of course, get that MVP at these tournaments.
Well, that's going to do it all, as you can see the final hashtags of the players who are going to be nominated for your ALGS MVP. Time for us to jump into a break now here in Birmingham. When we get back, more World's Edge, more Apex Legends.
Are they playing Name That Pokemon again? Nice. Who's that Pokemon?
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex
I need
Legends
to freaking go to yoga or something. Oh my god, I need to stretch.
Welcome back,
My body's yelling at me.
ALGS Championship
What's up, Liz? Good
Finals.
morning.
Game 1 in the
Morning.
books. This event is officially a sellout. Thank you guys so much for joining us here in the venue in Birmingham, UK, Results World Arena. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with Genome. We're joined with this amazing
And he
crowd.
accidentally
The
added an
fans
extra
giving the
0
teams
and went all
the
in and
energy
for
that they
oxygen.
need. And what a
Maybe
way
they'll
to start our
win.
finals day
Maybe
with Optic taking the
win.
dub with 13 KP to set us off.
Optic, a little bit of a sleeper pick, it feels like. There's been a lot of attention on some other teams.
It's from H&M. It's the same shirt as the big white, oversized white one I wear.
Optic Gaming,
but
honestly, this
color.
tournament have never looked anything short of
Oh,
stellar.
he dropping?
in
Let's go.
my
It's from
eyes.
H&M.
Here in the
H&M
biggest
though.
lobby, they come out with a massive win to start.
And non-stop fighting from the very
Where can you watch multiple
beginning
views at the same
to
time?
We saw the
Mainstream
lines,
Command Center.
surprising Dojo up the rip with a 50-50 in thermal, where Dojo was able to win.
They're
and it looks like we're going
50-50ing
right back here.
again?
A little bit of the mind games. It didn't help
No.
them out last time. Maybe the straight up man-to-man fight will.
See how this plays out with Hockey's being the first
Oh,
to go
he
down
missed.
here. In fact, having to drop down, enemy with the purple Evo. Dojo had that slight health advantage before Design Flow meets Hockey's on the floor.
2v2.
But he's only got the Havoc and limited ammunition here.
Exactly. No turbo on it either. You know, you got to wind up. Goes in with the slide down. That first spray was pretty good. Now with effect gone. Looks like this one. Dojo could have it again. 2 in a row.
Alliance, they gave up that POI, and now we're getting to see KCP, the other 50-50 that we saw happen between KCP and I believe it was Realize, and KCP did come out on top of this one, but now with Zane being the last one alive, let's see if that's
You're finally used to my brunette hair? Well,
a point of contention
hate to break it to you.
Many teams here. And once again, we're seeing players fight over this key, central, rotational POI. And Realize
this is game number 2. Second game.
All right, we got the same results after what we had seen from game number 1. Sure, you could try this out now when it's early in the lobby. This is match point format.
Over here.
All right, Nasky. All right, Nasky. I got to talk to him a little bit yesterday. He said, it's all about the mind game. Sometimes I'm going to tell all the IGLs something different. So that way maybe they think that we're going to go for one thing when in reality we're going for another. And you can see he is exerting that confidence. When we take a look at our
we love a little toxicity.
Going to be pulling over to the north side.
So it doesn't quite clip the top of
Y'all think I should get bangs?
That makes me think it could be going a little more maybe to survey camp, potentially even, it's been a while, but you know, maybe we get an ending down near the train station, down near where Black Hand is. A name that's really been on everyone's lips. And I mean, going into this series, you know, they had so many of the top
full cut win
in their favor. You can see Dream.
I just am way too lazy to have to like style bangs every day.
Countdown.
Coconut head? Oh no.
Straight into the vault.
Bangs are so much work, I know.
Who knows? Maybe you drop the R99 for an alternator and, well, has the option. Yeah.
Bangs a few things before they rotate away. Exiting out of that vault with amazing loot. Taking a look at E6, who had an amazing starting performance in that first game. And we have a lot of E6 fans in the crowd.
How about that?
The chant goes out.
I love this. I get goosebumps. Being here live, being able to see our players compete in the big stage here.
There we go.
With the fans to give them
where
their
are
support.
you?
We saw where that circle was pulling over to that
and
north side.
I'm so
it could be
sorry.
A little bit by survey. We have to see teams like Black Hand though have already gotten ahead of the curve, have already placed themselves on the north side of those tracks instead of the tunnel. So that way,
I'm not gonna lie,
pull over to survey,
I had
they have a better rotation, and if it does pull towards Skyhook, they don't
I
have
used to
to
part my
follow
hair
outside
my
the buildings of survey, where we currently see on the outskirts over by
emo
FB,
phase.
Moist.
Yeah, Moist very often like to set up in the buildings in survey, and obviously with that rotation.
Back when I wore
from
band tees and
Overlord,
skinny jeans.
Usually it's not that hard for them to get a spot, but this is a LAN finals lobby. Everything is harder here.
EMP going out. Trying to reset around the other side of the rock, while we also see FaZe already taking control over those buildings, also having an amazing performance in that first game too, getting second place.
Mr. Beast looks a little bit like Sweet. They could be cousins.
Of survey camp was free.
I learned from Twitter today that apparently Mr. Beast was absolutely cracked at baseball.
Beleaguered on the way to there. It would be a huge blow to their chances in this game if they can't make it into this building.
He was like a really, really good baseball player.
Gave up the silos when you know, so many times that they tried to sit in that position, and then the zone has pulled away down towards Ghost Town, away from Overlook, and finally, you know, it comes a bit closer to home, and they don't manage to capitalize on it.
Yeah, in a very similar case here with that positioning that we saw prior, they are waiting on the outside because FaZe is already taking control over that building. So many other teams too pulverized on the other side, like we saw before that EMP rang
Remembers
out.
what Zanga?
The middle sniper tower here in Skyhook, having the high ground, but still rocking double blue, one white. NRG on the other hand, double purple, gold in the hands of Sweet, and the
yeah, he was like really good.
For their rotation outside of staging.
I'm expecting a few of these early game lulls, Vicky. I mean, you know, we're getting
Optic
two
won game
contests,
1.
so that thins out the lobby a little bit just to start with. But it has been another LAN where we've seen a lot of the rotational teams, a lot of the teams who like to play zone, get in there early and find their spots. They've made it through to the finals lobby, so it does mean the end circles tend to be a little more chaotic. And the start just it takes a little while.
Of that first game, just start off our.
I hate that it doesn't.
Before things slightly slow down. Moist are in a very difficult spot, at least inside the truck. They have the Bangalore smoke, but look at where FaZe is still inside that northern building.
So is the building across there still open? That's my question, right? I mean, sometimes, you know, when you get the observer views, it doesn't bring up all
the nasty zone.
To realize this, and this is one of the big differences. There's no seer in the meta anymore. You can't just make your way into this caravan, you know, pop the heartbeat sensor and be like, hey guys, the building's clear, let's go take it. You have to act.
I just got killed. I just got headshot it. No, super far, super far.
Oh no.
Did I see you crawling away or no? They run at you? Yeah, I'm good. Get to me quick. I have to make it, either way. As well. They're evacing. I'm down to insta fucking Horizon ult this shit. Just back up to a spot where a good Horizon ult can go down. I'll fucking slam them. Landing.
Safety's off. Enemy landed on me.
Good to play for banner. Yeah, just play for banner. What the? Blood drop. He's in my queue. 110. Back. Can't see him. Right drop.
No.
Fuck. That's my bad. You should just see it.
Yanya sending Dojo back to the lobby in 18th. LG securing some extra points on the board for them.
Yeah, look, as if the 9 points coming into this weren't enough already, but look at that IBG straight back on the other side of them, and they've got them locked into the zone.
Ooh, IBG. Usually rotating through stacks on the other side here. They are backing away. I do like this call. If they were able to get any Evo Shield checks, they could see that they're already at a health disadvantage. So much more fighting now being done in the mouth of Cave, exiting out from the south side of Skyhook. It looks like it was Oxygen and Enter Force 36 who are just playing once we're passively backing away from a fight that had been engaged. Now Pioneers are shooting at them from Countdown. 30 shots. Literally make your eyes water. And that's also information for KCP to know that this squad that is flying through with the evac tower have double whites, one blue from ILY, and it looks like they may be opting to go for the crafter if they have some extra time, as KCP may actually be rotating from the north side. No Digi yet in the crafter, you can still find it on the floor, but if the rotation of the replicator does rotate out in the next hour or so, we may be able to see that move its way into this finals lobby.
And with Bangalore being, I believe, the most picked legend out of any legend so far in this tournament, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the pick goes up even more once that rotation happens. But yeah, as you say, at the moment, it is the extended heavy mag and the 2x in there. Now, the zone has actually shifted away from survey camp. As you can see, FaZe eventually took that build. Eventually, they're going to probably have to make their way over either to Skyhook, or if it does pull down again,
His position here is Genome. You called up this building being free. FaZe also doesn't have, obviously, no Seer, no Bloodhound. They don't have a scan character to get information to see if there's any team in there. Now noting that there is space, they are able to take control over that building, which also has inside the building right now.
I can't see the...
I'm thinking just right here, Nate, like literally in the middle of the open. We're playing defensively, yeah, to prevent that smoke. If it's in there, will also prevent that smoke.
Why can't I put it here?
Listen, this might be Black Hand, so they may be, like, they could easily be walking up on these smokes, like, crouching up. Yep.
I can't put it.
I'm here, Digi. I'm here, Digi, just holding close. Alright, we can also play, like, the entrance to this tunnel right here. Like, you see this box I glitch? Yeah. Oh, Wow, zone shift. We might want to dump out.
Wait,
this
yeah,
truck.
yeah, I need a pop.
It stops all of that. It's so much stronger.
I mean, it works when you're in the late game and Reps is out here with the Fusey and trying to cycle you out. But I love what you noted the Watson. That's how they were able to get the scan on that beacon originally, since they were able to rotate around there and be able to secure that building while also using the crypto drone. So if they do have a survey beacon, get information on where the other teams are in the area.
There's only a couple of teams playing Watson at this tournament, but it's actually the highest win rate or the highest average placement pick out of any legend
That zone
so
kind of
far, because
sucks.
the couple of teams that have been playing it,
So many people are about to die. That zone is rough. There's like,
and I mean, we talk about them. They're
not a lot of cover at all.
Look at this Blackhand with a tunnel position.
No
which
buildings
would be
to
really
share.
great until late game, and Ascend sitting there in the caravan.
I've seen the circle a few times, Genome, and I like that you made the mention about the Watson too, because that was also a swap where we saw from NRG in yesterday's lobby where they were able to secure Nathan being on that Watson and then being able to play for more late game.
Big change.
But they did not just get late game and get the placement points, they also got the KP to add on top of it. TSM, we talked about the Fuse pick. We saw where they're located right now on that slight lip of a high ground, exiting out of Epi. They're not in that next circle, but just waiting to play by the edge, where they may actually meet up with Moist, who actually gave up.
Okay.
Yep. I'm gonna take a lot of damage from crossing.
You know, we can't go that way.
There's a guy right here. There's a guy right here too.
We're gonna have to walk up and push these guys back. Right in front of us. I'm walking up.
Yep,
Make sure
same.
we don't get mirrored, Wade, though. What do you need to watch our back?
I'll watch our back.
I'm walking with Hal. He's up on close left on the pink.
Okay. Yeah, I see him. Did you cue that?
Drop the fight. He dropped the fight.
Okay. Walk up, Evan.
Yep,
They're over here. The other team is over here.
Team is evacs.
The team is going.
They're banging up us. We need to go right side, I think.
Yeah. These guys are to our right. Come right. Come right. Get the good. Follow me. They're gonna run right here. Follow me, please. Keep following me.
They're in it. Give you all.
Keep following me. Keep following me.
Oh.
I can't follow you.
The lag.
They're flying over here.
I know. I'm sitting on them with rotating.
Okay, just play from the corner.
Asia goes down right afterwards, and Moist Esports and Defeat do get eliminated. They were fighting Oxygen before, and IBG is going to be meeting them right back in the lobby. But this is the fight that we were mentioning as
TSM still up.
Prior, they were in some trouble. MDY White also cannot get to safety. Dreamfire are able to circle keep the teams that are funneling out from all the chaos that was happening by that southern bolt side.
Oh my god, so much KP going the way of Dreamfire. The fans loving it. Second plays up to 20 points already. And that's not it. I don't know if they're done just yet, because Optic Gaming are now on the other side of
I know this is random, but I'm about to call a job about my application. What do I do?
They actually end up biting them right back, because Optic now having to rotate away as we see the teams.
I don't think you really gotta like do much. I think calling in to check in on an application like
TSM finding on the rooftop of survey
is a good thing. You know, shows that you want it. Like, hey, this is so and so. I recently applied for X job.
Running away as a solo.
Just wondering.
TSM all the way on the side here, but it looks like Optic, I think, might have actually fallen to Dreamfire, at least a couple of the members. So Dreamfire, yeah, you can
Wondering
see
how is this going, you know?
Amazing.
Yo, what the fuck is my job? No, I'm just kidding. I think like just calling, just like asking about any updates, like is a good look. So yeah, there you go. Just wanted to check on the status of my application. Very nice, Crispy. There you go. You want to check on the status of your application.
You know, letting blood essentially with Oxygen right ahead of them.
Kick the door off the kick the hinges off the door.
Circle is closing in right behind them. They couldn't find the rat that was Optic Gaming. As they move forward, they note that Oxygen is also not a full squad. I believe it's just a duel left for this team if they weren't able to reset an NRG. Hugging the mouth of this tunnel. Setting up catwall for catwall on the other side. This may be shared with TSM looking to engage, exiting out of survey. Hal gets taken out by Nathan, who has been going crazy in these lobbies so far, leading the overall kill leader in the overall days that we've had leading up to this final day.
They haven't gone down. We gotta go through. We gotta go through.
I'm putting a gun down.
Oh my gosh. Good hold.
in the tunnel. Good shit. Slow down.
Holy
Slow down.
fuck, these guys
We're
just got
full
shit
fine.
on.
Great job, guys.
I'm healing. Play it. They have fences here.
Okay,
okay.
I have a couch queue.
Wait, I'm actually the fucking greatest in this fucking game.
Great fucking job, guys. We played it perfectly. Great wall, good job asking.
Yeah, good fucking job.
Please just always ask, bro. Of course.
We could play the tower late with Horizon.
I need to come back to loop. Come back to loop. We're gonna go to the tower late for Horizon Q. Nate, you read my mind, baby. We're good.
Aw.
Bro, where is like?
Good comms.
Yo, these guys got any energy ammo for you, boy? Nate, energy over here?
No, I don't need to loot these guys bad. I have literally no mags on my
Chat yesterday.
We need to go early though. We need to go earlier before anybody else. Okay.
I messed up my big toe so bad.
I'm at 80%. I'm at 80% and I have gold helmet.
Still all bloody.
I'm gonna check this guy's box for it. Did you?
My toenail just got like completely ripped.
Alright, here's
like a third from the top just got absolutely ripped off.
Can we start scouting the spot? Yeah. Okay.
It's still all like bloody.
Yeah, we need to run at them. We need to run at them. We need to run at them. Wall on the right. Jump wall. Yeah, I just got it.
Oh, you probably don't want to hear that. Show us. I mean, ew. I hope you're okay. It is nasty though. It is all bloody. That's just so tough, man.
They were all three alive.
Work out.
That was getting ahead of themselves real quick. Open up the Red Sea as the double catwalk comes in. Enter Force 36, playing for their lives. The only
You're eating? Sorry. Sorry. I just was looking at it.
And Dreamfire are still fighting for their lives on this sniper tower. The 1-2 Scooby-Doo and the Bangalore Gold Steel. You can call her.
This tower is hot real estate right now. Oh my
Now she's
gosh.
gonna be able to reset on the high ground through MC.
I know it is the worst pain. Like I can't roll off my toe fully walking.
36, aimbot goes down, and they meet themselves in 6th place in this lobby. KCP still fighting for their lives. Can they get the reset? If they can get this res, Nasky, you can hear the comms, you can see him in the camera. He was feeling himself before. A little mini pop-off when we saw them win the 50-50 earlier on in this game like we saw in the last game. Now, meanwhile, look at all this chaos playing out underneath their feet.
He doesn't even look stressed, honestly. At this point, Nasky is actually looking fresh. He's looking happy with their position. And as you said, you know, they've walked into each game with a straight
You always hit your toes. I'm always bumping into shit.
Again, are you kidding me? Doesn't matter what you throw.
This morning I whacked the door with my funny bone.
Literally zombies right here. They just do not stop. Does a little shimmy shade in the air before death.
No, AC still isn't fixed. The HVAC guys canceled on us again.
They are right on the edge of the circle. They will have to drop down immediately. You can
They
see
double
waste
booked us
no
yesterday.
time doing that and try and use some smoke to cover, but Ascend have them.
The zone is so bad. Oh my god. Everyone looking like mountain goats trying to climb these rocks.
Post kill was incredibly low, doesn't want to overextend when they're low too, but gets the crack. Here comes the follow-up from him, and having to look to their backs. E6 get eliminated, but at what cost? Sets up the Watson power fences, and Dreamfire, after resetting, not once, not twice, not even 3 times, are going to be able to move in to try to take this game against Ascend.
Yeah, that would start a fight to Ascend, actually, off the back of that.
They're
There's
so
gonna be a duo,
weak.
and I don't think there's any way that they can come out on top. Your Chinese team, Dreamfire, moving up into 1st place already. Can they get the win to cap it off?
He's got the Prowler, he's got the high ground, and Dreamfire are your game 2 winners. The crowd goes crazy.
Aw,
the shines
very
of
nice.
red lighting up the crowd.
There he is on the desk, the IGL. One
Did I have
of the
them?
hardest players to kill
I did.
in this entire lobby. Has a KD of 1.91 working into this. You need to throw 2 pro players, 2 of the best players in the world at this man every game to even take him down.
Damn, some of y'all made bank again.
Look at the pop-off.
Look at the pants.
He's rocking some style. I mean,
They're waiting for the checkered flag already, Vicky.
they got the memo.
I think I'll keep everyone
looking snazzy.
The teams I have in.
But can we talk about what an intense game that was for them? By the way, they must have profited off of like over 15 KP. They were fighting team after team that was fighting.
All right, game 3 prediction is up.
We saw Energy make their way over there. We saw Oxygen playing for their lives on the low ground. 50 KP, 4.5k damage.
15 kills.
Are you kidding me?
Damn.
7 for their Horizon player, Peter there. 5 for Roy, the man who has been trying to hold them up at land for the longest time. And there he is, the one who's finally getting a bit more of the
Gaming in
limelight
jeans,
here
I
at the
couldn't.
championship, Vicky, it's 3MZ.
Gino, let's also not forget that they started off the day with 8 points. They advanced match starting points, and now they've secured double-digit KP. They got first place. They were able to hold this final position in this final circle as we take a look.
Okay, so this is where they knew they were going to have to get off. All right, so they start shuffling the teams around them. The Bangalore ult goes down first just to make sure this team cannot hold the high ground in front of them. As you can see, it's already worked in securing this position on the low ground.
And even without the Digi here for Rory, able to take the gravity lift, already taking care of so many teams, feeling that momentum.
I'm glad we're seeing different teams win every game.
After we saw Ascend take care of E6 at the very end, Startify had taken that fight also earlier on. After KCP get eliminated, they couldn't get the full reset, so Dreamfire were able to sandwich around Ascend in this final circle from one angle to another, and it's the split position that they were able to hug shoulder to shoulder that also allowed them to not overextend too. Gets to the high ground, prioritize their positioning to have that slight advantage. And
Oh yeah, it has only been 2 games.
Prowler in his
I feel like it's been more.
The damage could be laid down.
Yeah, it was really once their bang.
A lot of action, 2
the
games.
rest of the lobby was kind of forced into a corner, and from there, you know, Ascend were forced to start a fight in front of them. They were all, you know, just pushed all the way to the opposite side of the circle. It made it so easy for Dreamfire at that point to come out with not only the 12 points for winning the game, but the 15 kills on top of it.
I think there's a minimum.
I mean, they already had a good amount.
A minimum
to start with,
game
Vicky. This means
amount.
Dreamfire are already on game 2, edging close to
Right?
match points.
The minimum 6?
2 games alone? Are you kidding me? In a
Or
lobby like
minimum.
this, Gino? That's
I can't remember.
crazy. This probably sets them up for like, what, 43 points in total if we combine what they got for KP, 15 kills as you see on your screens, the dub on top of that. Again, the match points that they already started with being 8 points going into this day. This is the best position you could be if you are Dreamfire and you're as consistent as they are when it comes to taking games.
So unreal. I mean, Dreamfire.
Let me see who y'all voted for.
Right, we've seen them take out big titles in Apex.
Most of y'all still
South,
voting for
but
TSM.
When it comes to the LAN, you know, they have had to play with those subs in previous ones. We saw a lot of the players coming over, Bolin, you know, Jackie, QQ, you know, really helping them out in times of need.
I'm gonna say
but now that they've
Dojo.
finally got everyone together, and they've also got
Streamers
that
can't
synergy
cast a
coming
prediction
back
on their own
in,
channel.
Not only because they've been playing together for
Never
such a long time, but
mind.
finally at LAN as well. You know, they've shown up. They've shown up like they've never
I'm
shown
not
up
allowed to
before.
vote
And
on my
I
own
honestly
channel.
think the fans and the people from our region who've been watching them for the longest time have believed in them. So it's so fantastic to see that they're now believing in themselves.
It's lovely. It's lovely talking about how that also allows them to get into this more confident mindset. We talk about these individual players and what they provide to these teams and to the community in general. Well, guys, exiting out of game 2 and talking about something that we've been talking about for months
I wanna see
now.
Dojo pop off here.
I'm so happy to announce our Positive Player Award. We have the results. Let's throw it to it.
Oh?
Who's excited? Ready and excited. Oh, it's showtime. Let's cause a kerfuffle, shall we? No one gets left behind.
Match point is 50 points.
Nice, good stuff, boys.
Red, 3. One dead. Nice.
Good job on that team.
GG's, that was a banger game.
Not bad shooting, kiddo.
Let's go. We're a team. We look out for each other. Guess we don't make such
Like
a bad
Verhols.
team after all.
Well, on behalf of everyone in the Apex Legends community, thank you for everything you do to make it a positive place to play. You are the winner of EA's Positive Player Award. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Aww.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel honored to have been given this award. I really appreciate that you guys see me as a positive player.
What do you want to
He's
say
a really nice
to
guy.
players everywhere about staying positive?
Respect your teammates. Don't trash talk if you don't have to. Try and stay positive. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say it.
Thank you again, and we'll see you in ALGS Year 4.
Thank you guys.
Oh my god!
Nice, good stuff. Let's get it, baby.
Congratulations to Biggie Verholst getting the Positive Player Award, a staple in the competitive Apex Legends community. He deserves this. He is one of the most wholesome people I have been able to meet in this community, and he brings that out in his own gameplay, in his own team play. And I feel like he's such a big influence when it comes to seeing the young crowd that wants to get involved in Apex, what they should do, and who they should look up to when it comes to being a positive player themselves in-game.
And if you've seen some of the content that TSM has actually put out around Verholst, I think you'll understand why as well, Vicky, because he's the kind of guy who's striving to always be, a better person, not just a better player. And I'm so happy, that he grabbed that, because he really does exemplify that in the Apex Legends esports community. All right, now we've got to wrap over to the map rotation, and guess what? We're heading over to Storm Point. Well, we will be rotating through the maps every 2 games here in our match point finals, Vicky.
Yeah, that's the difference here for Finals Day. Here in match point format isn't the only thing you have to keep in mind. It's the fact that we will be rotating through each World's Edge and Storm Point maps every 2 games. World's Edge, we saw Optic take up game number 1. We saw Dreamfire
the tier 2 and tier 3 subs have Presley emotes.
Game 3, we get to see these teams that have more of that consistency, their team composition that works better into their gameplay as we move over to Storm Point.
So what's going to change over here at Storm Point? Well, the legend picks, for one, will be changing a little bit. I mean, you tend to see more Bangalore over on Storm Point. We saw a couple of Fuse picks. I think there were 2 or 3 in the last lobby over in World's Edge. That doesn't necessarily make its way over. It'll be interesting to see TSM. Do they opt to go for that? No, they're going Bangcat Horizon. I think Element 6 was the other team who was picking up the Fuse, and they seem to also have opted away from that.
Aw, they got off Fuse?
Also looks the same for NRG. I saw Nathan being on that Bangalore in our beautiful screens here in the arena. All right, guys, let's not waste any more time. Match number 3, our first match onto Storm Point for our finals day. Let's get started.
Not like hardcore rooting for anybody. I hope everyone has amazing games and plays the best they can. I think it'd be awesome to see Dojo win or a non-NA team. Who has won the first 2 games? Optic and Dreamfire.
Different POIs, different 50-50s.
Optic won game 1, Dreamfire game 2. Dreamfire currently has 43 points.
And Dreamfire by the mill. That is to say, if things don't swap up like we saw off the rip in game number 1 on World's Edge between Alliance and Dojo.
Okay, we've even got Blackhand have changed up from what we thought they might be going for, not going for the contest immediately, but as you say, we're definitely having one over at the mill. Storm Point, World's Edge, doesn't matter. These 2 teams are going to be going up against each other all day long.
Well, I like the swap up from Blackhand too. We also had noted, in behind the scenes, they were trying to fight for a POI originally, but here's a 50-50 off the rip to get those bins with the better armor.
Exactly. You see Dreamfire landing on the better side. They pick up the purples. That's a big advantage. Not only that, we do see the knocks.
Are they going to be able to get a full reset here? Instead of just trying to get into position. coming in from the skies on the gravity lift, but also has a knockdown right in front of him to play off of from a slight lip.
But Optic are here! They didn't land it down base. Optic, the rogue element, have come in to immediately third party this, and I'm not sure either team expected it.
I'm sure their invite to the party was lost in the mail
Oh my
somehow,
gosh.
but don't worry, they will not miss it for the world. Skidokay getting involved here too. He's got the Devo in his hand, and you could already see Zane running away. Understanding, all right,
nuts.
this is not what we were expecting.
Asudo, thanks for the
We're just
raid.
gonna
I
have to go for a
appreciate that.
reset.
Thank
Cut
you.
our losses,
Thank you
but the
for
same
the
thing can be
fantastic
said about
stream.
Dreamfire. I believe we saw Rory up in the distance here that maybe was able to get away.
No, TSM's not out.
Because that's something to note going into game number 2, going into the second game on Storm Point, for Optic Gaming to take advantage of. It's all about the mind games before you dive into the lobby.
Well, Pioneers lost 1. It looks like Dreamfire
How
lost 2, so they actually
got
come
knocked.
out worse off, even though right to start with they were doing better in the contest. Dojo and
Dojo is
TSM already run into
TSM.
each other at wall.
Dojo had gotten the advantage off the rip already. They had taken one out from TSM. Now they take Verholst next. There's only one left from TSM. But Dojo taking this fight over by wall and eliminating TSM as the first team to go in the lobby for
Well, now they're gone.
Gets found out too.
The rest of the lobby breathed a sigh of relief there, Vicky. Dreamfire were on 43 points. It wasn't a big stretch that they would get to match point after our first game on Storm Point here. So maybe that was one of the reasons why Optic decided to drop on them.
That is probably exactly the reason, because
You need
think
50
about
for
it, if
match
Dreamfire
point.
does come out on top from that 50-50, that's even more points going in their favor if they eliminate KCP from this lobby. So good game plan here by Optic Gaming. KCP is still alive for right now, and this may be where the circle is going to be pulling us towards Launchpad.
100%. I am reading this as a Launchpad circle. As you can see here, circle's touching, very much expecting it to keep pulling towards Launchpad, and at that point, FaZe, who land there, they agree with this, right? They do have the ring console. They got that information loaded up very quickly, and then they took up the position on the catwalk. That is exactly where you want to be. It's a very hard, place to siege. The only problem is you need to eventually,
Yeah, you pretty much see the same comps. You'll see a few strays,
up there, you do want to do some damage, and it's not the
but
safest
you don't
spot
see any like
necessarily.
huge
You can take,
out-of-pocket
there's quite a
picks.
few angles that people will get on you. So you want to stay up there for quite a while, but it'll be interesting to see if anyone, maybe
Pretty much
pops
Bang
in
Cat
that tower
Horizon
and
is
lands
the
on
meta.
and tries to take out FaZe that way.
I've seen a few fuses,
like most of the teams that we've seen thus far in this
Watsons,
lobby, they are running the Horizon Catalyst
but
and
they
Bangalore,
do.
so
Some
it'll
teams
be
do
able to
switch it
obviously
up,
force a door
map
up
to
above
map.
on the high ground here, and also overlook some of the action happening here. Or it could be a team that could land on them, but it could be incredibly risky with how many squads have already infiltrated Launchpad, such as Start a Fight Esports, playing off this low ground and playing to the strength of their own team comp. One of the teams running the Watson.
Bang, bang. Sorry.
Okay,
Not really pronouncing the G.
Now a lot of congestion happening around Launchpad.
Yeah, we see more Watsons on World's Edge than Storm Point.
Down Beast, by the way, after messing up everyone over at the mill. So they're probably going to be late to the party, but as you can see,
excuse
NRG
me.
is trying to work out what the best spot for them to play at Launchpad is.
Oh, it looks like the Reds had come out from KCP, and IBG says, all right, 3 points coming in from the sky. We'll absolutely take those, and now they're going to be able to rotate away after finding Serdell. Unfortunately, now KCP,
I'm assuming she got some
at least
buffs.
still alive, trying to run
No.
as a solo once again through
Bang hasn't gotten buffed. They actually increased
activated. Looks right through the smoke.
the ultimate.
Literally had gotten respawned and then try to rotate.
How long it takes for her to get her ultimate.
IBG in this case, considering
Right? Didn't they increase it by like 30?
Side of the armory, we're close
Or
to
did they
that gold
decrease it? I
respawn.
can't.
It's close to
They
that
increased it.
gold
They
side
increased the
17.
cooldown.
Obviously, Zane, no chance to go back and get those.
I miss
banners,
the like the good old
so no support
Blood,
characters. You're seeing very few of
Gibby,
those.
Wraith.
MDY White, I believe, are the only team in the lobby right now that if they didn't collect the banners would be able to go and craft. And the only support character we are seeing in this final lobbies is the Gibraltar for LD.
Or Gibby, Watson, Wraith. That was like the other comp.
Match point, because that's something other teams can note. If teams like MDY White end up coming out top. But look at this position that we're seeing right here. All right, Black Hand.
Yep, Black Hand, they're running it out, hoping that someone's going to rotate through and think about Jurassic Park as one of the entryways, but I can tell you at the moment, they're going to be waiting a while. There's not really anyone near them. Force 36, Optic, Dojo, and IBG all just actually getting into the circle right now, so they're probably more likely to fight with each other before they are to get through Black Hand.
Yeah, Gibby used to be a must. Uh-huh.
So that way they could get into safety.
I wouldn't say Wraith is slept on.
Ooh, there's gonna be some information that Optic could profit
Just
off
like
of, at least.
the game itself changes.
Are gonna be able to scan that survey beacon to see where the teams are located in the map overall. They'll also have information that all the teams have already congested up all the way by Launchpad. So depending on
Cat
how they
is
want to
just
take
so
that route,
good
they could go through the north side
for holding
maybe try to rotate
buildings,
around and approach from the north side of the high
rotations.
ground into Launchpad if they want to wrap around, maybe take a little bit of circle damage, or let Optic Gaming know that we are here, we have the high ground, so
No,
all the way around, as you can see right here in the map.
I'm assuming
Alliance just coming in.
the headphones they have are like the noise canceling, and underneath their headphones, they have earbuds.
Around the edge of the circle.
So they should like pretty much not be able to hear the arena itself.
Oh, Ascend gets taken out by Pulverex's hands. Taking this fight on that slight low ground in that no-name spot. When it comes to the circle where it pulls over to the west side, there's usually a survey beacon up to their north where they can scan to see
Still
how many
no
teams
audio.
are in this area right now. But Pulverex aren't, they could do it with the crypto, but aren't around all those teams, so they could take that fight safely for right now. They could reset, maybe try to see how they want to approach here, seeing all the fighting that's already been going down in
Phase, Energy, Alliance, Oxygen, Optic, and Dojo are still alive.
Take their time, loot over by Down Beast, then go all the way down south from Checkpoint, as well as enter Force 36 and Black Hand.
Alliance. No points as of yet, obviously coming through from the elimination bracket. They don't start with any. And after losing 2 contests to the Dojo, they haven't gained any either. So really on Storm Point here, where they do get their Lightning Rod all to themselves. They know how to play this spot very well, just as they do Thermal, not that they've had a chance to do it yet. So really, I think Storm Point is where Alliance have to succeed today.
We also saw on the feed, LG Chivas unfortunately go out at the hands of Moist, that have been able to take that northern building by Launchpad closer to the edge of the circle where Alliance may want to rotate unless they decide to wrap around the rock closer to the Prowler's Den. As they are going to be able to approach here, though, it's going to slow down significantly with our teams that have already found that real estate in the safety inside of that circle.
Yeah, okay, so Dojo all the way up at Command Center right now. Hopefully they've got an evac in the pocket somewhere. You can see Timmy has the respawn beacon in his pack, but this is a fantastic spot to use that evacuation.
This is like the highest point that you can evac.
Extra height, and you can rotate extremely far from this spot.
It's a good point, especially when you call in that evac tower. See if they can do that here.
There you go.
Yeah.
Enemy's got it.
You can Valkyl from here too.
They're gonna be able to cross a lot of distance with this move. As they should. I mean, there are healing outside that circle for right now, as it is closing in right behind them, and Black Hand.
Yeah, so Black Hand's given up the riding spot over at Jurassic.
Who do you think will be the next rework legend?
Edge, though, you can see they're not really heading towards the circle to try and find a spot at all. They know pretty much everything's going to be taken at this point. They need another game plan.
I don't know.
A fight. Well, that's what they're going for. Evacuation tower has just been dropped for the Dojo, and here we go.
Nice to see Lifeline still get tweaked.
They're actually going to go directly over the top of Black Hand, so Black Hand definitely have this information.
Oh, I didn't finish my coffee.
I'm just a little worried here. Taking this evac tower, letting other teams below you know where you
They just need to give Lifeline's shield back, but make it destructible.
For Dojo. Let's tune into a listen in with Alliance to see what they're going to do after seeing Dojo fly right through the rock side presented by WD Black.
I have hammer. Someone landed. On me. Yeah, on me, looping. Okay. I'm shooting. Come back. I'm trying to, bro. I'm getting goggles. Come back to us. I'm getting goggles from left. I'm trying to, bro. I'm jumping over the wall. One guy here. Play outside, pincer. Play you inside, pincer. Try and ping. I got sent, I'm butting. Play slow and pinch him. Play slow and pinch him.
Yeah. I'm gonna pinch him right now.
Play towards Yuki. Play towards
me.
Yuki.
Yeah. Put our backs against the wall, guys. Come.
Yes. Put our backs towards the wall and pinch them. I can't see anything.
The difference between the controller posture and mouse and key.
I don't see them.
They'll be behind us for now. They'll be behind us. Go into this wall goes down.
Don't see flying, I think.
Yeah,
don't see flying. Back up. Don't let them behind us.
Get
Let them behind us.
Yeah. Get them.
They're flying down.
Nice.
Yeah, they're fine. Just watch that.
Okay. Stay backs against the wall, boys.
Yes, we're a little bit pinched, so we gotta like pinch this team in front of us too.
They're flow away. Nobody behind us.
Okay, they're low ground on the other side.
I'm just doing this side, okay?
On the bins. Move it on. Look at the fight.
They're backing up on 50 on 80 on one.
80 in red.
4 down another.
Nice.
I'm coming. I'm fire. Wait for me.
Crack one.
Nice. I'm taking far right angle again.
Almost got two.
Take the far right angle again.
Bliss off.
They're so split.
They're getting pinched. They get shot back. They're dying.
Yeah, they're dying.
Ping, where are they?
Over here.
In smokes.
On my ping.
They're in smokes.
We have zone here, boys, don't worry. I'm watching behind us last.
Lovely comms here from Alliance. I also love the split attention here as they hold different positions. Meanwhile, in the feed, Moist have just been non-stop at contesting each and every one of the teams to try to fight for this building. It looks like Black Hand, unfortunately, were the victims. On the other side,
no, coffee really doesn't do that much to keep me awake.
I love hearing those calls from Alliance after we saw two teams take two different evac towers flying
I love the taste of coffee.
Yes, the Black Hand plan eventually.
It doesn't do much for actual
as we saw there,
awakeness.
One of the really good spots in Launchpad until you can tell.
I have to drink like
fourth or fifth circle is going. That will always change up the game plan. But yeah, the building, the catwalk that Phaser on NRG, we saw
over at least 200
another fantastic spot.
milligrams of caffeine to actually feel
we go further afield and we've
a
got
buzz.
IBG and Pulverex. So Pulverex directly on top of IBG right now. These guys are actually going to have fairly good access to the circle because it's gone quite central.
Need a C4.
To the left of the fingers.
We'll never consume any C4 product ever again.
Set up over here where Moist are at Launchpad, but also where Pulverex and IBG were. They're probably going to meet in the middle.
Optic Gaming made a great call out on where this circle was going to be pulling by the high ground rocks. Exiting out of those three fingers.
I mean, C4 is terrible. Like that C4, like their stuff is so bad. The shit they have in there, and they're like, especially their pre-workout. Their pre-workout made me terribly sick. I would get ocular migraines and I would throw up every single time. On the dot. An hour and a half after I took C4 pre-workout, I'd throw up.
I was gonna say, it'd be a shame of an arc star just
every single time.
Gaming shish kebab, IBG getting involved in this fight. Again, this is Enter Force 36 that rotated onto IBG, and Ziki, usually always the player to get that first knock. Insane. When it comes to that fight potential that we see from this team, but Asia goes down, the Digi threat in his hand,
it would just make me so sick.
Profit, but the third party has been called in for Realize.
Oh man, Realize come in and IBG, they would have been
such a tough spot
really
to start fighting.
After winning 2 fights in a row, but sometimes in Apex that's just not enough. So
I'm waiting for my Legion. I bought Legion's stem-free pre-workout to see how
still alive with design on the other side of the catwall.
How that'll do it for me.
Aki's got the Prowler in his hand, sends out another smoke, sees the gravity lift. Yuki gets design knocked, only up to Timmy to get away.
Timmy,
if he can. Dojo
survive.
Maybe needs to be sent back to the dojo as they get eliminated. 11 squads left now in this lobby.
Yeah, look, you can see Alliance. They're really holding onto that tunnel. That's important for them. But wow, NRG have a team right on top of their heads right now. That's Element 6 sliding.
It's another like just tough circle with not a lot of places to be.
Oh, the wild balance just to top it off. Nathan, though, with the Nemesis in his hand, he's still alive. He can't get the reset. They find him out. Optic Gaming, they were lying in wait for too long, get a little anxious, see the opportunity, and try to capitalize.
Yeah, I think they're going to do that as well with the one member of Oxygen that's trying to get away from them.
Yeah, I was trying to find a good stim-free because I try not to consume caffeine before I eat breakfast, and
Optic are
I
in
work
that
out
next
before I
circle
eat
where
breakfast.
No other team is so far.
I don't like to have
It's a very
caffeine in
open
my
circle
body on an
aside
empty
from the rocks.
stomach.
You have to be careful there because you can get pinched from so many different angles, especially since Realize is still on the northwest side. FaZe looking to clean up some heads themselves after all the action that was happening over by Launchpad, now taking care of Alliance.
Alliance, so they did manage to make their way through the tunnel, but then they run into FaZe. FaZe calmly making their way from the catwalk through to the fingers and using just the inside.
I work out and
defense
eat breakfast
there as a
before
little bit
coffee.
of cover. They run and they win a clean fight there against Alliance. Now we've got 3 teams left alive. This is going to be a fun end circle. Optic Gaming, they're the ones actually within it right now. It will pull towards the south. This actually could be quite an early finish to the game, relatively, considering you know, we haven't even finished Zone 5 yet.
Just for right now, I do expect Realize to take their time to rotate in since they're also on the other side in their approach into that next circle, as well as FaZe. Matching that with one another, you see the 30-30 shots also ringing as FaZe just waiting to see where Optic Gaming is on the other side of the rock. They've already called them out. Also, Phony has the Prowler himself, so FaZe are rocking such great loot aside from the triple red Evos at this late part of the game. Aside from Optic, who taking their time, and they still have the 2 purples.
Optic are currently on 49 points, by the way. One more will move them as the first team on to
I'll run that
point.
ad as soon as this is over.
Does secure them. Next game,
Top 3.
Optic will be the only team with a chance to win.
Already? After game 3, Optic Gaming looking to take the dub. We got the ulti with the disruptor rounds, dropped on the other side with the Digi Threat 2. They took down one member of Realize. Looks like they were also able to get the finisher onto Oobly. The catwall has gone down, so each 3 team have already used the catwall with the circle closing in. It's now the fight for second place for Realize against FaZe.
Oh, is a black hole enough to bring this back as a duo? Maybe. It's a very good ultimate. They get sucked in straight into it. But Optic
might win again.
50 points isn't enough for them. They will
They won
secure
again.
the
Oh my
dub.
goodness.
The bracelets in the crowd light up green, and with 12 kills, it's a 24-point game for Optic.
Man, that end circle, Optic
That's
Gaming
cool.
versus
They have the
FaZe
they have
again.
bracelets that light up.
We have seen a similar case scenario.
That's
in
neat.
Game number 1, Optic with 2 dubs already after game number 3. I mean, it's not a speed run. Did they get the memo? It's not a speed run thus far, right?
I'm feeling a little bit Swedish right now, Vicky. You know why? Because this feels like the Optic that we saw turn up in Sweden. A lot of people said that they were the best team at that tournament. They didn't quite walk away with the victory, but damn if they weren't impressive. And this is that kind of locked in, dominating, just absolutely destroying the rest of the lobby Optic that we saw all that time ago.
Seeing signs of life from this team with such talented individuals. When I think about an insane fragger, a player that has always come to mind has always been Skittlecakes out here. They're gonna be able to walk away, take a little bit of a break for right now. They took game number 1 once again with 13 KP. After that, game 3, I believe that was like a 12 KP. So even holding that final circle position, being as patient as they were, they still were able to get a lot of kills at the same time, involving themselves at the perfect time in the very beginning of the game and around the end of the game, which is incredibly important. We saw what they did.
They're so serious. They're locked in. They are locked in. L Destructed. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Khaled, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you.
They take on another team.
Oh no, my camera.
Could have made their way.
Oh, I just hit my big toe.
And give themselves the best chance in the next game. That is a phenomenal play there by Optic.
Also avoiding a lot of the chaos that came from the north side of
I gotta
that
turn this
circle
fan
was
on.
pulling. Beautiful calls from Optic Gaming. They're already sitting here at match point. Can it be done in 4 games? We're gonna have to see if that consistency stays alive. Again, they've won 2 games. All right, after all that action, I'm done. I'm dusted already, Gino. We gotta take a little bit of a break. All right, Des, break it down. Tell us how you thought about the action.
Well, if you can't see the vision of how this tournament's going down, you might need to change your optics. Optic Gaming on match point after 3. and it has really shifted things. The pace has increased as we expected on a match point final, and so get ready. It could end at any moment. Rain Day, of course, Glitter, Dia, Tiff, and now Graceful joining us on the desk to go over everything that's happened so far after 3. Let's take a look at the final circle. Graceful, I want you to talk to me, especially with the chance to hear your pro perspective. How is this working so well for Optic?
Clean the desk a little bit.
How do they manage this final circle win?
So the final circle here is actually pulling towards Optic. That means that they don't have to move. They're just holding everybody out. And the biggest thing is that Realize is making the play on Face because they know that if they just leave it up to the zone, it's going to be RNG. It's literally whoever Optic shoots, the other team lives and gets second guaranteed. So instead of going for that, they decide to int Face or send it, essentially. And Optic just holding angle to see they're going left, triple swinging left, they're not there, go right, triple swinging right, they're not there. Oh, I see them in the water, just make sure that they don't push us so we can secure our dub. And Optic has been looking so strong because not only are they good at fighting and macro-wise, but fighting prowess, they're so good at closing games. Like we've seen, they closed 2 games today. And if they can keep up this form, it's not going to be a long series.
And importantly,
I hit I hit my big toe on my computer. Oh, it's gonna bleed again.
It's a mitigation of RNG by making sure that you control what your opponent's best decision is. That's what really stood out to me.
Oh, my toe.
Thank you both so much for that in-depth information in our halftime analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. I want to now get into what
the
story in terms of
like a third, the top third of my toenail got ripped off
we have seen 2 teams that we've talked about
last night.
Teams you picked jump up
So it's like still all like tender and bloody, and putting a band-aid on it was like making it hurt so bad. It was like constant, like just stinging. Low-key thought I broke it yesterday. I low-key thought I broke it. I didn't though, which was, that would have been so bad. Oh my god. But
is because of what Optic did in the very
open wound.
They saw that Dreamfire was getting close to that 50-point threshold and knew that they also were in a really strong
I know.
potentially third-party.
How am I supposed to sell feet pics now? I'm just kidding. I don't sell feet pics.
And that play, the decision to be that aggressive this early on, paid off for Optic not only in the case of putting
I just listen. My toes they just find things to whack. All right, corners, like the edge of my bed, cabinets, doors.
You're on match point, someone else isn't, knowing there's no way the tournament's
I don't know.
It kind of takes a little bit of what could be a very difficult now.
They just find corners to hit, objects to whack.
Obviously, Dreamfire not having good game 3s, they'll have a chance to shift that up and possibly join Optic Gaming on match point next time around. Tiff, what are your eyes telling you here? FaZe also performing well.
I know, need some bubble wrap.
Leaders, solid, but nothing as impressive as yesterday. I've also noticed all the fights the Dojo have been getting into and winning, which is a great sign for our LCQ team with its Timmy being the featured star.
I do really whack my I just like bump into things.
Incredibly difficult right now to fight if you're any other team running into them, especially with being on Storm Point, them landing in North Pad, and TSM at the wall immediately challenging.
I wonder if people will try to grief Optic now.
Teams to be able to accumulate the points that they need to get under the threshold, but let's not forget, we did have someone hit match point within 3 matches last time, and they still didn't hoist the trophy at the end of the day. So yes, Optic has won 2 of the 3 matches thus far, but now that they've hit the threshold, can they close it out?
That's really the question. Sometimes we've seen, and this is in split playoffs, for those who don't know all of their ALGS history, teams like Ascend actually, and even Alliance, find their ways to winning games when match point began at match 2 or match 3, and it didn't end until 11. So these victories can still happen. All of these teams are still in because it just takes one
I forgot the
to change the course and allow another team to now not only have
start a prediction. Start prediction.
But now to join them,
who will win game number 4?
Go ahead and raise the trophy. Optic Gaming, though,
there you go.
3 games played. It is a phenomenal
predictions up
so far from them. Glitter, again,
you can vote.
Really tee up Optic specifically. You talked more Dreamfire, but could this be the resurgence of Optic? I mean, really the team that we expected to do this maybe a few splits ago, and then we had our doubts and we kind of stopped talking about them as much. Is this maybe a moment for one of the biggest?
I want to see Dojo get
I feel like that's the case with
a dub with game 4.
had these very high expectations for them, and whether it is the way the meta's playing out, whether it's just the regions that are in the lobby, sometimes they aren't finding their footing. Right now, Optic feels like they're continuing to find their form that we saw out of them yesterday, carrying it on into today, and now they're in the spot that everybody wants to be in, because even if they fail in this match, it's not putting them on the back foot. They
Optics 1-2, Dreamfire's 1-1.
Dreamfire yet again, keeping them off of that match point, I'd be afraid.
Well, one of the cool things about this is as we've played over these 4 weeks, we've obviously highlighted players who have stood out in our Monster Energy MVPs. Today, you have a chance to get involved and choose who you think represents the ALGS Year 3 MVP here at the championship. All you've got to do is in Twitch chat, use the hashtag, then finish it with the player's name. You'll see pages here.
Okay, I see. Y'all are putting a lot on Dojo. I like it.
There it is right there. Your votes will be tallied alongside the votes of some of the talent, and we will have
Damn, y'all have stopped voting for TSM.
just a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of you have tweeted about it, you've talked about it, you've waited patiently because there is a content piece that tends to get a lot of conversation around it. We take a look at some of the more notable personalities and them clashing against each other. This time, though, we wanted to expand the personalities that we talked to. For whatever reason, it's led to a very interesting result showing this piece today. But what does it mean? Well, at least you'll get a chance to see what goes behind the scenes in some of the most competitive people and 2 of the only IGLs in this 4-LAN journey who have ever lifted a trophy. Let's take a look at Hal and Sweet.
What happened?
Yeah, they cut my budget.
I can tell.
Yeah, we couldn't deal with the Sweet salary.
You got paid?
It's not about the details, Hal. Listen, I think this is your problem too, okay?
Oh.
You should have been funnier when we... Wait, hey.
Yo.
You, come here.
Oh, okay.
You busy?
No, not really.
Okay. I think we can work
Damn.
with this. All right, you guys ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
What are you waiting for? Let's go. Go. Go, go, go. Oh, baby.
I think my biceps are bigger.
Come on, man.
I'm trying.
Oh. Let's go. Go!
The caramels left the bottom.
I'm not sure what that decided for us at all, but I do have a question. You gonna choke again? Because you kind of choked.
Where's your jersey at?
Also, do you want to know who won the race?
Yep, yeah.
Back to the show. When they said they cut my budget, I didn't realize I couldn't pay for Sweet to be in that either. I mean, outside, come on, guys. Obviously, the ALGS, we have so much fun with that one. And taking a look at Hal. And Zero, probably the most realistic part of that is that Zero
I want the
is
caramel.
not here. Dark Zero did not make it, so we will have a new champion. Hal, obviously, still a chance to become a champion in year 3. We'll see how that unfolds, but Glitter, always fun to see our IGLs competing.
I mean, apparently you cut the budget for Zero shoes in the race too. Why
He
was
took those off, by
was
the
he
way.
running
Is that an
barefoot?
Australian thing, just running without shoes? He was committed to that.
They played without shoes, they run without shoes. I don't know, maybe they need to keep the shoes on, I guess.
Okay, well, guess what? That was pretty fun, and I'm excited to announce something that's
the best part.
more fun. That's right, the ALGS, we have had an incredible run to get to this moment. Year 3 is ending today, but that means
Caramel,
that
American
another
sounds
year
so funny.
is coming forward. We will have the ALGS in year 4. We will return
Caramel.
this fall. Stay tuned for all the details. We'll announce those in the couple of weeks upcoming after this tournament and everyone gets settled back. Follow Play Apex Esports for all of those updates. Exciting, guys, that we get to do this again. I cannot wait, but of course, when we go into year 4, we will have a new champion defending their
Caramel.
title. All of that coming up and more as we get back to the games. We're going to go on a quick break here in Birmingham at the Resorts World Arena. But when we come back, can Optic close it out? Or will someone else join them on match point? Stay tuned. Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends.
Have you ever tried casting Apex? Yes, I did. I was on the official ALGS casting talent. Year 1. Caramel. Sounds weird, alright?
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
It's a Herman Miller chair.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Global Series. Feeling like a global series right now with so much international talent on our stage. Match point has been hit. Optic Gaming, the first team to put 50 points on the board. The question is, will they be able to close it out in record time here, or will someone else try and stop them?
Question for me is, where do Optic land? They're a little bit controversial. We see them competing in the mill with the likes of Pioneers and Dreamfire. Did now Pioneers and Dreamfire work together to shut down Optic Gaming?
Grandma says, wash, like wash. Oh yeah, you gotta wash your hands.
This is going to be a big indication of what
She's from the Midwest.
Number 4, just purely off of drop spots here.
What an insane start to the day, though, right? Optic Gaming, so many people expecting them at some point to come good, but then it was the conversation of, are they ever going to come good again? Is it going to be a case of we're waiting for Optic to become the beast that they once were? Well, now we're seeing it, and the scariest thing for me, Dan, from their
Pop or soda
is not just that they've hit match point so quickly, it's a win on both Stormpoint and World's Edge.
Yeah, they've been able
soda
to
slash Coke.
Maps, and at the moment on Stormpoint, they have around a 40% conversion rate from top 5s. So if we do see Optic Gaming get into that final circle,
a bubbler?
A lot of worried faces around these player moves.
I have never heard someone call a water fountain a bubbler, like,
and what could be
in real life.
Here if Optic can find a victory.
Well, I'm sure the likes of Dreamfire, FaZe, Blackhand, Pioneers, the closest challengers to Optic Gaming, who might be able to keep this thing going if
a
they
bubbler.
can take them out, would like to see this game continue for just a little bit longer. Optic Gaming, like we mentioned, the only team who can win it.
Oil's another word. Oil.
Chasing back Dreamfire, 43 points for them. They are the next challengers. They need 7 to join Optic.
Where do Optic go? Is it to Down Beast, their usual home? Or do they still have a little bit of a journey over towards the Mill? Remember, Mill is Dreamfire versus KCP as the expected fight, but Optic decided to get involved. But no Optic Gaming this time. It's straight up Dreamfire versus KCP.
It's Dreamfire versus KCP, but I saw someone picking up a purple armor on the side of KCP, and Dreamfire, who are the team they're chasing Optic, who are closest to them at the moment, already find themselves at a disadvantage.
And this is a massive fight for Pioneers.
Boil,
they want to be one of those ones that they're chasing back to try and catch up and get close to match point. Not only can they elevate themselves, but you shut down one of your main competitors.
But how great is this for Optic as well, right? This is going to be Dreamfire potentially eliminated. And by doing so, Optic don't have to worry about their nearest challenger maybe joining them here.
So Pioneers, they are hunting down the remaining players of Dreamfire. 2 of them have fallen already. And it looks like Dreamfire's chances of getting onto match point are slowly slipping away here in match number 4. And you're quite right on set, because that just gives Optic a
little
nice
tag
little
that's
cushion
poking
here.
me.
Even if they weren't to get it now in match 4, it's still unlikely that anyone would join them on match point with how far they hit.
Can you wish my little brother
Quick look at NRG now.
Kian?
Checkpoint is where
did I pronounce it right?
landing, of course, and it's going to be pretty close to where the
Happy
zone
birthday.
is going. And for Optic Gaming, wow, what a start. Dreamfire eliminated, but the zone is going towards Northpad as well. They have fantastic priority to this zone.
Well, NRG stole a trident from someone
Let
else's
me know if I
POI,
pronounced
so
it correctly.
We'll have that. Thank
I'm
you
bad
very
with
much. It
names.
means they can have a quick old journey towards Northpad, but you are right. I mean, Optic now with one of the priority positions. They had a ring console at Down Beast. They can move.
This British or Australian y'all are talking about? We're talking about Midwest.
There's a race going down.
This is just going to be a
Talking about the Midwest.
where are you going to beat them to the punch here?
America.
I think NRG got over that finish line first, and Optic Gaming now have to reposition.
And a little bit of Formula 1 going down there on the main stage. Optic Gaming just getting kind of pipped to the post there by NRG, who had their foot on the accelerator for a little bit longer, but this spot that Optic have found is still extremely playable for now. But it looks like they want to try and get a little bit deeper into zone. This is looking like a zone which is going to pull right to the back of Northpad around some of those dock areas. So NRG, who got there first, well, Optic, they're trying to weave their way through the traffic.
I'm waiting to see how to pronounce your brother's name so I can wish him a happy birthday.
Be as less visible as possible. Get to that late game. Give yourself the best opportunity. Now, luckily for them, is they can blend in. Their
Where actually is the
very similar to
Midwest?
the majority of the lobby right now. There's nothing that gives them
The middle of
Not
America.
any sort of legend that would be able to indicate that they could be a different squad, that maybe some other teams could try and target them. But they are going to be right at the heart of the action of Northpad, and it's
Pretty
going to
much
get very busy.
like
the more
above
teams that
Texas.
start to arrive. Now we saw that Dreamfire
I guess,
are still
right?
alive.
Like, kind of
They are
above,
the next team
like-
closest to match point. After that, we have FaZe on 35. Now FaZe consistent across the
Yeah,
first
middle
few
of the
maps.
US and slightly
If they can
west,
find the same
yeah.
kind of points, then maybe they could
West,
be the next
this
team
way.
to find match point.
There is your map overhead. That's where the teams are stacked up for now. That's where the zone is going to be going. That's where we will be for our end game. Question I think going through everyone's head right now is this the end of the games today? Will Optic be able to close out? They're in a fantastic position here, Dan. The one worry for me with them is when that zone starts to close and the teams move from the north,
The heart of America.
where they are they going to be able to survive through all of that carnage?
You guys still planning on moving to EU at any point? I mean,
It does take a little bit
it all depends on the way the world
Everyone else
goes.
in the lobby is going to be keeping a keen eye on that kill feed, hoping that Optic Gaming fall.
You know?
Because otherwise you might find yourself in a 3v3, 2 teams remaining, and you are
We'll
the
see.
only
We'll see
team
how.
that can keep this thing alive. But
We'll see how next year goes.
Towards Northpad. A few teams holding the fingers, so TSM is going to be on one of them, NRG on the other, and then Optic holding the middle finger, as it were. And I'm sure the rest of the lobby don't really like to see it. As Dojo, they're going to hold the high ground, and they'll be more than happy.
Dojo will have the height and able to influence a lot of fights from there. But Optic,
Yeah, Quinny.
one probably concern for them at the moment is where does the damage come from? Because they can't really show and peak too much. White armors, blue armors. Is that going to be enough to survive for that?
The world ain't doing too good. No, yeah, the world's not doing too hot. We'll find a little bungalow on an island.
Down Beast.
That'd be the life.
E6.
We did get a chance to speak to Nasky just before the tournament. He was a bit concerned that they were going to be contested at both.
If I had to choose like a type of region to retire,
Contested, but they're in 4th place at the moment. And if you don't think you can win, you better believe you've got to get some
I
points
feel
on the
like
board so
I
you
would be
find
a beach
yourself
bum.
into those
I
top
think that's
three,
where I'd be
those top five
happiest.
positions, because prize money's still insane.
That or like,
if you are in that top half. Of course, $2 million
well,
on the line.
I don't know. Montana and Wyoming might be a little too cold for me. I don't know if I'd enjoy the winters. Beautiful, but I don't know if I could do the winters.
But we saw what they could do yesterday. We know what they can do full stop. There's only 2 players. Moist Esports.
Texas?
10th position overall at the moment.
Hell
15
no.
points to work with so far.
I've lived in Texas 99% of my life. I'm not retiring here.
But trying to control one of these trenches as well as that donut that you can see to your left. And if they can get a little sniff that Pulverex are down to a 2, then they might try and take this fight. Elsewhere we mentioned KCP.
The winters aren't that bad. Oh.
They did get that first knock, KCP, and now they're
I don't know. I was like imagining winters in Montana like being snowed in.
With your life as they can rain down from
But
above.
I'll take non-snowed in.
Just missing a few bullets, but I tell you
Miami,
what, as long as
Florida?
they can get
No.
shield swap available here, then
Ew.
Pioneers should be very comfortable with
Not
this
as a
game.
retirement.
E6 are just going to have to try and scatter away now. Try and
I want
survive
something.
and try and
I want
salvage
somewhere
something, but it's not gonna
peaceful.
happen. Element 6
Somewhere
eliminated. The
peaceful.
Pioneers continue on their journey to try and get closer to
And I am not moving to Florida. Fuck that.
They get the test. They pick up 2 there. They've just managed to wipe E6 as well. So slowly,
Nice beaches.
but surely, starting to accumulate a few points. in our match
about it.
number 4. Elsewhere, you can see in the trenches, these are going to be hotly contested. Such a tough zone to play here for so many teams because
No, I don't.
line of sight to level up Evo shields to make
I want like a
plays because
small
the team's gonna be rotating
island
late, taking
somewhere.
that fight from above you. You've got to kind of, it's a difficult situation. You want to show presence, but you also know that if you show too much and you swing one of those corners for a second,
Want a little
you can
beach
get
shack.
We get a little glance there at the last remaining player of Dreamfire, still alive, but it's Ironblood Gaming and LG Chivas both at the mill. For Dreamfire, it's just a matter of trying to get to that end game and trying to get a couple of points on the board to edge you closer to match point. The likelihood of them getting onto match point is very slim now. Both banners gone, you would need 7 points, so you need 3rd position with no kills. I mean, I've seen crazy things happen, but it would have to be the best round.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the beach would be my happy spot.
Cat will go down just to try and stall the fight for a little bit of time. Are they going to be able to get the time to stick this res though?
But yeah, you know, someplace without hurricanes. Constant hurricanes. That might not be that much fun.
And in the distance, Pioneers are starting to have a little sniff towards this.
I could do a little beach bungalow or like a cottage with some like forest and mountains in the background.
They are not going to get one of the best positions on the
With
map.
a garden.
So instead, let's try and get some KP on the board is what they're thinking. They can hear the gunfire still going down, and now they have eyes on it.
Ironblood Gaming are eliminated. It's LG who come out on top of that fight, but here come Pioneers now. And a well-placed frag grenade here from Dell. Might allow them just to move in and get some more KP. There's one. LG down to just a solo player now. Surely this is just going to be more KP. Naski trying to finish it off with a little bit of flair here. He's got the digi threat that he can use through the smoke if he needed to. But that might change something. Jaguar is trying to hold on for his team. One still
France,
alive
Portugal,
here.
or Spain.
Get back up. Yeah, LG have done really well to keep Pioneers at bay, and now the zone is
I still need to go to Portugal and Spain.
Galenzane just need to be communicating here and taking the right angle. They play this correctly.
Optic's won 2 games so far. Optic is the only team on match point.
134
and that is own.
Pretty good, but not good enough. LG Chivas will be eliminated, but while all this was going on, by the way, Dreamfire, Peter, inside of zone, and keeping the dream alive.
It's just a matter of crafting as much meds that are humanly possible here for Peter and
I want to see Switzerland. Me too. Switzerland's on my bucket list.
About 45, I'd say, and the game does carry on. We go to match number 5. Dreamfire maybe will be feeling comfortable because it will be World's Edge again. They won't have to worry.
NRG's in a really good spot back there.
Well, back to where the
So this is the one that ends on like right here.
It's already starting to become. And this is
probably since Energy and Optic are.
This is an almost inaccessible zone to teams who arrive late. You would say there's maybe 5 or 6 priority positions at the base of those fingers. If you don't have one, the game plan isn't about winning the game. It's about KP and trying to force your way into that final fight.
I mean,
Optic Gaming set up at the moment.
I live in Texas, so I'm used to heat.
Let's see what the comms are like.
I'm used to the heat.
You can shoot between the boxes.
When do I go to Japan again? November. Singapore and Japan trip is in November.
Yeah, zone shift, we're chilling.
They certainly don't sound too flustered at the moment.
Yeah, I want to. My dream is to do a Christmas trip to Switzerland. I want to spend like a winter or a Christmas there.
Over towards FaZe, a couple of shots with the Hemlock. Dreamfire still alive and will be behind this fight. But that's just going to be a rat story, a rat journey, where Dreamfire
it's a 2-week trip.
Closer to MP. For Pioneers, I mean they're 22
because we lose like 2 days flying to Singapore.
It's still achievable for them here, as long as Optic, of course, don't win. But with how everyone's been scoring on average at the moment, it could be a situation
I'm so excited for Japan.
Don't find a victory. We go into the next match.
So excited!
They are yet again the only team to be on match point, and the main reason being,
I hope Hal and AC can come with us.
Dreamfire have had that contest.
It all depends on their schedule, but me, Tempe, Asta, Emmy, Ava might join us in Japan.
A little bit of a trap here, or maybe. Just maybe. Pioneers haven't quite sniffed him out.
Little rat up there.
The dream is still alive.
Claire is already going to Japan in October.
I hate this rotation, and I'm sure they hate it as well, because you're going to be forced now into almost
Streamers can take 2-week vacations.
No,
No, we're making content almost the entire time.
To try and get up and above people, or you have to go in all guns blazing here if you're the Pioneers.
We're gonna all be streaming
NRG. Both of them wanted to play that spot early on.
and vlogging.
Trying to race between the two teams.
Yeah, no, there's
safe as well. And everybody's starting
you
to
don't
just
really take
work their way
vacations as a
towards
streamer.
zone now. Moist Esports
2 weeks
and
off.
NDYY on that eastern
That's a
side of
killer.
zone, you're going to see they're going to have to force their way in, and Alliance are ready to make a play as well. They are
Yeah, it's an IRL Japan trip.
Pioneers, MDYY, SAF, Moist, they're all going to be meeting each other. You can see the Pioneers are down and will be over towards now the trenches, but there are teams waiting for them. This is going to be a tough old road for them now.
Well, the good thing here for Pioneers, not only do they have KP, but they've leveled up those Evo shields as well. So if they do force a fight, they're going to be in a pretty good position to do it. And also full of confidence, having come off the back of winning that contest, winning that fight against LG. But it looks like they've managed to kind of thread the needle momentarily here. Same comment for Moist. They have to jump back into
It's really hard to take days off.
Yeah, Pioneers did so well to avoid the attention of so many teams. Peter's
That's just
still
like the
alive
pressure
as well.
of content creation. You just always got to be creating.
Up into the skies, but does not survive. Dreamfire eliminated. They'll have to wait for match number 5.
I know some streamers that like they don't even go to TwitchCon. There's too many days off in a row.
They have to force their way forward. They're throwing everything at this. They have no option. And now with just one player alive, there was no chance they could force their way through. Moist Esports, who win that fight and will stay alive. But here,
It's crazy like how much like your sub count will drop just taking a few days off.
Oxygen and Alliance also scrapping at the same time as Oxygen have been able to get the opener here. No, they haven't. Okay, Alliance back on their feet. I thought they were 2, but now they are a full 3 as MT has fallen to Zane. So all of these scraps happening in trenches.
And this is all on the
Optic
eastern
is
side of
still
Moist
in.
Esports have fallen. As Oxygen, with the Digi-Threat most importantly, which has been a game-winning piece of equipment to find on the floor. That attachment with those smokes and the amount of Bangalores allows you to do stuff like this. Bane says, give me the Digi. Give me the option to shoot these players and I will make it count.
You can see the piercing spikes that are down and making things so difficult, and even worse for Vayne. He's only got 10 bullets, so he says, you know what, let's full send it. It has to be now. Hemlock from the back pocket, 2 teammates still alive, and we will see Alliance fall. 13 squads left, and Oxygen, it was the perfectly timed push.
Oxygen survived. The zone will not
Dojo's still in. Dojo's up top, actually.
Reset, get those shields charged back up and ready for the next
Dojo's
fight.
on the bridge up top.
The other side of the zone. You have FaZe poking at Ascend. Realize also, very close in the vicinity here. So if a fight breaks out and it isn't quick, you know that third party's coming in.
Very close to match point as well. If they do find themselves in that final circle. Good shots though with the 30-30. Evac tower dropping down 2. It's whether they actually go for this. This could be a risk from FaZe.
Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. Their run will
I hope Optic doesn't win just because I want
up here.
to see more games.
Not quite able to connect.
I mean, Dojo's in the best spot right now. If Dojo doesn't get contested up top,
Longbow in this kind of position, Dan, just to hold teams back. Just
You're getting fucked up down low. Yeah, you have shots on that.
Yeah, right here.
Res. You gotta res. Jump. I'm looking for you.
Need a charm bag and a sense of self-preservation.
Go armor soft and smoke. Armor soft with smoke.
Oxygen Esports is out.
I have no
TSM resetting.
I'm dropping you Phoenix out.
Okay. I hear people above us. I hear people above us.
Yeah, I'm going
popping
with
a Phoenix. Popping a Phoenix right now. I'm healing right now.
There might be a team in our middle dock.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a team in our middle dock.
There is.
They got res open in the middle dock. Drop your long range.
Okay, be careful. I'm trying to heal. They're above us. They might peek you.
No, Optic is in a different bridge or a different tunnel.
Yep. I'm going double R9.
Optic and TSM are right next to each other.
I don't know if I can have wall for the solo.
Dojo's above them.
Okay.
On our Q on the right side.
Okay.
Let's go this way.
To me, like,
We have evacs? No, I'm not gonna use it.
I don't have an optics up here.
They're fighting underneath the water. They're fighting underneath
is
the
there a
water
chance
now.
that height dropped off?
Oof.
Maybe we-
I think they're above us, yes. I think they're fighting underneath over here.
Bang on.
Oopsie.
is going to come out of it, but if you do that, you're going to have a lot of KP and certainly some red Evo shields.
I mean, Blackhand, SAF,
Oh my God.
Realize, Enter,
Oh my
Force
God.
36, Pulverex, they are all in that building alongside one another, and as the ring closes, it's a matter of run and gun It's try and survive and try and get kills at the same time, and then if you are the last remaining player, hope you can rat out and get those extra placement points, because now we're into the top 10. Placement points start to increase tenfold. Every single placement that you go up, you're going to be in a far more comfortable position once you reach top 8, then top 6,
NRG
top
is in the
5,
best
and
spot,
onward.
I think.
These could be the differences to you finding match point later on in this tournament.
I think NRG is like the only one that.
Here comes the zone.
I think Optic.
And here comes the play. From every single team that's left in that lobby, 10 squads still remain here. Realize, trying to fight on edge of zone. Kampu doing what he can. The zone is burning. It is singeing. And it's back.
Oh my god, dude.
UKP here certainly would help. Can't quite connect. Enterforce 36 fall. Pulverex fall. Realize will also.
Oh man. Oh.
Guys. Our spot. What are you doing? What are you doing?
NRG still alive, 3 squads remain, it's Ascend, it's NRG, it's Optic, and now it's just 2!
Optic Gaming might be about to break records. 2 squads remaining. It's NRG versus Optic.
Everyone in the arena has just become an NRG fan as they want this tournament to continue.
Prowler for Nathan. Could that be the difference maker? Sweet has to retreat. Does he have a shield swap? No, he doesn't. Sweet goes down.
They traded.
Gets the first kill for Optic. Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall. NRG clutch.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Optic Gaming, who are on the precipice of becoming your champions, will have to wait a little longer. NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see.
Holy! That game, Champs almost ended.
Keep things going here in Birmingham as the crowd erupts. I have never heard a louder chant for any team because every single supporter here wants to see more Apex action. And NRG with their backs against the wall, with it all to do, clutching up when they needed to. But it is still not enough for NRG to reach match point. It is still only Optic Gaming who find themselves there. But was that the game? It was at Northpad. It was right where they dropped. They had center zone. They got into the final fight, but could not convert it. Unbelievable match 4. But you know what that means? We go again.
We go again, everybody. More Apex Legends coming your way. This final's not over yet.
That's crazy.
Thanks to those 3 gentlemen you can see on your screen right now. NRG. Clutch it for everybody in the building but the Optic fans, you have to say.
And what it does mean is we're going back over to World's Edge. Now, this is good news for everyone else in the lobby. Optic have been far better at Storm Point than they have at World's Edge. I was talking to you about those conversion rates, those top 10s, those top 5s. We've only seen Optic win once on World's Edge. And that might mean there is still
I want to see more games.
To start catching up to get onto match point. But as we look back at this final circle,
damn.
Once more,
all right, I'll do another prediction. Game number 5.
Opportunity for Optic to win this championship.
There you go. Y'all can vote.
All the other teams that were involved as a solo, as a duo, how much damage can you do?
TSM lands wall.
Move over now to NRG. This is how they got it won. But the question may be asked, will Optic look back on this opportunity and get a better one to close out here? I mean, NRG, the first knock goes to Optic, Dan.
And this was all perfectly planned from NRG.
They've been getting contested.
Of this game. Remember, they stole the Trident. They stole Godspot. They made sure they beat Optic to that position, and they were rewarded for it in this final fight. And you've got to remember the shield difference as this engagement started. Optic were on blues last time they checked in.
Oh
but
my
Gilderson,
God!
Damn.
That is disgusting, Guild. And that's the kind of play you have to make if you want to be in with a chance of becoming champions here. That is a ridiculous spray. And let's just remember the pressure he's under in that moment as well. Now, NRG wouldn't have known, of course, that was
got 19 points from that game. I want to see the...
I'm sure, with their headsets on, they will know it now. 19 points will be added to NRG's tally. Optic Gaming, the points don't matter. It's all about winning a game for them. Blackhand with 10 points as well, thanks to their 5 KP.
I just think it's hilarious that NRG made that play right at the start to steal that Trident, to take it away from Mill whilst all that engagement was happening, and then they beat Optic in that race. You said it was like a Formula 1 race. It really was. They were neck and neck, but Optic could not.
Yeah, if y'all wanna gamble your channel points,
which wasn't the priority in the end. But it was the Pioneers.
Got like 2 more minutes.
12 points on the board. They knew they weren't going to get priority position. A, they didn't have a Trident to get a Mill anyway because it was stolen, but 12 points from all the kills that they were able to grab.
Where's the overall leaderboard?
NRG fans out there loving what they just saw. And to be
Timmy's
honest,
on
like
Dojo.
I think a lot of Apex fans very happy with what they just saw, unless, of course, you are a fan of the green.
There's still
wall.
only
This
one.
Is how we look. Total points after the games that we've seen in front of us. Optic Gaming on match point.
Someone's got to go. Someone's got to go land on Optic.
Just behind them.
Go grief them.
Jump up into 4th, Dan. 32 points for them.
So as it stands, Optic Gaming still the only team that can finish things here in match number 5. But Dreamfire are closing in, as are FaZe. How far will today go?
Well, it's time for us to jump into a break, but when we get back, maybe it's going to be time to find out how far this is going to go. Optic Gaming, so close, but yet so far.
It's nuts. I'll go to the bathroom real quick.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone, and welcome back to the ALGS Championship. My goodness, what a start to the day we have had. We were moments away from thinking it would be the end of the day and we would be crowning a champion in our previous matchup. But NRG, a 2v3, keeps us going here, keeps us rolling, as now we change over back to World's Edge.
NRG in 2v3s. It's not the first time it's happened this tournament, and they seem to always clutch up when they need to. But Birmingham erupted when NRG were able to find that victory in match 4, because it meant we get more Apex action. It's match point format It means if you get above 50 points, you then have to win afterwards if you want to call yourself a champion. We're going back over to World's Edge.
Look who just arrived.
This is
Lenny.
better news for the likes of Dreamfire,
Hello.
who won't be contested. They
Get
will
Lenny
be
for
able
the
to
couple
survive
days.
that early drop and potentially get those points on the
Hello,
board
Lenny.
to secure match point themselves.
Hello.
I'm not gonna lie, I woke up this morning and I thought, there's no
You want
way
the ball,
we can
don't you?
match what happened yesterday. No way. How we closed
Hello.
things out. Well, boy, how wrong I was.
Come on.
An absolutely incredible
Here we
start
go.
to a Sunday here in Birmingham. Match 1 to 4 have not disappointed. You have to wonder what
This
match
is
5
Presley's
gonna have
best
in store
friend.
for us.
Lenny and Presley are literally inseparable.
In case there are any contests going
They
down
are
throughout
the best of
World's Edge.
friends. You just want the ball right now, though.
Just at the end of match 4, Optic have not been as good at World's Edge. Only a 10% win rate from top 10, a 20% win rate from top 5. Their conversions have not been as successful this tournament. This opens the doors for the likes of NRG, who have been far better at World's
They
Edge.
got me
TSM,
good.
Ascend, Oxygen have all been World's Edge teams.
Look
And we'll
at-
have to see whether they can be the ones to stop Optic winning it here in 5.
I took a side swipe and the excitement.
Look at Nasky, he's like, hey, there's no one here, let's go. Elsewhere, Alliance probably thinking,
Run it back. Dojo versus Alliance, round 3. Dojo looked like to get the early damage designed for. He's going to have to retreat though, but will be able to help his team back up.
No, Dojo.
this contest has been heavily in the favor of Dojo. All tournament long, and now they have the height advantage over Alliance. Peacekeeper in the hands of Hackett, so they will be able to do a lot of damage at close range. But what's the weapon like elsewhere? And are they able to do initial damage?
I'm gonna kill the bang.
They got me good.
Dojo up on height. Timmy's got a 30-30, so that could be a problem. I think he might have chipped away enough damage to opportunity for them to push. Let's jump into a listening with the Dojo and see how this goes down.
It's not looking good.
I have no shields.
cat was very low. I need help here.
You're by yourself to me.
Yep, I hear you.
The cat was very low. No shields.
I need help here. Yep, on me. Someone needs to shoot the sky on me.
70 blue. Still above me.
Yep, on me. Someone needs to shoot the sky on me. Yep.
70 blue.
Sound is delayed.
Yep.
Play towards me. Let's go! 3 outages.
I think we are better.
Yeah, it's super delayed.
Fully at this point own this POI.
And Alliance, how stubborn are
There
they
you go.
going to be? Because it's hurting them more and more each game that it goes on. As for the Dojo, 7th place in the moment, 28 points. So a good run towards match point, and as not many teams have got there yet, well, only one has. Dojo has
Right? I was like, wait, who's shooting the PK?
It's not too long a journey.
I wonder if
for Dojo
Alliance
either. We're gonna be
will
heading
stop
over
landing
towards
there
the likes
now.
of Lava Fissure, Landslide, and anywhere in between. So NRG, Oxygen, Pioneers, Blackhand, everyone's already found themselves in a spot.
Optic still in
Have the
stacks.
console spawning over at staging as well, so they will be in prime position and full of confidence.
Optic gets a lot of loot. And they probably get the vault.
Keeps us going here and sees us with another game on World's Edge. Elsewhere, just to remind you what things are looking like in the leaderboard. Dreamfire still need 7 points to hit match point. FaZe, they need a couple more in 3rd, and then we fall away with the points after that. But NRG, with that win down, have jumped up to 4th. And if they can put 18 more points on the board, then they will hit match point as well.
I mean, we should have another team on match point by the end of this match if Optic don't win. Now, for Optic, this
Optic is
very
the only
different
team
journey
at
than
match
they just
point
had on Storm
still.
Point. Down at Big Mord and Stacks. They have to traverse almost the
Dreamfire's
entirety
at
of World's Edge
43
if they want to find themselves
in second.
center zone. They are not going to get priority. They will not be able to hold a position like they did before. So instead, they need to comfortably loot up. They need to have enough sort of utility to work with in the late game. And
Oh
maybe
no, that's
even
not
take
where I
some
thought they were
fights to
going.
try and
Okay.
get some shields if possible. As TSM now making their move towards Lava Fissure.
You can see they hit that ring console as well. They're going to have the zone information that we just showed you at home. 13th place overall at the moment, but it's the points tally that really matter to TSM. I always say for TSM, it feels like it's a different situation to other teams coming in.
Oh,
It's
they just
first disappointment for
landed
them.
on them.
as Moist Esports are taking a lot of damage right now. Fussy and Walsey might be falling in just a few moments.
Does Walsey even get the chance to get a bat off here? Yes is the answer, which means this fight is still alive. But Walsey is going to have
if
to
he
hit
had
some big
digis.
shots. Fussy also has been able to escape the sights thanks to the smoke. Oh, I tell you what, goes unnoticed! And Walsey rips through F-Chat.
Walsey trying to do what he can. He's a one-man army at the moment, but the piece is starting to fall for Moist Esports. Pulverex trying to finish off those final players. Fussy's still alive, by the way. It's a little bit of a 1v1 situation. Saku's going to be the last player alive. Pulverex are eliminated, and Moist win that fight somehow.
Moist just stay alive enough. Fussy just with the white armors as well. Doesn't even get a chance to get these banners back. Might be able to get one. Dark Veil's gone down behind him. As you can see, Blackhand have now arrived. And it's been a relatively quiet series for Blackhand so far, considering they came in as the #1 team. But look at the consistency they find. 33 points. They are still a squad who have been scoring so effectively this tournament. They've had the highest points per game on average. And if they can then find themselves on match point, they can start to compete with the likes of Optic.
Elsewhere, you can see at the top, or the right-hand side of your screen, I should say, Dreamfire up on those silos, and 5 points is all they need in this game to hit match point. And boy, you will hear this place erupt if that is going to be the case.
And this was my worry for Dreamfire, though, is when we're on Storm Point, they're going to find it difficult to find those points and maybe even find a victory. But if you are on match point, perhaps the drop spot changes a little bit. Maybe the POI changes. We've already seen anything goes in the World Championship finals. People changing drop spots, people stealing tridents, the gloves are off. But 5 points is more than achievable here for Dreamfire, who on average have been scoring around 7 points per game, so they should get it here in match 5.
E6 comfortable inside of Countdown for now. Ascend's trying to play the quiet role in the lobby, shall we say. 26 points at the moment for Ascend.
And they played a quiet role in that final fight as
NRG
well. They were
and
one of the teams that was left in that final three for a second. I thought it was going to be Ascend versus Optic, and Ascend being the team that dies again in that final circle.
Okay, no, they're on the bridge.
Mentals, but
Dojo and NRG are pretty close to each other.
They're a team who likes to avoid the early fights. They like to try and get into a position and avoid fights until they get to that late game. Now, they did win a group stage series. They are capable of putting big points on the board, and at the moment they're halfway towards match point.
Interesting to see that NRG, who did get that ring console information, remember, now see it shift a little bit more north and more heavily containing Countdown the POI itself. So they're going to have to change their plan a little bit. Optic Gaming, their plan is going to be the same. They did drop all the way over at Stack, so they're not going to be too concerned with where that zone is going and who is about, because they're going to know to win this game, they are going to have to fight their way through the lobby.
It's about choosing the correct entry point here on World's Edge. When you look
You're
at
losing all your points there.
Do you go from the southern side by staging? Do you go through the train tracks at Landslide, or do you take the eastern approach after you go past Monument? Now,
yeah, staying as cool as possible. Cold Front comes in
what about our other edge
tomorrow.
Like Climatizer, for example, will FaZe have beaten us to that choke point. These are all the things
Super excited for this Texas Cold Front. Cold Front.
This is your overlook.
The match point's 50.
At the moment, you can see the
50 points.
in a really, really strong position.
Only Optic is at match point.
That 5 points that they need, if they can hold that position down for a little bit longer, then maybe they'll kind of find their way towards Dreamfire instead of Dreamfire having to go out and find them themselves. Blackhand down in this low ground. We saw them a few moments ago. Plenty of ammo to work with in the double light combo. As we continue to watch our only match point team now make their way through Fragment.
Texas needs some hurricane rain.
Yeah, if they decide to go for the train track entry point that I was talking of, it'd be Iron.
We could use some hurricane rains. We need a week straight of torrential downpour.
So there is not an easy entrance for Optic either way. Now there is always the third option of if you can't go through it, you can go over it and an evac tower and just try and avoid them. But then you are landing blind. I don't think Optic would like to play that. They'd like to play this one a little bit more methodical and try and assess their situation. And now they've noticed Ironblood Gaming, it's probably going to be the call to just keep going north here.
Seems like that will be the call indeed. Elsewhere on the map at the moment, over at Staging, we have the Dojo having a little look at LG Chivas.
Yeah, the VODs go up on YouTube.
Interforce 36 elsewhere are going to be up on the top.
Tarantula downpour? No, torrential.
Here we find ourselves. Designed
Like, we need heavy rain. We need a week straight of just non-stop rain.
7th position in the moment for the dojo, from the LCQ to the World Championships to contesting one of the best thermal station teams in the world and winning the contest.
We're in such a bad drought.
They now find themselves edging towards match point, but it's FaZe who are the second closest after Dreamfire. They need 14, but they're holding this northern choke that I was talking about.
Yes, Saints, yeah. So
you
you have to win. You have to win a game that you went in with 50 points. So you can't cross the threshold and win in the same game. You have to cross the threshold and then win a game.
Like you say, they're not going to know what positions teams are in as they go over this mountainous range. They're going to make a play for the truck, but FaZe are close by here, and so, of course,
so only Optic is over match point. So if Optic wins, this whole thing's over. If anyone other than Optic wins, there's another game.
FaZe are not going to get overzealous. They do not need to send it onto Optic, and because FaZe are closing in on that match point, they are going to be taking less risks. As for Dreamfire, there's always going to be that consideration of, I mean, we only need a few more KP here. Do we risk taking?
There's as many matches as it takes for a match point team to win.
Shots going to be exchanged, but none that are really going to impact.
This could go to 10 games.
This is your first place team at the moment. Your team on match point versus your third place team. You can understand, like you said, summed up perfectly, Dan, why this is such a nervy and kind of edgy feeling fight.
Well, Dreamfire is staying put.
Right now I don't record and stream, but I do want to in the future to get better quality content.
Both teams will just be avoiding one another as TSM have lost one and they're being sent off.
Yeah, you can see that Verholz was trying to punch Reps back into the building and hoping he can get a reset. 3 figures on the spray from Imperial. How they do manage to reinforce that door, but are they going to be able to stick this res in time?
Reps
I hope so.
TSM holds strong. And boy, was that needed as SAF missed their window of opportunity, and they will leave and will allow TSM just to be the only team that holds that building.
I was about to say, not just the only window that was.
They gotta move anyways.
They fall down into the lava for a few seconds. Luckily, there's a zip line there to make it look a little bit more fancy.
Yeah, this is the usual. This is the usual for ALGS finals. It's usually match point.
This was
I think it's always been.
Coming into match point finals is that TSM have not really done.
It's either always been match point or it pretty much has been match point since the beginning.
Now Nathan's gone down. It's NRG.
NRG. Oh, NRG are getting run over right now.
Damn.
It's because of the man on your screen who's almost single-handedly 1-2 contests in a row for them, and he's going to take down everyone. Same with the L-Star. This man is looking like a superstar at the moment.
Only one team is above 50.
Destroying everything in their way.
Only Optic has 50 points.
You're going to be fighting well. Now TSM are being pushed again. Reps has fallen. Hal and Verholz working together as SAF gets shut down.
He might be able to
really cause a problem here with this fight. Should be able to reset, but as I say that, Oxygen and Esports have said hello. We're going to overextend. We see some KP available for us. Oxygen sending it onto TSM.
Yeah, they heard what was happening. They heard the gunfire elsewhere, and Oxygen want that KP. But I tell you what, there's still life here for this fight in TSM.
It certainly is, and now you can see Reed's trying to join, and maybe you can see Oxygen Esports look a little bit at 7 and 8. They don't know whether to push. They don't know whether they want to try and collapse on this. Both teams might be selling for the res. Realize eliminated in the meantime.
Damn.
FaZe have been eliminated in the meantime.
TSM saved again.
And creeping up in this zone once more.
Oxygen get the revive, as do TSM, and they split.
Come on, somebody kill Optic.
Our current team, our only team on match point, Optic Gaming, are still making their way down towards landslide. Pioneers now eliminated. 10 squads remain.
Optic Gaming to their right side at the moment, as Ironblood Gaming will be falling, is Dreamfire. That's the team they have to worry about most at the moment. Their focus is on LG at the moment. Shivas just moving to their south.
Dojo's still in it.
But Optic are going to have to
Optic, TSM, Dreamfire, Oxygen.
Most of the teams still inside a countdown take care of each other here down, and they can clear this side of zone.
Look at this final circle as well. It's going to create a clear divide from north to south. There is going to be places that
TSM and Dojo are going to run into each other.
Side of said mountain. And Optic aren't in the worst position. If they can win that fight against LG Chivas that you said, they suddenly own that southeast side, and they can slowly push up, use any little mini rocks that they've got to survive. As now,
TSM and
are trying to
Dojo.
make their way in, but they're very close to the Dojo.
I was going to say, LG kind of control what might happen in this game. TSM in this fight in the choke, though. On the outside of Countdown, looking in. Have to send it right now, and how doesn't need to be asked twice. Gets the knock onto enemy. 3v2 becomes a 2v2 as Designful strikes back.
How important could this be for TSM? It has been a game of survival. They've constantly had
Dojo deciding to back up, running to another team.
2 versus 2 with the Dojo, but now LG Chivas, they're having a peek over to this one.
And how good is that for Optic Gaming? It clears this side of the map for Optic. TSM trying to hold on in this fight. The Dojo will take them down. But the story is all about Optic. Once again, look at the position they now have.
Optic, they went north. They saw and they heard the commotion, said this is our opportunity. We can take the northern side.
Dojo
Chivas
and TSM are
taking
out.
the southern side. Optic hold the northeast. And we have 4 teams on this northwest side. MDY White, Oxygen, Blackhand, Element 6, Dreamfire, all in these buildings, but Dreamfire down to 1. They only need 2 points to get to the match point threshold, though. Roy has to hold on for his team.
Optic Gaming might have another chance here.
They really might.
They really do have an opportunity.
No.
Everyone who has to leave Countdown. You get the feeling that only 1, maybe 2 teams will be able to make it out alive. LG, they control the southern side of the zone. We've been talking about that fight potentially breaking out a few moments ago. It could be the final fight between the 2 teams we have in this lobby.
Well, will we see Blackhand be able to spoil the party for Optic Gaming? A team which has dominated throughout this tournament and are still alive in this final circle as well. Now Oxygen starting to make their move across the top of Countdown, looking to try and get a slightly better position and having good eyes on this team that are just locking themselves in. It's Element 6 who have just locked down this building ahead of them.
Element 6 have been in here for quite some time. And Optic, from a distance, are influencing the fight themselves. I mean, every bit of damage that Optic can do in this position, Dan, it's going to be brilliant because you know that multiple teams are going to fall. Reeds almost falls himself. Aiden has fallen, and now Vane left on his own for Oxygen Esports. Slayers and Tyler still up here for E6.
Optic are taking a look at this as well. Optic want to get as much damage as possible. Their biggest
No
threat
shot.
is gonna be LG
No
Chivas
shot.
at the south of the map, because all these teams are taking so much damage on the northern side, and Optic looking to just try and pick up any extra damage, any extra pieces to secure as much placement as possible.
I mean, Optic are just playing on the low ground. They're not interested. They want all of these teams to take each other out. They've made the decision to wait, as solos and duos will surely fall their way. Roy just needs 2
No shot.
Why take each other out? Dreamfire hit match point. But Optic might steal it away still.
Dreamfire do it, but will they get a chance to even play on match point? LG Chivas, Blackhand, and Optic Gaming in the final 3 is Optic doing damage from a distance. Do Blackhand and Chivas know who is in this final circle with them?
Oh, player K. He's got a Kraber, and this might make things a little bit more difficult for Optic Gaming. But what an opportunity for Optic once more. Couldn't get it done in the last game, in the 3v3. Well, now it's a 3v3v3.
And what a journey it's been for Optic, all the way from stacks, making it over towards this Countdown landslide area. LG Chivas, though, hold prime position. Not only are they closest to the center of the circle, but they have cover to work with as well. And Optic maybe know that. Dark Veil goes down, so they can get a little bit of a closer look to Blackhand.
I think they just had to burn that Dark Veil.
We don't want Optic to win because we want more games. If Optic wins, this whole thing's over.
Optic Cell's going to be going down, though, so they might be in a position, if they can buy enough time, to wait for those ultimates to come back. But this Kraber could be the difference between us having more Apex on our screens, or Optic having a chance to win this game.
Come on, peek him.
The final round starts to close here in Birmingham.
Oh.
Blackhand find a corner, and this is good for Optic. Optic forcing Blackhand and LG a little bit closer to each other.
No, look to the other side.
Optic are taking damage here, Dan, and Optic are being forced to retreat and knocked. He's got no shields. Skittlecakes is down. Dropped is down. But Nox is still alive. The dream is still alive for Optic. But it's looking like this could be the end of the road. The catwalk goes down.
They've been holding strong, but Strafing Flame said he struggled with pressure. Well, now pressure is on your shoulders, just as our LG. He gets punched down.
He gets booted in the face. LG with the win here.
I don't think I had LG up on the
consistent team that we've had in Birmingham from the moment that we landed. But Optic again. Optic.
Whew.
2 chances now. 2 opportunities missed.
And will they live to Roy this day? Because Dreamfire now find themselves on match point. We have 2 teams going into match 6 that could be winning this competition. But as for LG, as for Blackhand, they did their job. They stopped Optic from winning the tournament here and now. But Blackhand, if they had won that final 3v3, they would have also been on match point.
2 game 6.
Match point pressure might be something that's starting to affect Optic Gaming just a little bit. Dreamfire saying to
New
Roy,
poll is up.
Great job, buddy. You survived just long enough to have us joining Optic Gaming on match
I mean,
point.
yeah, my hands would be shaking so bad.
2 teams now with an opportunity to win in our next game on World's Edge.
And most importantly for Dreamfire, they get that opportunity on World's
Dojo's
Edge.
still in,
they
yeah.
don't convert here,
They're still in it. They're still in it.
So much more difficult as you go over to Storm Point where the contests have been happening. Do then Dreamfire give up?
You put it all on Optic? Oh my goodness.
This final circle, it was all about Blackhand. It was all about that Kraber. Had Blackhand at any point poked over towards LG and suddenly taken that Kraber
LG's
shot
on
and
the
hit
pole.
LG with it, it would have opened things up to Optic.
I thought for a second that they were going to send it onto LG, thinking that, hey, we've got to take care of them if we want to win this game, if we want to get on to match point ourselves. But you can see both teams just focus onto Optic Gaming. Now, it's not because they would have known it's Optic. It's because Optic were the first team that had to step into the open. The knock coming in from Yanya, by the way, you just felt that that was going to be the end of it. But Knock staying alive behind the knockdown shield, you wondered if Blackhand were going to sense an opportunity with LG distracted to send it onto them and maybe give Optic another opportunity.
And we saw right early on Optic Gaming use that Dark Veil, maybe too soon, but they were forced to because of the damage that they were taking as they tried to just stay alive, because they didn't have as much coverage, they didn't have as much objects to use to hide behind as the likes of LG and Blackhand did. But it was LG, 9 kills, 3.7k damage, who ensured that we go further into a match 6 here at the ALGS Championships.
You can be a little bit harsh on LG there. 3.7, that's 1 off of 3.8.
Hey,
Let's
I rounded down.
Let's round up, okay? To be fair, math's still very much yours, so I'll leave that for you, but what a performance it was. Dreamfire joining Optic Gaming on match point. Blackhand so close, but also yet so far. This was your match 5 results. LG with that win, 9 kills alongside it, 21 points in total.
And even though it doesn't send LG Chivas onto match point, it does send them into the top 5. And that is going to be important when you start to get to the business end here at the championships, and when teams are getting onto match point and the end is beginning to loom. You need to be as high in this table as possible if you are not the team to win for all that juicy prize money.
Dojo with 11 kills, by the way, putting a huge contributing factor to that 13 points that they take away. Elsewhere, FaZe, they were in a pretty good position at one point in that game, but weren't able to get the points that they needed to get onto match point. NRG fell to Pioneers and the little tear that they went on momentarily. Down at the bottom alliance, that contest is starting to hurt them, but these are the 2 teams, Dan, that everybody is now chasing.
The 2 teams that everyone will have their eyes on, whether it's the players in the lobby, where it's the viewers in the arena or at home, or of course us from the commentary booth. The 2 teams that could potentially be lifting that trophy after match 6. Now Blackhand very close, FaZe not so far as well away. If you start to see those teams drop now in that kill feed, you know this is going to be your chance to make that difference and get onto match point.
Well, one team that certainly surprised us in that last game by jumping up to match point. Roy making a huge play to get Dreamfire into the conversation of being your champions. Have had some amazing support. We actually caught up with Dreamfire to see what they had to say about it.
首先，我的队友非常相信我的指挥，尤其是百地，所以我明天想带领他们去更好、更进一步。
Dreamfire win it!
是的，因为只要在赛场之上，我会一直比较有激情。只有感觉在线下比赛的时候，观众为我欢呼的时候，我才感觉自己真正活着。
我觉得不同的点是大概是大家比以往更想要赢得这个胜利，然后让大家看到我们，就是想要证明自己。我们有4个人，然后分别都去参与了、研究了每一个跳点的所有队伍的特别打法，以及他们玩什么角色，都在干什么，然后去针对我们的路线去加以改善。就是这次对我的感受，可能就是我们成功以一个完全正式的部分，我觉得这应该是我们平常这么会沟通的原因，然后再加强一点沟通，就会变成这样子，就会变成你们看到的这样。我一直认为北美赛区是最强的队伍，但是现在你们看到了，我们这个东南亚赛区也崛起了，大家要小心。谢谢你们来支持我们，感谢你们一路从所有的赛事支持到现在，不管是美国伦敦的2次，还是现在这一次的伯明翰，都非常感谢你们。
Oh, you love Rory. You love feeling the energy from our players here from Dreamfire as they sit currently at match point.
They do 2 of each map. So 2 World's Edge, 2 Storm Point, 2 World's Edge, 2 Storm Point.
21 assists, 25 knockdowns. That's actually
like that.
insane.
I mean, what's insane is how
Can people in the game see the kill feed? They can see kill feed.
Are you kidding me? Optic
Yeah.
get 2 chances back to back, very good spots, all 3 of them alive. But they can't close it out.
Is LG over match point with winning that game? I haven't seen that. I need to see the leaderboard.
Just miss out, but Dreamfire after that very risque drop by Optic starting over on Storm Point finally make it over the line themselves.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, you know what helps and contributes to that? When you have these amazing
Stats
comfortable
page.
chairs that help you and your gameplay.
Dreamfire. So there's 2 match point teams.
Make sure to check out the new colorways on Embody Gaming Online. The new colors have a white base with
So if anyone other than Dreamfire and Optic wins, we get another game.
Heirloom Embody chairs created specifically for this year's ALGS Champs winning team.
Oh, but did they see like TSM eliminated? I think so.
All of a sudden, all your worries
I
go away.
think.
Hey, I mean, I gotta start peeping at
I'm trying to remember
see if I could
the last
away because
custom lobby I played in.
Maybe it allows me to have my face all the way up to my screen without hurting
I'm pretty
my
sure
back, and then maybe pop
they
off
do
in
see
my
that.
own games like Dreamfire has.
Well, look, honestly, if anyone's scooting away with it, it's Optic at the moment, right? Even though they haven't managed to close it out, they are still up on 80 points.
I'm not sure if they can see individual like player names. Hello, Lenny. Hello. Oh, you gathered 2 tennis balls?
This happened before. There was a very famous game where the old Moist Boys.
How many games till trophy lift? It just depends on if a match point team can win.
That can be the difference. So
Hello.
Dreamfire just squeaking that 1 extra point in here. It's huge, and it means now we've got 2 teams on match point, 2 teams that could walk away with it here.
Let's not waste any more time. That was game
All the
5 in
kisses.
the hands of LG Chivas. Moving on to game number 6 on World's Edge, now meeting 2 teams at match point. This could be it, everybody. This could be
Yeah,
the game.
Dojo hasn't been together for that long at all. Will Alliance contest Dojo for the 6th game? I just can't imagine that they will. No, no, they're not. Alliance has decided to move.
How long are you going to keep contesting until you?
I mean, they've lost all their contests.
We need to get some points.
At the start of the day, Alliance actually said they were going to land Fragment. It was all a ruse. They wanted to take on the Dojo, but they've fallen down. They were the ones who got slammed into the mat, and eventually they're the ones who have to give it up, drop the ego, and try and get themselves back into the fight after losing that many contests in a row. Alliance is sitting in 19th spot. They've only picked up 9 points so far in this game.
I mean, that's the outcome when you keep trying to go for these 50-50s. And unfortunately, you haven't won one. You haven't really been able to play the game, in all honesty.
Okay, we're having a look over here at Countdown. Now, we saw a circle pull to this just a moment ago, and it seems like we've had so many run-it-back options here. World's Edge, Stormpoint, either way, the circle just, it likes pairing up with the match from, the match before. So this time, it allowed Dreamfire to get just over, right? Having them that really home circle for them really allowed them to just squeak it over the edge, even though it was just Roy alive at the end there doing that. Now they've once again got the chance. Can they stay alive? Can they learn from their mistakes last time?
You didn't see anything.
Walk away with it here?
Or can Black Hand scoot their way through with only 3 points needed?
I need to wear a bubble suit. I am falling and tripping over so many things recently. Oh my goodness.
Black Hand has wasted no time rotating away from the landslide and actually making appearance already in Countdown.
All right, Lenny, you gotta go back downstairs. Come on, let's get all the balls.
Sure, it's a slightly different circle. It could actually go up towards Skyhook, but Optic, of course, one of our 2 match point teams. We need to keep our eye on them. We can't take them off them, especially not when they're in a fight with the Sand.
And with that nade 2 from Dropped, has to back away. So does Noctu, gets beamed on the other side against Ascent. Meanwhile, Skittle.
Oh, Optic going down. What?
The limited ammunition that he has on the R9.
The crowd wants more Apex. You can hear them cheering for Ascend here. They want this day to continue, and
1
no,
HP.
No way he gets away with this. He knows. Oh, he actually. Oh, the Watson fence. The Watson fence on the fly. Starting to get away. The gravity lift. Ascend get eliminated by the third party right afterwards by Realize.
Realize come in on top of the
only Black Hand. Now only Black Hand.
It must be a little bit demoralizing too, honestly. I mean, Optic, hopefully they understand in their head that the crowd's not necessarily against them as players. They're just against the game ending already, because they want this series to
Optic's
continue
been
on. That means
they've been in position to win it twice now.
Point eligible team left alive.
Oh, Dreamfire has
we want some
match
more
point.
Good Apex. Optic Gaming. No chance for you in this game 6.
But does it?
Dreamfire is already set up. This is them right here.
So close, twice in a row. Has it started to just work its way through their motivation, how they're playing to this, how they're feeling in this series?
I'd be surprised if it doesn't at that point. You come so close yet so far, and you're still at threat with Dreamfire being at match point. Ooh, the gravity lift. All right. He did end up using it for his own benefit, getting away from that situation, while Pita actually gets beamed on the other side by 30-30.
They need to just, like,
some,
not poke their heads out at all.
From the last match we saw here
Ascend took one for the lobby. They really did.
As you can see, they're currently occupying the building that Dreamfire were holding last time. That said, it was more of a countdown-centric circle. This one, as we've noted, could go up towards Skyhook as well, and that's where you've got teams like FaZe, Pulverex, Oxygen, Moist, and Element 6 placing their bets.
If it does continue pulling south, though, that means that all these teams over by Skyhook are going to be funneled into the line of sight of the team that has that northern building by Countdown without having to give up their position, specifically thinking about Blackhand and their composition and the Watson. You have the Gen to negate any grenade damage. You are able to put yourself in a better spot with those Watson fences.
I mean, yeah, they're definitely going to be targeted a lot more.
5 teams in that
Nobody wants it to be over yet. Everyone wants more chances.
You can see that if the circle does pull away,
but now we're getting all these teams are creeping up. They're creeping up to match point.
Well, that's what makes Blackhand's position better than someone perhaps.
No, this isn't last match for sure. Only if Dreamfire wins is it over. But if Dreamfire gets eliminated, we get match number 7.
Get them there into Skyhook. There's a lot better sort of safe hedging of a bet.
If Bang's so widely used, why no Bloodhound?
Now,
there's a few Bloods.
19 points at the moment. Hasn't been a
but then you have to switch out either Cat or Horizon.
Because it feels like this
and Digis.
This day has barely started, but we're already in match 6. People are taking a tilt at the title right now. I can't believe how fast it's gone, and honestly, Moist probably feel the same because they've only managed to cobble together a few points at this point in time.
Yeah, we have like 2 different sections of the game in the past previous games that we've seen.
So to win this, the first step, you have to get 50 points, and then you have to win a game. You can't get 50 points and win a game within the same game. You have to go into the game that you won with 50 points. So right now there's only 2 teams that have 50 points. If any other team besides those 2 teams win, we get another match. Until a team that already has 50 points wins, then it's over and they win the whole thing. So it'll just keep going. It'll just keep going until a team over the threshold wins.
Goes out. You know that's MD White.
Optic and Ascend are the 2 teams that are out so far of this lobby.
Now finally being able to play on World's Edge. MD White stuck inside, but they're rocking the Catalyst on top of the Gibraltar here. Trying to reinforce the doors as the black hole opens up the door. Sending up the Arc Stars backing away, taking a split position to hold both angles, just in case they try to sandwich them and wrap them around and isolate MD White.
Realized, lurking. They need to finish this one off quickly.
Dreamfire is still chilling.
And there you go. You can see Karompu and Songjun here. Just grabbing some high ground, waiting for some more knocks.
MD White now. Meiju has to be careful. Backing away. Minya.
Can't find my mouse.
Also taking a little bit of damage, but has to go evil to get back to health just as quick. Alliance now backing away with the cat wall. They burned that up, and now they can actually try to move in for a third party with this timing.
Alliance needs the points.
Come out on top in this 3-way scuffle here. Alliance seems to be taking it pretty slow, and that might work out for them until Realize get involved. They've decided this is the perfect time. Oh my god, I don't think Alliance realized they were there.
Oh, the gravity lift now for Realize to get into a much better position.
Oh.
You can't go for the reset here when you get immediately dove on by Realize. Goodbye, Alliance. Goodbye, MD White. The victors are going to be realized off of this fight alone, but waiting in the distance, hearing all this action, Genome, it's going to be Iron.
Dreamfire is set up and countdown.
Escape in the chaos there, but as they ran up
yeah, they're big chilling and countdown.
Waiting for them with Realize finishing them off as well. Those 2, who knows? Maybe there's another fight in the wings over here at Epicenter, but the action.
But Dreamfire is surrounded by Energy, Blackhand, TSM, and Interforce.
It's a lot more likely it's ending in Skyhook now, like maybe even towards the entrance.
Who's up on TSM is this?
Countdown, but
is that Hal getting close to them?
Gotta wait for zone though.
I did see someone fly there earlier. Like there might actually be.
I don't see the landslide team anymore. You guys see them?
Yeah. I haven't been looking. I'm watching our back.
They're probably like wrapping countdown if it's just hard pulling. I haven't seen them. They must have moved when I jumped off because I'm getting shot at.
That might be them. Coming from the side. That might be them with the evac tire.
Yeah, yeah.
That might be them, but there's no way they walked over us. They might be over that building. Okay. How do they know it's open though?
The TSM's watching this team fly.
You shoot them. Yeah, they're going for the tunnel underneath. I can't.
Dreamfire will have to move next circle.
Yeah.
That Q ability on cooldown. TSM, not a great day for them so far. They're looking to get back into this. And honestly, I mean, after their run in winners bracket, can you ever count them out?
I mean, the script writes itself for this team, honestly. You mentioned the Fuse. Reps has
I'm just going to do that.
From the Fuse pick, but we highlighted Black Hand's positioning. I also want to highlight TSM in the spot that they're currently holding right now. If it does pull towards Skyhook, they can not only gatekeep the teams that may want to wrap around into a longer rotation, they could also hold down that Volt tunnel.
Exactly, you can see they've got access to it here, and it's actually going to be a good spot for them. LG on the other side. You see, TSM, they need to be decisive. They go straight for it, and with their closer position.
What is this circle? Half of it's in the mountain.
You can see LG, though, Luminosity are using the evac tower, so they'll be over the top. Probably no one for TSM to gatekeep. Can they make it into Diner in time?
Oh,
currently,
but look.
No one in that spot.
Dojo.
Oh, Realize, though, finding themselves in a fight. On the corner, it's going to be LG who landed right on top of them here. Oobly, having to restabilize, as well as Krompe, who's going to be able to go on the bottom. He's got the Digi threat, being on top of that bang pick as well. Sungjun from Realize having to back away, trying to pop the shield bat. but it's been more of a patient fight here between these two teams. I'm not expecting a third party from any of the teams in Skyhook because they want to secure those buildings. They do not want to give up free positioning for other teams to grief them.
Looks like TSM took Diner.
A couple of kills for Pioneers, though. Still a smile on Naski's face. It's kind of been plastered there all day since they've been winning those contests, hasn't it?
That. You absolutely love that.
Oh, you can't see it.
The IGL from KC.
NRG and Dreamfire about to fight.
Now. Still continuing on with this fight. The Beast of the Hunt has been called in. Dreamfire on the other side of Countdown. They have not left from this positioning, but the teams that will be rotating outside of Countdown, Dreamfire, NRG, Black Hand, Iron Blood Gaming.
Yeah, and you can see they're right next to each other right now, though. We do have NRG down the bottom. They've got the Watson fences set up. Are Dreamfire going to drop on them? Will they try and go past them and make their way further into Sky?
Dojo's in a really good spot, though, too.
Several buildings unoccupied. The diner we talked about before. TSM haven't taken that. They've actually gone a little bit further into Sky.
If they just chill,
and
push everyone this way.
You mentioned earlier, Vicky, this could be a pretty chill next circle as all the teams within the buildings opt to stay in there for as long as they can.
The same might not be said, though, for the teams that have to rotate outside of Countdown. Imagine what a bloodbath it could be. Basically going into the firing range for Moist Esports, holding onto the rooftop and overlooking
Dreamfire has to
the
just
actions the
exist
teams
above
that may
NRG.
fall out of Countdown into the direction if they want to rotate towards Skyhook West. That is to say, that is the option that those teams may want to go for.
What is this circle?
Look at that circle. You can see it in the mini-map. You can see the pings from Black Hand. They've already noted it, and you can already see what Easy Flash is trying to do here. They put in some pressure, but the pings are there, so the decision-making may be put down from Black Hand soon.
I mean, if Black Hand win this fight, I mean, there's Dreamfire and NRG. If they wipe them out, who knows? They could even actually pop down and grab the ring console to give them that information. But look, I'd say that's an outside chance. Most likely, these teams are going to have to come to blows with only a minute to do that before the next circle comes in. I don't know if there's time to enact that plan. It might just be fighting, and that's it.
Calm before the storm. You have less than 45 seconds now, and Dreamfire is right on top.
I don't know how
of
TSM did it.
NRG.
Look where TSM weaseled into.
Just in case, if they could try to contest this fight, or do they want
They
to get
came
ahead of this
all the
rotation?
way
If they
through,
go
and
too far
TSM got a
early,
building.
They could get pinched
In
by
the
team
next-
that
in
ends
the
up on
final
top
zone.
From this fight in Countdown.
I mean, the big problem for all these teams is there's already teams locked in those buildings. Okay, look, let's worry about Dreamfire for now. They've finally tried to make their move, but look at this, the piercing spikes right on top of them.
Oh,
How
no.
can they get out of this?
It slows you down on top of that Easy Flash. Popping off on NRG, leaving only one before they get eliminated and sent right back to the lobby. 15
Damn.
squads left. Dreamfire have the gravity lift, go right back up on top of the roof. But in this time, Black Hand has already moved.
Exactly, Black Hand, IBG, oh my god, are they throwing away their life right now to try and take out Dreamfire? Because I don't know what their exit strategy is. They have just got their eyes locked on the only match point eligible team remaining in this lobby.
Gino, this circle's closing in, and this circle makes your eyes cry. Now, with the circle closing in and all this fights happening over by Countdown, you're going to get gate capped. Black Hand's already moved.
They're
and
right
Dreamfire
above
are going to commit to this. E6 also get eliminated in your feed.
Look, Dreamfire, they get the drop there, but it's not going to be enough. A war of attrition, a Pyrrhic victory at the very best.
He did the last one alive for Dreamfire. Scooting all the way down. And this is the gatekeep that I was expecting. It is Moist waiting for them on the other side.
Dreamfire out. We
are
get
going on to
a
new
7th
game
game.
after this.
Okay, game 7 is coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to see, though, who could be moving on to match point now. FaZe, they're sitting at 45 currently. LG sitting at 40. There's a couple of teams still alive, Vicky, that can make it further.
Crazy how close as well that Black Hand was. We have to see. So we can see Dojo, another one of our teams on our radars.
I mean, they're in a fantastic spot. Dojo, Pulverex, TSM, FaZe, all within buildings, within the zone right now. LG, Shivas, they're outside, but still in a good spot. Imagine if an LCQ team took out the championship. This is crazy that they're doing as well as they are. I mean, Timmy, come on.
But then that's also through the chant of TSM ringing through the crowd, giving
Damn.
them energy as they hold down their building. They want to see The pop-off game that they know TSM can have. Moist fighting on the edge of this circle.
9 squads left in this tiny ass circle.
This building right to their left. They throw out the nade, they wait with the piercing spikes, but up above them and in front of them, it is going to be LG and face to their left.
They can't get in, can't even peek through and
No,
get any damage.
Dojo's
There's
still
about
up.
a 2-second window after you blow off those reinforced doors where you cannot reinforce it. That's the window you've got to work with. These guys, they can't do anything in that time because LG were locking down the sights at them.
Farming that damage with the knuckle cluster from the Fusey. Oxygen Esports is playing outside of TSM's building. You see the EMP ring out in the building.
Where did
that is being
Dojo
shared
go?
By 3 other squads. Make it forth with Realize making an appearance. It's Dojo, Pulverix, KCP, and Realize fighting on the outskirts of this building alone and on the edge of the circle.
You can see Saku in the drone there, popping that EMP on his APAC North team.
Oh, I think Dojo's in this building on the bottom floor.
I think Realize may have got the reset and continued on here, so merely Evo damage for Pulverix in use of that ultimate. But they do
Is that a
have
res
the root.
going off?
It'll keep them in for quite a while, assuming they can fend off this push.
Dojo's pushing.
Down though. Shimmy has to look right behind him. Look who comes in from the zip line, and look who comes in from the skies. A res with the respawn beacon on the building that has not just 2 teams, 3 total squads with LG looking on. This is crazy.
I think it was KCP that actually just pulled off that Moby res there.
I cannot believe this.
Oh my gosh.
KCP with that res. Gonna be able to move all the way up onto that 2nd floor. The fact that they got the res and the reset
Dreamfire
is
is out,
insane.
yes.
The EVA 8 shots ringing inside this 1st floor of the building. Find him outside. Serdell gets taken out. It's only up to Nasky, who is fully up and healthy, playing around the head glitch of the desk before sliding through the smoke. They have to finish fight quickly, and KCP come out on top, taking out Dojo.
I mean, Nasky's face, it's like there's no pressure on him. It's like he's playing a ranked game at home. How is he this calm right now?
All practice. Having to keep your cool. Hal moves up. He takes down the reinforcements on the door, though. He gets speeding the moment he pops his head. He still is able to find Vayne. With that knock, he goes right back to
10 plus hostiles.
right there to help him out, sending the grenade all the way up to the other side of the fence line. Realize playing on the outskirts. This final ring is closing, and sooner or later, TSM have to funnel outside this building.
If LG can stay hidden behind the wall, they actually may be in the best spot to avoid the carnage that is about to ensue in this lobby. 6
Oh,
teams
they
left.
died going
Most of them
up the zip.
just about to move out of cover.
The ring, adding in
So
some
many
assistance.
cat walls about to go off.
Be your own sometimes, so you have to fight your life from the ring, having to look behind you. That building shares that boardway. KCP, Zane alive, drops down. Double catwalk called in. 6 squads remain. The creeping barrage from Moist knocks down Nasty. KCP in trouble as they get cleared out.
You've got almost no idea who you're
TSM's
shooting
up
at.
and
It doesn't
healthy.
matter which team they're from. You've just got to find a target and click.
TSM has to find the wall for free.
TSM the energy they need from the chat as well, the supporters, to give TSM the dub as FaZe find themselves.
I think
another
TSM has
top
this.
5.
TSM though, they're all by themselves at the moment. There's a fracas behind the wall, but they will strike at the last moment.
FaZe against TSM.
Yeah, oh my god.
FaZe from Burrows. FaZe get eliminated, and TSM are your Game 6 champions.
Damn. Well, we get another game. TSM wins.
I see a myriad of TSM jerseys in the crowd right now. Flags, so many cheering fans.
Oh man, what a bloodbath of a final circle genome. TSM taking the win patiently, holding that building. We saw them rotate when they were trying to predict where that 2nd circle may have moved after. They waited by the truck side, close the countdown before making the rotation through the Volt tunnel.
Okay, so they have 40 points. FaZe, LG, Dreamfire, Blackhand, and Optic are all over match point now.
And 6 KP, if my math is correct here.
5th place and up.
It was a beautiful play by TSM. So many other teams took up
So now there's 5 teams with 50 points.
In by then, but coming in through the Vault tunnel a little bit later has paid massive dividends.
Energy's in 10th with 32.
The North American team, and look at that, 40 points they're up to now, Vicky.
I hope we get another game.
That match point eligibility.
With so many teams also performing consistently, I think about FaZe. How many more teams meet up with Optic, meet up with Dreamfire in this match point format? We're gonna have to see as we tally up the score. Guys, over by the desk, tell us what you thought after that game 6.
Well, thank you so much, Vicky and Genome, for all that you've been doing to keep it hype in the crowd here at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham. Rain Day, Glitter, Spider Tiff, and Dia on the desk talking about it. TSM finally get a win.
We get another
after
game.
6. We don't know
Another
how many
one.
more we will go, though. That's the specialty of tonight in Glitter. It feels like a lot of teams are starting to find their stride, and maybe now they've been gifted a bit of a chance for that to happen.
Yeah, I think admittedly, match number 4 might be one of the most stressful moments that we've ever seen. Coming down to the wire between Optic and NRG.
Yeah.
NRG kind of giving all of the teams in the lobby another opportunity to continue playing out. Then we saw Dreamfire hit match point. Now, like you're saying, other teams starting to get closer, more teams getting on it, and it's just
Now we go back to Storm Point.
Dia, walk me through how TSM made it happen as well, because she said it's really been about final circle mastery, and that's always what separates our match point teams. Not how many points you have. Can you put it together in the end? How did TSM do it?
I mean, it's exactly as you say, Rain Day. And at this point, TSM actually have one of the best spots in zone. One of the others that you could very well consider is FaZe, Realize, and Luminosity Gaming that hold each of the other cardinal directions in this particular ring. But what really separates TSM from the rest of the lobby,
Don't troll people.
is a catalyst wall, just to get this very small corner of the ring to themselves. Having
I never
noticed that
finished
other
this
teams
one?
were
What am I
walling in
doing?
opposite directions, TSM just have to separate themselves for long enough that they're the last team to come into view, making them a suboptimal target for anyone else. So at the point that everyone finally finishes going for LG, who would have otherwise been in a great spot, TSM just have to mop up.
That nade, though, Rain, at the end
So
was
good.
just disrespectful to close out the win.
And you can see that dynamic. There's so much history. TSM, former teammate Snipedown, who they have lifted trophies with as well, now playing for FaZe, having a chance to go toe-to-toe. TSM take this one, Tiff, but look at the top 10 here, and we'll go into our bottom 10 and overall results as you talk to us about the stories that have unfolded after these last 3 that we've seen.
Well, in comp, there's a lot of just like bunkering and buildings, and Fuse is just really good to farm damage as well.
There's clearly still going, so that's really
And to
great
kind of
to
just
see,
also
but
just
a
force
lot of our
people
teams that are
away.
finding some success. I just talked to a young fan on my way up here rooting for the Pioneers, and maybe that gifted them a nice double-digit game as well. So as our teams start to get closer, but it's the games like Optic, yes, on match points since game 3.
TSM won
I touched
last
on it
game,
earlier,
yes.
saying just because you can get there in 3 doesn't mean we're ending in 3, but it gives a little bit of more urgency to the other teams in the lobby, knowing that it can end on any point. And if you're, sitting in 18th place and only 10 points separate you from a top 5 finish, the top
No,
of the
this is
line
the finals.
That's going to affect the bottom dollar on the prize pool as well.
It will.
And a big part of the teams that you're seeing now in the bottom 10 is...
So with ALGS finals, in order to win it all, a team has to get 50 points and then win a game. You can't get 50 points and in the game that you win. You have to go into a game with 50 points, and only 5 teams, FaZe, LG, Dreamfire, Blackhand, and Optic, have 50 points. So next game, if any team wins that's not in the top 5, we get another game. But if any of these top 5 teams win, it's all over. And the team that wins the game wins it all. So it could be last game, or we could still get 3 more games.
You have to rotate and plan around winning a final circle now. The game shifts once you get to match point, and as it shifts, you find yourself now looking at different ways to execute and be successful. Pioneers, TSM, Dojo, Realize, NRG, the remainders of our top 10 though, still playing the first part of this game, which is get enough points to have a chance
prediction.
to win. Man, it's really incredible the amount of stories that we've seen develop here and the way this community has shown up. I just can't tell you how
there you go, prediction live.
One day, if you are a fan of Apex and the ALGS, make your way to one of our events. It is truly a magical place. There's nothing like it, and we will continue to highlight the special moments that happen here. But special moments have also been happening in-game as the leaders of this lobby may not just be the points leaders, they might be the individual performers. Remember that monster MVP?
Yeah, well, if a team feels like there's just no way they could win, sometimes we'll start seeing the griefing happen.
Yeah, and we actually saw Zane as the last member of KCP alive in the final moments of that last final circle. He has been dominating. I think we even mentioned a few days ago in the competition.
No, yeah, I thought they didn't qualify. It is going back to Storm Point.
The shield and the damage. Storm out in front of the squad. Know that he's going to come back, not only taking everybody out, but keeping the rest of the
So
squad
for
alive.
ALGS finals, they do 2-2.
Tiff, who stands out for you? Easy Flash. I mean, we mentioned Blackhand earlier, doing well. Also, St. June. I mean, who stands out here in terms of comp performance?
Easy Flash is incredibly impressive as well from Blackhand, but I want to notably talk about Enemy, right? He hasn't competed since Split 1 playoffs, and that was under the roster of Oxygen, and now he's a part of the Dojo.
No, next game is only.
I think being at that helm along.
Next game is only last game if a team with match point wins. So if any team wins that's not match point, there's a game 8. So they have to have over 50 points and win.
Especially because Catalyst does so well as a refragger, since often in the center of engagements, you've already
And
thrown down
Optic,
Catalyst Wall, a lot of abilities that
FaZe,
would otherwise zone
Blackhand,
as well,
LG, and Dreamfire are the only teams
abilities of other Catalysts
over
without
50
suffering
points.
adverse effects, something that we don't often think about when considering all the defensive capabilities that she brings to an engagement. It can be equally offensive when the enemy squad is not expecting you to just suddenly burst through a Dark Veil, and as so often our Catalysts do, one-clip them.
Or if you're just not expecting Enemy to burst through with Dojo and take out. I mean, it seems to be happening there. A team almost at the precipice. Also want to give a big shout out to Eric Rona Snipedown, who is back here in the Apex scene. He took a little hiatus, but he has actually found a way to be on that kill leaderboard. Will FaZe continue the story? They've had a lot of questions, a lot of high hopes, and maybe a little bit of pressure. We'll see if they can relieve it here.
I wonder if we'll see people switching up their drop spots now.
Available to vote for on your screen. All you got to do is hashtag on Twitter, on Twitch, anywhere that you can basically hashtag and post something. We will be tracking those votes for you, and we'll also be including our own votes behind the scenes to come up with your ALGS MVP. Alliance losing has a negative effect on oh my God, this is good. Oh my God, and the style as well. Our fans are showing up. I can't tell you how many fans are showing up dripped out.
The hairline is looking okay, though.
Yeah, it does. It looks pretty. The hairline's safe for now.
It is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know I got to get hyped. You know why? Because it's my favorite segment of the day. It's WD Black. What's in your pack? And this time, Tiff, you get the hype toss as well. The 30-30 repeater. This has become such a mainstay in our game. Talk to me about it.
It has. It debuted back in Season 8, and ever since, more frequently on the recent season and coming into Champs, a lot of teams have been utilizing it a lot. You can see it does 36% more damage by aiming down the sights, but you can also throw on that Skull Piercer for an additional 35% damage. And the Skull Piercer is an attachment that's frequently in crafting, so a lot of our teams will sit there, they'll grab it, and just effectively be able to anchor down on the high ground, dealing suppressive damage and getting maybe an opening knock or initially getting a crack. And Dia?
The important thing about this weapon as well is that since it's so often used as a secondary weapon, it can actually clutch up engagements. It's one of the marksman weapons that, and I miss scatter.
No. The HVAC guys had double booked us yesterday, so AC still is not working.
Not only damage per bullet, but accuracy when you're trying to clutch up an engagement.
Well, thank you so much for taking a look at what is in your pack. That's our sponsored segment with WD Black. We always love them, all the support they've been given. We're going to do quick final thoughts. I know you want me to throw really quickly, but I had promised I want Tiff to just get your expectation. When is this ending? Because we may not be back here till it is ending.
Look, we've been sprinting back and forth all throughout this stadium with Optic has been in the final 3 for a long time, but now that we have multiple teams on match point, it could end this very game. But for me,
I have a window AC unit for now.
Okay.
Who are the top 5 right now again? FaZe, Optic, Blackhand, Dreamfire, and LG.
Playoffs where they got on match point when it ended. They're in 6th at 47. That could be a little bit bad for them.
Okay, no, I didn't get a clear number, but I'm gonna, you gave a good answer. Dia, do you have a number?
There's no reason not to be confident. I'm going 10.
It's 94 right now.
We're going all the way. I'm ready.
The crowd in Birmingham would be hype about 10. I certainly would as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready for a little bit more Apex. The players are ready. They're back in their seats. The match point draw
it's 82 degrees in my room right now.
To get it going.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. 10 games, Dia? You know what? I would not be opposed to that. I'm always down for some more Apex Legends, especially at this caliber when we welcome even more teams sitting at match points. I'm even seeing
Vicky's hair is so cute.
In the comp chat, someone called Snipe an old man. I mean, come on, gotta put some respect on your elders. FaZe are sitting at match point. It's about proving something here as we make the transition onto Storm Point.
I mean, if they're having a go at him, I hope it's in the 4 teams that are above
What's
him.
my height?
15 teams
5'4".
below FaZe right now. And with the 5th place at the last land as well, I gotta say, those old man hands go all right.
Sometimes the reaction time doesn't really get delayed the older you get. It's just about the skill that you have to progress with depending on the state of Apex Legends and making the adjustments that you need. Hearing the story about FaZe and how they've been able to get here and so far has actually been very entertaining. Phony taking the reins over guiding FaZe to the position that they're currently in right now.
And it's even interesting thinking back to the times where people were having a go at Snipe Down, saying that he was washed after he's coming back from Halo and changing games, all that kind of stuff, right?
That's cool that they
massive.
They wait for them to select their legends. That's cool.
Actually prove himself at LAN time and now time again. So sitting in 5th, FaZe are one of those teams on match point right now. And now we are joined also by Legacy DF.
I just want to make a note. Ever since the addition of Storm Points, every match point final has ended on Storm Points. Going on to game number 7 now. Can this be it? Or are we going to welcome even more teams to sit at match point? Let's get started. Let's not waste any more time. Storm Point, game number 7, here in this finals lobby.
We've had contests all around the place so far. Going back onto Storm Point, we are, of course, watching with bated breath what is going to happen over at Mill. I can tell you, Optic definitely not landing there this time. They will not be playing a part. Pioneers, they're looking around because Dreamfire...
I'm hanging up the panels in between.
...have not dropped with them. Dreamfire actually going Cenote Caves here. They're going to be taking on E36.
That's interesting. KCP have a moment to breathe just for right now as they're going to be able to have all of Mill to themselves. Dreamfire are going to be in Armor Cave right now, close to the spiders, where they can walk away with some great loot before rotating away from Cenote. Now, also thinking about where this circle could be pulling, but in this Cenote Cave area, this is also an invitation for IMG to maybe get involved.
Been using the double-sided tape.
Now, with contests down at Cenote Caves, you don't always see them go off right away, okay? With Mill, those middle bins are so important that as we saw, teams will just get into it straight away. Do you get a gun? Do you not? It's very much a 50-50, whereas it does feel more like a contest down here at Cenote Caves. So, will they actually run at each other or not? Will one of them try and get away with half of the loot that they have here? It does look like they want blood.
Calling in the evac tower says, I do not want any business. Maybe it's us to live for real here if they want to just prioritize the rotation here, but it's about getting on top of the high ground. It's fine, we'll take this fight. Enter Force 36 now dropping down after getting beamed.
Yeah, but you can see how important that initial damage is. Vorez has 4 cells. He just took 100 damage. Goodbye meds. Like, you have to be so careful with your approach here that, look, frankly, just going straight up the gravity lift like that is a very risky move, and it hasn't paid off.
Especially if you're trying to commit to a fight this far
Who's on
away
match
from where the
point?
circle's gonna be pulling means that you're
FaZe,
gonna be
Dreamfire, Black
starting
Hand,
on
Optic, and
loop unless
LG.
you have the opportunity to get a good rotation away from the squads that could just third party.
Okay, Dreamfire back up onto the roof. I mean, the other thing I suppose we should mention is that, you know, Dreamfire, this was their plan, obviously, going in, whereas E36 were probably not expecting this at all. So were they landing in a spot that was actually good to take this contest? If they got their plan sorted out, if someone does mystery drop on them, well, we'll have to see if they can get the upper hand. Right now, it looks like they're just trying to stall it out with a couple of reinforced doors, this piercing spikes, to delay any kind of push by Dreamfire.
Yeah, we need more games for the drops.
Bloodhound scans, so important when so little teams are running this composition, but it's about the information. Another evac tower being called in here.
I mean, I guess the other thing to note there was Enterforce 36 there are in last place, and that is sometimes, you know, teams will just go, well, okay, who's not playing well today? All right, I'm sending it them. That might be why Dreamfire did decide to go down to Cenote.
I mean, let's be real, to them it's free points at that point, and if they need those points, they'll be able to capitalize. It's about getting on the high ground once again. Enter Force, though, taking the fight right back to them, get the hip fire shots on the 30-30 that we just premiered right now. Pita goes
The
down.
30-30 is just
Dreamfire
nuts,
looking
man.
to reset, and it looks like they will be able to get that res.
This fight's taking way too
When
long.
they popped that evac tower, I wasn't sure if that was just a distraction or if E36 were trying to say, look, we don't want any part of this, just let us play our game, let us make the rotation. But by this point, frankly, it is too late. Any spots they would want to take over at the wall where this circle is pulling are well and truly occupied by now.
This fight's been going on for way too long, but nobody in sight to try
That's
to
what I
come
just
in for
said.
the third party on the other side, closer to Shipfall. E6 take care of Oxygen. Esports are first team to go out in this game.
Yeah, it hasn't been quite the, you know, the effort we thought from, you know, Oxygen in this time. We do see Blackhand taking out Pulverex there in the meantime. But yeah, look, Oxygen, they were, you know, sort of the dark horse. They did perform so well at Split 2 playoffs, but today they're struggling to make their way up that leaderboard on 25 points at the start of this this match.
Well, welcome to the hardest lobby in the entire tournament. This is finals day for a reason. You're dealing with the best of the best, as Dreamfire are going to be able to try to walk away if they have the opportunity. Enter Force 36 are still below them here, and while this fight has been going on for as long as it has, this is what we were waiting for. It's IBG now finally rotating away from the armory.
I mean, is this a fight or is it a siege? Are you waiting for them to run out of food before you?
I know, this is such a long fight.
Now with the bang coming down on top of them, I'm not sure they've even taken the shots yet from IBG to know that they are indeed in dire trouble.
But look at aimbot. Look at the fact that he's only got one shield cell. You mentioned this earlier before. Here comes the drop now to Enter Force 36.
I don't know why they didn't push when they had a knock.
They won't have any meds to survive.
So they see the down, and that means that IBG go from, you know,
I mean, there is a craft. Oh, I mean, yeah.
To flying right into this fight.
Green light on here, gonna be able to get that knock right afterwards. The ring gonna be able to help contribute to that finish, while IBG still looking to get engaged.
Such a dumb fight.
Take on top of the roof, and currently it looks like Dreamfire are gonna cut their losses. Saying the fact that they're at match point as a duo are just gonna start rotating away from this fight. Looks like IBG actually already sees them rotating. You could hear the pings coming in from Asia. And the fact that Enter Force 36 are still trying to live out through this
Lazy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you for the 21.
Yeah, it's insane that
Thank you,
E36 is still in this building. I guess that's just where they live now.
Sweets on white.
To the circle. Meanwhile, the teams that have already gotten the prioritization in these spots have been already in the buildings of Wall. IBG finish off Enter Force 36 as we were expecting. Again, you have no more meds. You're on the bottom end of the overall standing so far in this lobby. That's why Dreamfire just cut their losses, ended up rotating away. IBG now is going to take their time to rotate into that next circle with the pure loot that they have versus the other two teams we just saw.
I mean, it hasn't worked out for Dreamfire at all. They were really hoping that would be a quick and dirty fight. They could just get out and move on with their lives.
Dreamfire might die to zone.
From E36 just says, well,
and it doesn't look like they're like Horizon has anything.
And unfortunately, at that point,
is it going for banners?
You know, Dreamfire, I don't see them kind of coming back from this. IBG are camping those banners by the looks of it. They're still very much in the circle, maybe just going for some crafting, but either way, I think this is going to be too tough for Dreamfire to come back from.
MDY White eliminated in your feeds thanks to the hands of Dojo, who are sitting at 43 points currently right now. NRG, a team that has been so consistent, still trying to make the comeback here. Nathan gets the shield swap.
Who are they fighting?
He's got the Digithreat in hand, but trying to peek through a little head glitch here. As the double death box is right to his right too, and looking to find the opportunity. Nathan has
They're fighting Dojo.
Absolute beast so far for NRG.
God, he is so locked in today. He's so locked in this tournament. And NRG trying to add another scalp here.
Oh. Designful versus Sweet on the other side, and he with the wingman shots.
The Dojo takes out NRG.
Dojo still in this lobby.
Couple of choice words coming out from Designful there, I believe, with that win. A wingman headshot to finish it off. Does it in style. And that's a very important spot. We look where the circle is pulling. It's very much going towards the north of the wall, but that inside portion behind the blast doors, you can see the Dojo have it to themselves at the moment. Incredibly important, and that was a huge fight win. Cannot be underestimated.
Especially with those extra points that they need. Literally, just 3 more points, and they sit at match point right now, Genome. Seeing where the circle's going to be pulling all the way to the north side of the wall means that that fight that Dojo just took and won against Energy puts them in a very good spot where their backs can be cleared. It's very easy to find a team that decides to take the risk and taking the zip line by those Dragon Ball buildings. Not expecting the team to try to approach from that side, but still, it's a good spot that they can completely clear their backs from. Versus, on the other hand, the other teams that are inside the buildings over by wall have to worry about the teams that are going to be fighting their way from the edge of the circle as the circle collapses over them.
There are lots of things to think about for these teams. I mean, you know, so many different ways to play this. You've got, as you said, those teams inside the buildings like Starter Fight, Moist Esports that can cat goo up as much as they want.
These panels will be the death of me.
TSM will have to play in, around, under these buildings. You know, maybe it's more flexible. Maybe it's just more dangerous to be.
TSM looking good. Needs 7 points for match point.
That TSM was rocking in our previous game as the crowd was chanting their names. Nice to note on the top left side of your screen, Genome and I mentioned it early on, really game number 2. Well, guess what? The Crafter has rotated for the week. We have the Moby, the Purple Knockdown, but most importantly, with the inclusion of Bangalore in these lobbies, is that Digithreat and that Purple Laser Sight. Expect that to be crucial.
Digithreat. Oh my god, Digithreat just went into the Crafter? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Luminosity, one of our teams on match point currently, taking on Ironblood Gaming at Cascade Falls. Smokes go out. As you can see, Digithreats are going to be abundant now that it's in the craft. If you've had access to one of those at some point, it's a massive, massive advantage in these fights. Yanya, one of the best players so far, but this wasn't his fight.
168, beam.
Juanis with the beam, using the Digithreat himself and the R9. But the high ground right behind him. He tries to navigate away, needs some help from Nizul. Tries to break down through the door. He gets taken out. Actually crazy coming in from Asians.
Okay, that screaming is a little bit obnoxious.
Knows where the enemy is. His down teammates are actually giving him pings all the time to let him know. And there we go. Just clips them behind the knockdown shields, and the LG should be able to get the full reset.
Vámonos a Chivas right now, coming out of Cascade Falls. That evac tower gets deleted just as quick as it was put down on the ground. That was Alliance to get booted off from that attempt on the rotation, and with the 30-30 shots.
Bro, if someone was screaming like that next to me, oh,
high ground disparity up that hill.
I'm a pretty patient person, but not that patient.
Of that game that will allow them to be right behind Alliance in this position, but they also have a pretty nice rotation depending if there is a team holding the building outside of the mouth of this cave that allows you to have that high ground hilltop overlooking wall.
And, you know, none of the teams were unanimous, basically, on deciding that this was going to end on the wall. So no one was occupying those buildings. It meant that Ascend coming in there late with the Valk rotate like we saw, easily able to take position up there. That's the team that FaZe is going to be running into now. One of our 4 teams left alive on match point. Dreamfire have been removed. The other 4, Optic, Blackhand, LG, and FaZe, all still in there.
Realize taking shots for G7. Krompu in this position. Also getting the Evo Shield check. I believe that may be LG that they're shooting at right now, but it's also a gatekeeping spot that Realize can hold since LG have to force their way into that next circle alongside E6. Catwall has been called in from FaZe, splitting the attention from Ascent, who actually is the team sitting inside of that building, waiting to see if another team may rotate in this direction, but trying to play it safe as usually Ascend does.
30-30 is just nasty weapon. Oh my gosh.
30 there, just pumping in so much damage. A scant few bullets and you already got to waste a bat or maybe even more. LG
Fuse ult.
Actually locked down here by the Fuse ultimate, but replies so well with the Hemlock. They get right back on top of it with the gravity leap. They turn this fight around in a matter of seconds.
There's no way you can survive through the onset of ARCstars. Yanya is delivering on a silver platter. E6 get eliminated. LG Chivas are locked in.
I've never seen defense turned into offense so fast. They're incredible by LG to keep their chances alive. Realize actually hesitate on the side of that. I think they could have come in and taken LG out there. One of the threats to them, one of the threats to this series ending in this match, but they don't go for it.
LG Chivas have now put themselves in a sandwich position though, at least against Ascend and Realize. Alliance getting word of the fight after their rotation from the hilltop, running away from TSM, have now come across Ascend here. LG Chivas fighting against Realize, which actually gives them some time to focus on this fight to get the reset if they can.
Oh no, has to stop the revive there. The Black Hole came in, he knows he just has to win this fight somehow. 2v3, yet Juarez is trying to do it with the Hemlock coming out. Again, that's the second down. Can they actually win this 2v3?
Yanya looks completely unfazed. It looks like they can. The Thermite doing enough damage. He gets the finisher on the Hemlock at the very end. Realize gets taken out.
Alliance and Ascend? Okay, their fight has finished up. Ascend got the better of them. They didn't manage to finish Alliance off, but they're going straight in for the third party. I don't think LG will reset this time.
It'd be too close for comfort right now. It doesn't look like they were able to Ascend and with the L-Star. Look behind you though. They find the knock onto Yanya. LG somehow still alive. It's only up to Nizul, who's literally low. One shot here. Can he get away? Bring up a knockdown. They get taken out. Another one of our match point teams out of this lobby.
Okay, is that a scream or like a whistle?
Asked to clutch up in a row. At the very least, LG did so much damage there that they have managed to move themselves into
That's a
second
scream?
place with 62 points. Now getting above Dreamfire, who are already eliminated on 55.
TSM.
No, you know, like those kind of whistles?
End circle on this wall.
You know?
Specifically pull towards this building or the outskirts of by the fence line, neighboring it to the left.
Currently, TSM here are above Optic Gaming. They're actually trying to walk up.
Oh, look at house position, just making sure. Good spot in case they poke their heads out again after being dropped.
I can't whistle like that. I've never been able to whistle.
Gaming, if they can play this well, obviously you can see the roof is where you want to be. It's a wall zone. TSM read it perfectly. They play the best position.
Timpy already replied to my tweet. Fucking annoying. Someone needs to get rid of them.
They're in a fantastic spot here. The Dojo, that early fight against NRG has secured them spot in the zone for such a long time here, and only just now, in the next minute, do they have to worry about pushing out onto the left side of the building there that we saw TSM.
Only one FaZe member alive? Ooh, TSM and Optic about to fight. I hope TSM fights them and wins. Just 'cause I want another game.
To have to fight their way from that south side, Genome. It's gonna be a bloodbath. Start a fight moist. Ascend, lying in wait as a duo after they took that fight against LG and feeling the pressure from it. They will get information with Kashera still alive and having that crypto drone give them that info. Alliance having to play this as a solo, the same can be said about FaZe.
Dreamfire out, Luminosity out, FaZe, they are a rat right now. It's only Phony left alive. Optic, Black Hand are the two left on match point.
Dojo's almost at match point. TSM is 7 away.
This is crazy. Still an opportunity to see another game on Storm Point. Playing by the bunker doors is Dojo after winning this spot against NRG in a team fight. Here comes the catwall up. Great way to hold on to that utility to make this rotation. They've called out the rat from FaZe, but they don't finish them off.
Wow, other teams even worried about the Dojo here are going to start throwing ultimates out. I'm not sure why Enemy isn't making the rotation just yet. I guess they're really trying to dissuade anyone
Someone
else
replied to my tweet, we were 4 seats away from this person and moved across the arena last map. Oh, blessings.
He's got left. He's too
Bless your eardrums.
He's living on the edge for real right now. Dojo have managed to finally make their rotate with the circle closing in. Optic Gaming still inside of this building with TSM right up above them. Start a fight outside the building. Looking to maybe getting involved with TSM right on the rooftop, and that's a positional disadvantage that they have to worry about if they do decide to take that fight.
Well, as Peeps would say, levels. You've got people on all different levels of that building, and as the game goes on and on, it gets more congested. Alliance now
out.
will drop, and we're down to 7. Blackhand and Moist down on the south here.
Come on, TSM. You can do it.
Still hasn't been discovered. You can see him.
Dojo's still in too.
Man.
Want to note
Come
that
on.
Dojo being alive for this long and getting the KP that they have has set them up with 50 points. They join alongside our other match point teams.
No, Clara, that definitely would not be Clara.
They have
No.
another opportunity to take the dub, to take this year's championship.
You can see it's not a fantastic spot that they've got down there. Bangalore ult, a black hole, a couple of grenades honestly could spell the end of them. This building is what's important. You can stay in it until the circle is almost completely closed. It'll be interesting to see how Blackhand and Moist play out on the bottom side, the south side of this. Phony did his best.
FaZe is
but couldn't
out.
get any more than 7th there. Okay, it's going to be a
So
battle
is
of the
it
north and
just-
south.
Now with FaZe going down, Blackhand and Optic Gaming are your match point teams
That
that are
was-
still alive. Dojo. with
So
the
we need
catwall
someone
up,
other than
trying to take
Blackhand
the
and
fight
Optic to
against
win.
Moist, trying to poke from afar without trying to overcommit at the same time, especially with Waltzy having the L start, but they lose on an MT.
Oh no, 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 oh no, oh
The
no.
shield bat popped off. The shield bat.
Come on, Dojo, come on, Dojo.
Moist Esports get eliminated.
Okay, Blackhand, they've waited a nice amount of time here. They can't see anyone through this cat wall, though. The bang ult, even more, is going to send them back, and they will take back the safety of their generator and the Watson fences set up. This interception pylon is so good against the composition.
Come on, Dojo, you can do
You
it.
can't throw a black hole in there. You can't throw a bang ult in there. They're safe until they want to move.
And that's the importance of having the Watson in their team comp. The gameplay that they've been running into with this composition to play into this play style is beautiful. TSM still looking down on Pride Rock on the rooftops of this building. Optic Gaming having to fight for their lives. The evac tower has been called in right in front of them as Hal gets the knock in the feed.
Okay, start a fight. Unfortunately, dropping one early. Still 2 match point teams left alive out of the last fight. Will Optic finally close it out, or can
No.
Blackhand really make everyone who supported them look like the best team in the world?
4 squads left. Start a fight, go down. Optic Gaming, Blackhand still in this fight. Blackhand though, striking flame, easy flash as well. This may be it for Blackhand.
Blackhand's
It
out.
is.
Optic,
Gaming are still alive. For how long? It's dropped. It's
No,
TSM
yes,
from the
yes,
high
yes,
ground.
yes, yes,
3
yes.
teams left, and the circle is looking like a skittle.
No one knows who anyone is in Optic.
Let's go!
Once again, they can't manage it. It's going to be Dojo.
Dojo,
versus
Dojo.
TSM as the circle closes.
Oh.
And
TSM and Dojo, I think, are both going to be match point, though. I think Dojo and TSM both get match point off that.
Yet more teams achieving match point eligibility.
Let's go.
With that win, TSM, of course, will throw themselves above that threshold. So do the Dojo.
Back-to-back wins. TSM is locked in to take another trophy home. Sitting at match point now. We are moving on to a game number 8.
Moment of respite here. It's been such high passion for TSM. They haven't had a moment to themselves, really. They've played the entire games out as
holy man.
Wins. Wow. Incredible, honestly, at this point. And it's a team that has never not shown up at LAN. I mean, even when they weren't lifting the trophies, coming second.
Yeah. Always so consistent at these tournaments. The crowd giving them energy. One more game. We are going to one more game.
Let's freaking
I'm so
go.
Excited. I'm so happy.
Another game.
More Apex Legends on our screens. Let's take a look at the final circle now, Genome. Let's recap all the action.
Choose outcome prediction. TSM won.
We saw TSM. They were trying to hold on to this high ground position like their life depended on it, like their series depended on it.
Game number 8.
Game
number 8.
They managed to stay up here for quite
Starting prediction.
some time. Teams below
Place
them
your
in the
bets.
smokes, but as we've noted, with the Digi coming into the Crafter now, the smokes aren't as safe as they used to be. The Catwall will keep the other team's vision at bay for just a little while, but Hao tries to hold on to his black hole for as long as humanly possible. At this point, you've got 4 teams left, and it starts coming down to verticality. The gravity lifts are happening. Duels happening mid-air. Evac towers trying to get used, and once again, Hao manages to hold on to both his Q and the ult for so long. It comes down to, I think it was the 1v1 in the end, honestly. It was Hal here, and there we go, get the last kill.
I love how you noted the gravity lift being saved there. I know Raven in the back, that Meza was absolutely performed greatly. Gotta hold on to your utility and use it in the best way that you can. But oh my goodness, aside from the double TSM, can we look at Dojo real quick with 15 kills?
Yeah, hold up that Dojo flag. They just got themselves on match point. 24 points to give them a chance to get on the stage and lift that trophy. That's going to be, what,
damn,
17
man.
or something we're up to now on match point. It's getting more and more unlikely that the series continues, but continue it has.
And if you want to have half the lobby at match point, I'm all here for it. Dojo's definitely got that mojo, and they're here to perform, and they're showing it off. On the second page, we get to see what happens to some of our teams. Oxygen being the first to go, not having the performance that they really want throughout the course of these previous games.
Okay, series results as they stand. Yep, 7 teams currently on the match point. Dojo, Blackhand, both up there at 64. I mean, you've got to remember, Vicky, the difference between these top 5 spots, you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes even hundreds if we're looking right up at number 1 and 2 there. Just a couple of points will
7
shuffle
teams.
these teams around and honestly change their lives.
Let's go. Dojo's in match point. Okay. Okay.
History.
Let's
You know,
go.
the script writes itself. I cannot believe this. TSM feeling their own mojo, taking back-to-back wins. Can 3 times be a charm? We're gonna have to see. We're gonna send it to a break. On the other side of this break, we got game number 8 coming.
So they're going into a break, so probably like 10 minutes, maybe. Oh, never mind. A minute. Just kidding. I love gamers be awkward on stage because same. Yeah, no, same. Like when you're on stage like that and there's like just a bunch of cameras pointing at you, like it is very awkward. 10 seconds. Or not even. Supreme Toddler, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Juanchez, thank you for the 37. Neo Ron, thank you for the 2. Zoom Sammy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Ryan, thank you for the 37. Vicious, thanks for the 3 months. Dizzle, thank you for the 35. Doyle, thank you for the 3. Poker Nemo, thank you for the 13. T-Shook, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Outrun Pilot, thank you for the 2 months. Stubbs, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Dumfer, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Lunastar, thank you for the Twitch Prime. GME Dog, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It's a total prize pool of 2 million. First place wins 600,000. They win 600,000 divided by 3, and then they subtract taxes, org cuts, etc.
You are one of those squads that still has yet to reach that threshold.
You know,
you better believe you
then they're walking home
have
with their
to win
money.
this game, because if you do not, the chances are Optic, Dojo, Blackhand, LG Chivas, TSM, Dreamfire or FaZe will be taking away that championship and lifting that trophy.
The last game we saw TSM, of course, hit match point. We also saw the Dojo hit match point. The list of teams was there for everybody to see, but the question still stands. Who is going to get their hands on that beautiful trophy you can see on your screens right now? A lot of Apex still left to be played here, Dan, but one more game of Stormpoint is the first chapter.
And then it gets to real scary territory when you start to move over to another map again. It could be good news for the likes of Dreamfire. We've mentioned, you know, contesting.
Keep whacking my bloody toe.
Pioneers, though,
I need to put a band-aid on this.
How well they've been playing today, despite
Keep making it bleed again every time I whack it.
themselves on 48 points, but just short of match point. But maybe this will be the game where they find themselves on it.
We can see the Legend Select screen.
Just cut it off, yeah. We just gotta get rid of the entire toe, to be honest.
In their compositions. But the real story here is 7 games was not enough for us to find our champion. A lot of people thinking, how many games is it going to take? Well, the more teams that hit match point here, the higher that chance is that we crown our champion.
We've only seen the likes of TSM find 1 victory on Stormpoint, but it was that
I am playing whack-a-mole with my toe. I have been running into just every wall, corners, just anything that's sticking out. I've tapped it against my PC case twice. Oh, it's terrible.
In the room, I'm feeling it was just excitement, energy, the moment.
I'm not 100% sure what everyone's org contracts look like. I want to say 20% is the standard. I want to say 20% is the standard of org cut. I mean, that's manager cut is typically 20% in the industry. That's the management standard is 20%. I'm not 100% sure org cuts and then taxes, but yeah.
If the zone were to pull their way, then there's still that opportunity. And speaking of said
I don't know. I don't think every coach gets. I don't think every coach is on a contract where they get a percentage. They might. It really just depends on the contracts. Everyone is going to have a little bit of different contracts there.
It's about denying that possibility of quick rotations.
I mean, Effect will be, I would say upset, probably some choice words. He said in his microphone right now, but it's not going to affect Alliance too much because the map overhead is going to tell us that we're going pretty central at the moment between Thunderwatch, Stormcatcher, and Command Center.
Bro, you do know I don't push the add button, right?
That's where you can see the KCP seem to be alone at the moment over at the
You do realize that.
Looks like their day of contesting might be over, Dan.
I'm just looking at who's got those ring consoles to get the information. TSM do not have one at the wall. Dojo do have one at Northpad to work with, as do Optic Gaming over at Down Beast. So a couple of our match point teams will get that info, but they have
I don't push the add button.
The biggest advantage with this circle and where they're currently positioned, but it's about whether they can get enough loot. But they looked pretty good in the early stages.
What a tournament it's been for Blackhand, right? An incredible performance from them. There's KCP though.
Care about me, please. Stop giving me ads. I'm sorry, okay?
The shield barrier is going to have to be popped, but they do manage to get inside of the building, and they should be able to reset. So Pioneers kind of just cut down for a few seconds there. Dreamfire, the team, was holding them out.
Pioneers just need to make sure they ease their way onto match point, but then they try and play spoiler to the rest of the lobby. Dreamfire, they've reached match point now. They still have that chance to win, but because they're taking this 50-50 over towards Mill, or at least leaving it so they get some sort of loot, it's very weak armors for them and probably not much to work with in terms of utility as well. But they're just gonna
Have you heard of Twitch Prime?
A third party and gather some loot from someone
Or
else.
Twitch Turbo?
It's interesting that we saw a Prowler be the end of one team's game yesterday, causing that death, but this time around it might actually be helping the loot pool of Dreamfire. But look at Pioneers, they are stepping up on this. I think they want this fight.
Well, they would have seen the armors. They know that Dreamfire are weak, and they know that Pioneers, they only need 2 more kills.
Yeah, we used to have the word ad censored. Like, you literally couldn't even type ad.
And not only that, it denies one of the match point teams from being able to win it here.
Back in my day, we had cable TV. Like, our 30-minute program was an hour. You had 30 minutes of ads. Every 10 minutes of your show, you had 15 minutes of ads. Kids these days, they just don't understand
I mean, it's not just armors, it's
what it was like growing up on cable TV.
Maybe one fight, potentially. As Ascend phase, they're over towards Stormcatcher. Are we going to see the circle start to pull this way, or will it continue to pull northeast?
When I was younger.
That's going to be one of the biggest changes here for some of these squads. Thunderwatch, I imagine, is where we'll probably end up, or at least in between the two in the little choke point.
Pulverix set up for the long game here. Elsewhere,
Oh man.
south of what we've just seen.
I wonder if it's going to end here. Oh, what a disgusting zone. What a nasty zone. Let me look at the map.
Blackhand has certainly prioritized a rotate off of taking their time to loot up for some fighting.
Oh no. Is this going to be the one that ends up here?
Stormcatcher and Thunderwatch with a little bit of a northern tip for them to work with, and certainly have the hill to their advantage is now the Pioneers.
Or this one that it pulls a little bit to the corner. Oh, what a disgusting zone. Oh, nasty zone.
Pioneers like, nah, we're coming after you. But for now, it seems like both teams, once again, are resetting. However, resetting not an option here for NRG. Sweet is left on his own. It's a 1v1. Sangyu does have the Peacekeeper, and
nice
he has
cue.
the grab lift just to deny and maybe buy enough time here to get this bat off. If he can pop this, then all of a sudden the fight turns on its head. That's exactly what it's done, and NRG will be eliminated.
So NRG were not on match point. It could have been one of those teams to potentially change things and get a victory, but Optic Gaming now hearing all this commotion, maybe might get an easier rotation as they move through.
Reset has come in here at the command center, but how long is that going to last? Big change, of course.
Never figure out where the zone might be. After playing for so long, you kind of just know. You see the zone so much.
They're in a scrap at the moment. They will be eliminated.
Oxygen Esports is out.
Teams will win that fight. And Yanya, who was unbelievable, a monster in
LG not looking too hot.
Well, he's going to do something similar here to keep his team alive.
We saw MDY White eliminated as well, as LG Chivas just trying to desperately search for any sort of space to stay alive, but it's Element 6 being the aggressors here, trying to shut down LG and eliminate one of those match point teams.
Optic still in this fight though. Optic trying to force their way through command center.
Oh.
They have taken a fair bit of damage.
I feel like they should just get out of there. Not worth. Not worth.
Locked is taking flesh damage, but should be able to just about get around this corner, but no! Here come KCP! They are a nightmare for the lobby at the moment. There's one KP, one more, and Pioneers will be on match point.
The Pioneers are on a warpath, and they want this KP. They want to get to match point as early as possible to give them that idea of we can be the team to disrupt things. We can be that squad to win here and send us to match number 9.
Escape the tunnels of doom, I know.
Enough to keep this player alive for just a few seconds.
My god, they are just aping.
One thing in mind.
This
KP, one more of them, and KCP will be
Oh, Optic, not looking good. Knocked his left.
In this match. So they have to try and deny all of these other teams that already find themselves on them, as Optic Gaming have lost 2 now. Dreamfire, they're under pressure as well. 2 of our match point teams with their backs against the wall.
Dreamfire's out.
P-Tag will go down as well. Dreamfire down to just 1. It's all up to Roy. He cannot
LG is out.
LG
Wait, so who's left?
as well as Dreamfire.
TSM, Dojo, FaZe, Optic.
Of each other.
And the
Who else is?
Of another match gets that little bit more.
Who else is in there?
Percentage-wise, but there's still some big
I think the match point teams.
Dojo, Blackhand, TSM, FaZe could still do it here in match 8. Now element 6,
LG, TSM,
caused a ruckus, especially
FaZe, TSM. Is Blackhand still in it? Is Blackhand still alive?
From their position,
FaZe, TSM, Dojo. No.
Right now.
I don't have him here. Hold on. Pause.
From Force 36, who were just calm.
Blackhand, where are you? Blackhand's still up. Okay, so Blackhand, Dojo, TSM, FaZe, 1 on Optic is still alive. Yeah, they're in a good spot, but their armors are not looking too hot. How do they have that just for free? Where are the other teams? How do they just have they been in there? It's crazy. No sound? My bad. Good looks, good looks.
Into zone first. TSM, however, didn't have ring console from the wall, so they're at the moment just playing a guessing game, kind of watching where other teams arrived from. Could they shadow them? Could they mirror them a little bit?
Who are we cheering for?
SAF on the northern side of this zone, but it's
I'd love to see Dojo win. I'd love to see Timmy win. Love to see a non-NA team win as well.
Stormcatcher, nobody really close to him at the moment, but one team who is moving up from the south that they might get a peek at in just a few moments' time is going to be Enter Force 36. This is their POV. If they're not careful here, you already saw that Snipe Down has those scopes tracked.
It would be gold
He will teach.
It's gonna be a
for the
tough
Dojo to win.
phase, though, once that circle does close and they have to find themselves going north, but they don't know that at the moment. They wouldn't have had that information. So they're just holding Stormcatcher. They would have seen probably the amount of teams that were able to rotate over towards Thunderwatch. As FaZe now seeing Enter Force 36 arriving. Certainly could be extra shields though.
Oh, it pulled onto
when they do have to make it.
Only 7 damage needed here for Snipe Down. It's one of those frustrating situations. It's just like, give me one body to hit.
Ugh, this is such a bad zone with the hill. Ew.
The winners of the
Ew.
last
Oh.
qualifier, by the way, are on match point. And this would be the ultimate Cinderella story.
Yeah, Spark, I hope someone talked to them.
The ALGS Championships, you really couldn't write much better.
I don't know, ever since I tweeted, I haven't heard the screaming.
Much the 0 to hero, LCQ to championship story for them. And at the moment, they're in second place. I'm sure they wouldn't mind it finishing, even if they didn't get that win, because they'd still be up there with the big boys and prize money. But it's TSM who are very close around that corner. I think Hal has certainly caught wind of something.
The Spidey sense is certainly tingling here, not just because they're in the Spider Cave, but because they know that there's a team around the corner and the Dojo don't need to be asked twice. They will move down and try and force their way into this zone, and the Dojo have to make this play. You can see in the top left, they won't be safe.
Come on, Dojo.
So they're trying to take this fight a little bit early, trying to force TSM back.
I need a queue up there.
And we've seen this fight a few times this tournament.
Seinfeld's angled out. Oh, oh. No, go to the fight. What are you doing? Production, come on.
Smokes just to give extra protection for Timmy and the rest of the boys. Right now, they're just trying to hold on because they're looking. They have been able to fight their way in.
One thing that's interesting is I think teams are a little bit less confident trying to fire through the bank smokes, knowing that the Digi is now in that crafting rotation. You can't guarantee if you have a Digi, you're probably going to be in a good position. Oh my God.
More screaming after your tweet.
Do you wait for the knocks? The pressure. You can feel it in the room. Enter Force 36 eliminated in the meantime, but back to the silence as we wait to see what happens.
Couldn't tell if I was in the ALGS arena or a football stadium as everyone's
shoo
by Iron Blood Gaming now. Trying to take this fight and at the moment doing well damage-wise.
This is FaZe they're going up against as well, so we could have Another match point team falling. What a crazy start to this lobby.
I should be on crowd control. Get that place unlocked.
Out here, FaZe. This could be the end of FaZe. If the flesh damage starts to pick up, and it is, FaZe are eliminated as well.
FaZe is eliminated. Dojo, Optic, Blackhand, 4.
They've been going out one by one, and SAF, they really can't change this fight as enemy has been the first to fall from the
We still got 4 left.
This is a massive fight. This is a massive fight for the context of not just what you see in front of you, but the tournament as a whole. And SAF might play spoiler. Reps will go down. Verhol's still got shields to play with, but where are SAF on all of this? Are they going to drop? Are they going to influence this fight? The zone is closing. Are they going to make a play off the back of this?
SAF are just letting this go. They're saying, yeah, we helped one team win. I guess it's TSM back on their feet, back as a 3, and SAF, they want
I'm really surprised they didn't jump down on that.
The reason I say this is because the winner of this northern fight,
Blackhand is healthy, but they got whites, 2 whites, 1 blue.
So for TSM fans and TSM themselves, they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that they weren't dropped on there by
Knocked in
SAF.
zone.
Elsewhere, though,
He doesn't really have a place to go.
playing on the edge of zone, it's going to be Pioneers and Ironblood Gaming who are holding them out, but Noct is still alive. But the longer he stays in zone, I mean, the chances are just disappearing in front of his eyes.
So it's Optic Gaming, Blackhand, and TSM, our last 3 teams that are left on match point that are still alive, but Optic down to 1. So you'd imagine it would have to be TSM or Blackhand. Now Blackhand, the most consistent team throughout this week, and they came in with the most points into match point as 10. What they did struggle with though in the winners bracket was getting those wins on the board. They didn't get any throughout the winners finals. But this could be the biggest win of their career if they are able to get into that final circle and solidify everything here and now.
Element 6 and Alliance having a little peek at each other. Optic Gaming out! No win here for Optic Gaming. Another match point team will fall as we jump back over to the north side of our zone. Alliance on your screen. It's been a tough day for them so far. But a win here and you never know.
Well, Alliance pushing up onto E6. If they can get a victory, they can keep this tournament going. It would be big points as well.
There's 11 squads left?
Will TSM try and push up on this? Will they leave that cave? Or will the threat of
Where are the rest hiding?
be too much for them to commit to this fight and cross that open ground? At the moment, it's Alliance who seem to have the upper hand in this fight, especially with effect-hitting sprays like this. But there's the help. Up from high, start a fight. Who influenced that fight and take him down?
And you said, will TSM join? No, but Blackhand do. Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. Blackhand want this fight. They want this eastern side. They want to be able to dominate and hold as much.
Blackhand and TSM are the only match point teams still alive.
Blackhand want to take this spot away. Easy Flash is going to be so careful. Player Case trying to pop an ult XL. But the zone is starting to be a problem for them. They've been forced forward through that cat wall, into the fire, but they do get one. Yuki will fall. Alliance eliminated.
And Blackhand hold, but now are we going to see Ascend actually be able to do any damage from a distance here? TSM also
That's a rough move for TSM.
Who have vision on Blackhand, but it looks like Blackhand just stay on their feet.
Is this it, or do we get another game?
On the northern side are still threatened by SAF above them, may I add. But do they know they're there? Yes, they definitely know they're there, because you can see how, looking up, he can see the bullets coming from SAF now.
SAF do have the Valkyrie.
I want another game. There's still 9 squads left.
The composition could be influencing the decision that's going to be made here by Starfight Esports. They are in such an elevated position here that if they try and hit this Valkyrie, they will be safe to do so. They can approach this zone late and really get a lay of the land. That might open the door for TSM to move in.
Well, bear in mind, for TSM to win here, it would be 3 back-to-back victories, something that's unheard of this year in ALGS on LAN. But they have to first worry about SAF. Now, Pulverix, E6, they hold a good position in the moment where they have coverage, but there's a lot of teams on that southern side that are going to be forcing them out of that position, which could put Blackhand into one of the prime spots because they're away from all of this commotion, from all of this
I think we could get another game here.
If Blackhand can find coverage, if they can find protection, they could find themselves in the final fight.
We are into our top 9 squads. TSM, who almost had to go on an elimination bracket run. They left it to the last game to get that win to send them through to the grand finals. Moist Esports will be eliminated in the meantime. Elsewhere, you can see the Black Hand taking a fight. Black Hand taking a fight, and who's it against? It's TSM who are moving in, and Hal got that first knock.
Gets the first knock, wants to press up, and they will get aggressive here, because if they win this fight, they own the northern side. All the other squads are on the south. TSM win the fight, and now they're in
TSM are the only team left.
Can they get the reset? It looks like TSM will be able to. And all of a sudden, after back-to-back wins, TSM are in prime spot. Carnage elsewhere.
TSM once did it from the heavens, but now they can do it from the depths. They were so far behind.
Oh my God.
Number 5, but then back-to-back victories finds them on match
The
point
TSM
here
script.
in 8, and they have the chance to make it 3 in a row, but they have to play this one perfectly. They can't afford to slip up here, but they have loot, they've got boxes, they've got shield swaps, they've got everything they could possibly want here to win this final circle.
The cards are in the hands of TSM. The crowd know it. TSM fans at home and around the world know it as well. You do not get a better chance than this.
Bruh.
One of these teams on the southern side has to come out healthy, has to come out as a full 3 if TSM are going to be contested here. Otherwise, this one might just be given to them. But it was all that fight on the northern side, beating Black Hand. May have just done it, but they still have to get over this final hurdle here. And I tell you what, it could be SAF. SAF on this lower side, they're not going to take as much damage because these guys in the building are going to fight one another. And it was SAF who originally threatened TSM.
I love TSM, but like I would like to see another game. I would like to see another game.
Take a little bit more space. The digi threat here for Hal means the Bangalore smokes are not going to be an exit option for some of these teams inside of the building. And I tell you what, TSM are not going to wait for the game to come to them. TSM are going to go and win the game themselves. Pulverex down, Ascend down. 2 more teams for TSM to deal with to call themselves champions.
And I love this, push the narrative, give yourself the best opportunity. Iron Flood Gaming, the next team to potentially go down here. This is going to be SAF versus TSM in the final fight.
3v3, a chance for Legacy to become a dynasty for TSM. The zone cut in half. Pressure on Verhulst as the catalyst to make a play. Starfight could play pie poopers here, and TSM are going to have to wait.
The wall's going to go down.
Defenses could be massive.
Apex Folklore once again repeating itself as Hal, once again from the heavens, gets the opening knock. The CEO with a hostile takeover. TSM.
Oh my God.
Champions.
They did it again. Hal looks like he's about to faint. Oh my God.
From legacy to a dynasty. It is now complete for TSM.
Saf should have third-partied that fight against Dojo. For sure.
Playoff championships. And now a world championship for TSM.
The TSM script.
3 victories in a row to do it.
Holy moly.
When the Bucks were truly against the wall, it was from the wall where they were able to get things done. And the best team in the world, there is no doubt who they are.
Their name is TSM, and they are inevitable when it comes to the ALGS. For Imperial Hal, for Verhulst, and for the man that holds it all together, Reps. It was the one piece that was missing down. The one trophy that they couldn't call their own.
Oh, dude, Optic had that too. Oh my gosh.
The ALGS champions.
And not only did they manage to get that victory, but they got it whilst taking down other match point teams on their way. The Dojo destroyed. Blackhand, the next one's in their path. And it was SAF that were above them originally. We thought maybe could be that difference maker, but TSM held strong.
Dojo was so close. They did really good for their first LAN together.
40, 50 points behind their
They did really good. Like, this is their first time at LAN and playing with each other for like 2 months. They did so good. They did so good.
Let's take a look back at how TSM win a championship. This is your final circle.
Yeah, they did amazing.
What I love about how TSM played this, Dan, is they decided we are going to take control.
Yeah, they could have stayed on the northern side. They could have watched all those teams damage each other and then probably clean things up from a distance. But if you force the narrative in your favor, if you just add that extra little bit of pressure, it means all the teams struggle to really come out with any sort of help. But SAF did. In fairness, SAF a full 3, then they set up those Watson fences, and it just comes down to, as we've always said, hitting your shots.
Whoever's in charge of adding something onto Storm Point, you need to make this kind of zone the TSM zone. They need
What
to
a
have
wild
statue.
ALGS
This is
again.
when they win championships, but it's this play again from Hal. Goes up once again into the thinner air, comes back down, and then as you say, you put it perfectly, Dan. You've just got to hit your shots.
And also playing the
Yeah.
scenery as best
If
as you can.
SAF definitely had an opportunity to drop down and hit that third party,
Those gentlemen on your screen,
while TSM was
they can quite
not fully healthy and had a knock.
It's unheard of. I mean, back-to-back wins on LAN, you don't see it very often. Now, remember, right at the start, Optic Gaming had won 2 matches. They had their chance on match point, but did not take it. And it was TSM yet again.
Just were playing a little bit too passively.
On match point, getting the job done.
An unbelievable week. I think everybody who's here in the building can agree with that sentiment.
You live and you learn,
Everybody who's watching around
you
the
know?
world as well, I'm sure, can agree with that sentiment. Arguably the greatest ever Apex Legends tournament that we've been a part of, that everybody has been a part of. And I've got to say, for everyone who's out in the crowd right now, you have been one of the biggest parts of this. It has been an incredible
Oh, I know.
atmosphere, and certainly one that
Dojo
Dan and
did
I
so
will
good
never
though.
forget.
They got to be proud of, you know, how they did first LAN. Haven't been playing with each other for very long. Like, that's still really good. They did amazing.
And once more, it is a situation where you said, arguably, this is the biggest and best tournament, but there is no argument who is the best team in Apex Legends. And I think that was what TSM set out at this tournament to prove that they
What are the
best ever to do
let me
it.
see if I have
2 players who have been there right since
final
the very beginning, back
standings.
in Krakow, Poland, still competing together. Reps and Hal, and now alongside Verholst, have defined what it means to be the best team in the world.
Absolutely inevitable. It's just how it felt. As soon as the momentum started
So
picking
let's
up for
see.
TSM, they win one game, then we go to the wall.
I can't tell if that's like updated.
Sometimes you POI, you're like, we need to win this, we should win this, but being in their position, knowing there was multiple teams already on match point, it became a must-win game for TSM.
Yeah, yeah, they know they did good. And I saw a tweet saying ALGS is returning this fall.
Worried about taking that fight against the Dojo.
So it
That's
sounds
either
like we'll
what
have
wins them
another.
the game, or maybe Dojo come out of it as the champion.
But we're kind of already in fall. We're kind of in fall already.
Get the job done. Congratulations to TSM. It's time for us to step away.
Yeah, I saw
and put the spotlight
Shaheen
on your champions.
Ladies and
tweet about it.
please welcome to the stage your Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 champions, TSM!
The ALGS will return this fall. Oops, my bad. I know. Optic had such good chances to get that dub. Oh, yeah, I hate how it is on 1080p actually. It already is.
This is 1080p. 600K in the pocket. Let's see, what's 600? 600,000.
Guys!
After org cut, they're probably walking away.
Oh my God!
480 would be 20% org cut, but I'm not sure what their standard is.
Right now. Tell me how you feel.
Wow. To be honest, I couldn't believe it. You know, we just.
They're probably walking away with 100K each after taxes.
And randomly, we just won 3 games in a row. I don't know. I feel amazing.
Post-tax.
You know, everything that we've put in, you know, as a team, individually, everything, it all paid off. You know, first for the year. I got no regrets. So.
You gotta love it. Crowd, make some noise. Raven.
No, you don't give a cut to sponsors.
Bill Belichick of the Apex Legends game. How is it coaching these guys? I mean, you got
100K
the greatest players on the
per
here.
the 3 of them.
How does it feel?
No, they just are the best players in the world.
I'm assuming org cut is between 20 to 30%.
No, this tournament.
The org does. The org takes a cut. Yeah.
It wasn't the stats.
Org in industry standard for managers is 20%. So going off that, probably org cuts around the same.
Emotion in your faces. I feel the love in your hearts. Reps, I gotta ask. Listen, you two are the oldest, if I'm not mistaken, the oldest duo in Apex history since 2019. How does it feel?
No, they don't. They wouldn't split that 4 ways.
And still have so much success, and I gotta say thank you to Hal for.
I don't know anything about coach contracts.
So I've always believed in.
But I assume he'd get
I feel like he's always believed in
a little bit.
So yeah, I thank him for trusting me.
That's love. That's love. Some might say levels. Verhost.
The prize pool total was 2 million. First place gets 600,000.
I don't even have to say it. EA's most positive player in the entire game, but arguably the greatest controller player in the world.
Keeps looking all snazzy.
Say that last thing again. I misheard you. What did you ask me?
I said, how does it feel that you're arguably the greatest controller player in the game?
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can take that title from Hal.
Yeah, aren't Dota prize pools are nuts. Doesn't Dota have the biggest like prize pool? Like in general?
Fellas, I see the family out there.
Like their major tourneys.
What does that mean?
It's like absolutely ridiculous.
What do you guys want to say quickly?
You know,
30 to 40 million.
I had a wish, you know, being the greatest player alive.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
In front of my family. So
Time to get into Dota. No, I'm kidding.
You know, I came. You know, they came.
That's
here,
crazy. 30, 40 million.
They came here last time for Champs, and we got 7th. And you know, this is the second time they came in person, and there was no other option but to win. So, I'm happy that we did it.
Where's the screaming girl now? I don't know.
You worked for it. You got it.
I don't know.
This trophy right now.
Didn't hear her scream since I tweeted.
As the crowd acknowledges what can only be described as greatness, a dynasty in front of them, it reminds me of just the moments that you get to witness in life that you may never come across again. That is the beauty of seeing someone, a team, a collective do something
For
bigger than
Apex?
themselves and prove it
Virgo?
on the world stage, and
For
do
an
it
Apex one?
in such a way that inspires others to be better. TSM have somehow found a way against all odds to do it again. And They really represent.
I think there's an Apex tournament happening in Japan, right?
Moments in this day because there's been tears shed of
Is that this fall ALGS? Is that the one that's going to be in Japan?
Goal that was so far in front of
How much of it goes to the organization?
H1Z1 trying to figure out if you could even make it or streaming to a few viewers to now have had so many trophies under his belt.
I don't know. I don't know what their contracts look like. Industry standard for managers is typically 20%, but I'm not sure what an esports, like a pro player contract looks like nowadays.
TSM needed in that dynasty cap for every single achievement that they've made happen over the literal years of their competitive time in Apex Legends. I mean, this couldn't be a better close to
It's all games?
You asked Tiff,
Like a multi-game tournament kind of thing?
what he brings to this team, and it was a beautiful moment between.
Oh, yes. Yes, let me give you your points. I totally forgot about that. My bad. Might be. Let me give you your points. For y'all that voted TSM.
No matter what ups or downs they face.
There you go.
And has given that in return, and their partnership has flourished. I mean, such a special.
What do coaches contribute to teams? They do a lot of like micro coaching or macro coaching. They can't like give comms, but they're like the knowledge holders. You know what I mean?
And where were you when TSM won that championship on the trophy? We were in the crowd, we were here, but it's in the hearts of
You could go pro in Apex Senior League.
at home, and only they know what it feels like to
Yeah, where's the ALGS for elders? Let me get in on that. 30 and up.
As a three-man unit, we're not the ones
I'm gonna join the Elder League.
They know that they're best.
The Boomer ALGS.
Really got that question answered. I think
I turned 30 in a month. Actually, in exactly a month. 10/10.
the past couple of years. It's one thing to take a few trophies off of TSM, but to see them continually remain at the top and now cement that in the biggest
The G stands for geriatric. Oh no.
continues to push their legacy forward.
Oh.
Way, and I know our job is to have words, but sometimes there aren't any.
Apex Legends geriatric series.
And the pride, some of the families down there are as well. But let's walk through that final moment.
Are there players above 25 in ALGS? Snipe's like 33.
Job done and became our champions in year 3. Walk me through it.
The biggest difference in between
I think Snipe is like 33. I am a Libra. Yeah.
Mechanics. It was not calls. It was not macro. This circle demonstrates that it was confidence. Having just taken out
I'm not sure how old Reps
this
is.
a team that is playing for the win, giving up a little bit of high ground, moving in to cover the fence line and actively eliminate teams in front of them. So much so that they cause.
Do they have a cutoff age for competitions? No. I think there's a minimum age.
Just were caught up in the chaos. From this point on, we see them pitted against the team coming out of South America. The team
Hot six at coach, yeah.
top 2 the entire time.
Are there any MNK players over 25 in ALGS?
50-50 at the start of the game. You are throwing everything up in the
I don't know. I don't know everyone's age. I just know Snipes.
Knowing that they're even and nobody's landing any damage, and he does a fascinating thing. Taking to the skies on horizon and using the gravity lift to scout out what the other team is thinking, how they're playing. And what he sees here changes everything. 2 players on one side, one in the smoke.
Oh, Reps is 28. Got
He
you.
identifies that Start a Fight are split in their game plan, in their approach to how they're going to take on TSM.
When does Dark Zero play? Next year.
Direction of taking out one single isolated player really abuses the unity that TSM have.
Oh, let me look at my fantasy actually. Now that
From one team on the
Don't
other
mind
side,
me.
one team that could very well shut them down.
Fantastic breakdown, Dia. And Hal's already leaving with the trophy. Hal, there's some more photos or something. It's gotta be 10. Overall, the match would end this way. Start a Fight were close. They actually had a chance to take out TSM.
Not doing too bad, all right.
To make it into that second place. They do get a
I feel like once you pass 25, you're considered old. Definitely on the internet, you're considered old.
You mentioned something at the very beginning
For
of that
sure.
final circle, and it was that
For
fight
sure.
against Black
I mean, when I was 18, like 30 to me was like, oh my god, middle age. 30. But then once you actually age, there's really not much difference between 25 to 30.
pretty much the same block of age there.
When you see this
I think 25 is when you're a full-fledged adult.
what would have probably been around 18, the prize pool is going to shift for them. That's one big thing. But also, teams like Ascend, teams like
I mean, hopefully you have money
Oxygen Esports,
by 30, and then your 30s, you know, your 30s are like your 20s, but hopefully with more money.
Dojo, obviously, Optic, Black Hand, and what is that meant for them?
Like, wow, you look great for almost 30. Like,
Chivas at top 5, that's huge for them.
Thank
but
you.
Black Hand, Optic,
Dojo got 4th. That is really not bad. That is really good for their first LAN together. Not even playing with each other for very long. The Dojo boys should be proud. I know it sucks not to win, but they should be proud.
The overall points leader regardless. So that was something that's huge for them. Like you said, we saw Black Hand. The Dojo, a storyline I think everybody kind of fell in love with, from LCQ to 4th place in
Qualify for some social security soon. Yeah.
$170,000
Oh. Thought you were like 23? Yeah, no, I'm 29. I turned 30 in a month, 30 days. 30 days. I moisturize and I wear sunscreen.
That is not bad at all. You see Biggie, he's got his family representing his mother.
Yeah, orgs get a cut.
All of the goodies that the fans bring along to these types of events. Nessies,
Orgs get a cut.
poster
Yeah.
boards, arms. Sometimes we have seen that. I have signed an arm. And I'm sure that if I've signed an arm, I don't know what they've ended up signing, but I'm sure it's anything, shoes, everything going on there. They are well loved in this arena, that is for sure.
Who owns the TSM org? Oh, I don't know who like
one trophy he may have
is the CEO.
Another one. I'm not sure, but Peeps is standing
Or who's owners of it.
MVP.
Thank you, Rain Day. We are here with the CEO and the newest world champ. And this
Hal is the
another
CEO of
trophy
TSM, yeah.
To add to your collection right here, the MVP.
It's Andy. Andy owns NRG.
Hal, what does getting the MVP award mean to you?
Personally, I don't care about the MVP award. You know, I just want to win. You know, it doesn't really matter to me who has the most kills.
Oh no, is that the new copy pasta after ALGS?
Like the icing, you know?
Levels, all right. What does your teammates' contribution to you getting MVP? What are their contributions to that? It's got to be everything.
Yeah, well, it's always a team
Nice.
effort. You know, like you know, Evan's role, he's an anchor, so he doesn't get as many kills and stuff like that. So he's always watching our back. So it's a team effort. You know, if you know we swap the roles, then he would probably be
Very
MVP.
nice.
But you know, it's like I said, MVP is a team effort.
Oh, I gotta finish hanging all these
I really
panels.
care for it because we're a team. So.
Love it. Crowd loves it. Hal, take us
Is it
through
2:30?
your journey from being a pro
2:30?
to now being a world.
I know. I'm filming tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. In case you're new here, I usually stream every day except for Sundays and Thursdays. I'm not streaming tomorrow since I streamed Thursday and Sunday this week. And I'm filming tomorrow. I got some sponsor stuff to record. I gotta get the rest of these up on the wall.
I just want to thank them.
Got 3 rows done.
I want to be here without them. And
Is that a painting? Oh, this? That, yeah. Oh, well, it's a Samsung Frame TV. It is a piece of art, though. It's by an artist called Mulga, M-U-L-G-A.
You had people that slept on you.
Why did you decide Thursdays and Sundays?
What do you have to say to the people that doubted you?
I picked Thursdays.
I don't know.
How?
I can't believe people doubt us, to be honest. We've showed
Thursdays
ourselves,
are
we
typically
showed
low
up every
viewership
single
days
time.
on Twitch.
I guess you can keep hating and I'll hit the add button. I don't know.
Crowd, make some noise for the MVP, world champion. Casters, take us home.
Thank you so much, Peeps. So congratulations yet again for his second Monster Energy MVP of this year. Pretty impressive for Hal at LAN. And yes, we started the day of this tournament with 3 people on the desk. We ended up doing 4 or 5. I think we've got, what, 9, 10, 11 on here joining?
We need a few more.
This is how we like to end these shows as well. But before I close this out, I want to give Lauren and Tiff and Dia a final word, a final thought, reaction to Hal and just what this has meant.
It's a big paragraph.
I mean, I agree with him. I don't know how they could possibly have any doubters at this point, but this has been the most competitive year of Apex that we have seen
TSM
so
1.
far, and year 4 is only going to get even harder, more competitive for these squads. I cannot wait to see what everybody brings to the table next time around.
Tiff.
Plot armor is real. That's all I have to say. Plot armor is real, but you mentioned it, Glitter. Year 4. Who is going to be the team to challenge the Titans of TSM?
That's a great question. We don't have that answer. We will soon, though. Dia?
Games come out on Tuesdays and Fridays.
The last thing to say, TSM did come away with the trophy. Man, we had so many teams competing here this
Yeah.
weekend. Oh my lord, was it incredible.
Twitch now like gives you some pretty cool breakdown stats of viewers and times and everything. And yeah, Thursdays have always usually been a low viewership day, so that's why I take Thursdays off. It probably would be better to take Monday off than Sundays, but I do want like an actual weekend day. So I can have like, you know, some sort of a normal weekend.
I think the thing is these moments happen live, and so we tell these stories without knowing how they're going to end. Sometimes it's difficult to create narratives. You can come on up, peeps. Great stuff down there, buddy. And of course, those narratives sometimes are difficult to tell. There's hardship, there's pain, there's emotion. The champion of last year didn't even make it, and they had to sit by the sidelines. And of course, TSM have done a lot of growing throughout this year, whether it's Hal's antics, winning split 1, losing split 2, or finding a way to get it done in split 3. But
Yup, Chunky Monkey, they just finished. They just wrapped up. Yeah, it's nice to have a free Saturday night because it's a little, I mean, it's not like I leave my house that much, but if I wanted to.
So much to
Great.
us. And everyone here in the stands, the crowd, everyone at home who is watching and supporting through all the years of COVID.
TSM won.
We couldn't be here to see you all show up the way that you do for what we do. Makes it all go round. And so I hope you cherish us the way we are. All of our partners as well, regional broadcast partners of Rage, Longshot, Woohoo, Nice Wig and Greek, our co-streamers, Wise Thug, Orax, Pokies, Vicky Palami, Restia, our tournament partners, Battlefy and Liquipedia, our Challenger Circuit partners, Versus Gaming, and Torchlight Productions. We love you, as well as our production esports engine and everyone at EA who helps support this.
Another
and the
TSM
people who
win.
Make the game Respawn. It has had us fall in love over.
Yeah, Timmy did great. The dojo, they did really good.
I think in this bittersweet moment is not that it's over, but that we had this happen and that we will be back because year 4 is coming. This is not the end. No, this is just the beginning of what the ALGS will have in store. We have a new champion. It is TSM.
ALGS returns this fall.
With our Play Apex Esports app for all of the updates on when it will begin. But what we do know is that we will be defending a brand.
Oh yeah, Twitter will be interesting. Good content on Twitter for the rest of the day for sure.
Along the way, from everyone here at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, we love you, we appreciate you, and we remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you in year 4.
Damn. Very nice. I have so many things open. Oh. All right, chat. All right. As much as I would love to play Apex right now, I do need half of my off day to get these panels up for me filming tomorrow. That's the last thing I want to do, but I gotta do it. I'm filming all day tomorrow for a sponsor. I have to film like 4 different videos, so that'll be fun. I'll be streaming all the rest of the week though. Tuesday, Wednesday, probably Thursday, maybe Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah. So the rank grind continues on Tuesday. Maybe I'll get to Masters. Let me pull this up here. Kiera, I think for the 28 months, I appreciate it. Retro Play, I think for the 6. Packet, thanks for the 15. Cass, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Apex Kylie, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Ivy Poison, thanks for the tier 1. Raphael, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Arthur, thanks for the 25 months. Adak, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Tospic, thanks for the 16 months. Muskrat, thanks for the 32. Lauren, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Doloman, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Clutchy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. With Liz, thanks for the Twitch Prime. All these primers, let's go. Andy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Pocket, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Y'all always do this when I'm about to end my stream. Okay. Yeah, in case you're new here, I stream every day except for Sundays and Thursdays. Typically, I start streaming around 1 p.m. CST if I'm not late, which is I'm often late. If you're not already in the Discord, you should go ahead and join. Best way to stay up to date when I'm live and when YouTube videos come out. You can also follow me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all that jazz. It's all lululuvely across the board. Let me find you guys someone to go to. Let's see. Let's see. Who shall I host? Shiv. I will send y'all to Shiv. Ooh. That was a good one. This says thanks for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Oliver, thanks for the gifted. Thank you. We love Shiv here. I'll send y'all over to Shiv. As always, thank you so much for hanging out and spending some of your time with me today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the new subs, resubs, give the subs, bits, and donos. I appreciate that as well. Just GG. Okay, I'll call you just GG. I got it. Just GG. I got you. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll be back on Tuesday around noon. I'll say noon for now. We'll see if that actually happens. But again, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thanks for chilling with me today. I'm sending y'all over to Shiv. He's awesome. He'll take very good care of you guys. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your evenings, mornings, afternoons, wherever you are. And I will see you guys next time. Okay, bye.